Chapter 48:76. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice came from the room. I can guide you to avoid detours, but I won't interfere with your matters. Sometimes, even if I find a problem, I won't point it out. Growing up too smoothly won't allow one to improve. I hope that you can accept the training and have your own style of leading soldiers. You don't have to copy my style from time to time. Take a look at my plan first. After reading it, we can talk about what you need to improve. As a boyfriend, Xia Jinyuan would never spoil Yi Qian regardless of the occasion, let alone treat Yi Qian like a canary in a cage. He would take Yi Qian with him and forge ahead with him. He would never use his powerful wings to protect Yi Qian on the military path of the special forces. He only hoped that Yi Qian could ride the wind and break through the waves, soar into the sky like an eagle, and live a wonderful life that belonged solely to her. Yi Qian looked at it very seriously. She wasn't angry at Xia Jinyuan for not helping her. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't participate, picked up a book on military theory and read it while accompanying Yi Qian. One of them bent over the table and carefully revised it, while the other quietly accompanied her without disturbing her. Although they didn't communicate, there was a warmth that no one could disturb. An hour later, Yi Qian looked up from her laptop. She twisted her stiff neck from leaning over the table for a long time and looked up at the man who had been accompanying her. She didn't know when he started reading, but he raised his slender legs and placed them on the other side of the table. He leaned his head against the back of the chair and covered his face with the book in his hand, only revealing his handsome chin that was illuminated by the light. He was indeed tired today, even more tired than she was. During the day, after chatting with Battalion Commander Tian, she went back to the dormitory to rest for a while, but he was busy until 9 at night before returning to the dormitory. He didn't rest and rushed to finish the training plan for the 20 male soldiers. When he finally finished, she came looking for him. He had been accompanying her until now and hadn't said a word of tiredness. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who had fallen asleep, Yi Qian's gaze became increasingly gentle. Because it was rare for the two of them to be alone in a room, Yi Qian, who was warmed by his company, got up and couldn't help but reach out to gently and slowly remove the book that covered his handsome face. When the book was removed, she would sometimes see the dazed, handsome face completely covered by the light. His eyebrows, narrow eyes, his nose, and thin lips were so delicate that she couldn't find a single flaw. Nighttime was a time when one could easily have wild thoughts, when one's rationality would be muddled, and it was also a time when one would be tempted to commit evil. The blurriness of the night, the charm of the night, would also thin the air, make the heart beat faster, and make the blood boil. That calm, unhurried, and even cold-blooded heart during the day began to beat faster because of the long time she spent looking at the handsome face that moved her heart. His heart suddenly rippled like a spring pond that had been thrown into chaos. His handsome face was like a drug. Other than messing up Yi Qian's heart, it also made her blood flow more restlessly. The shadow that was cast on the snow-white wall slowly bent down. The two shadows got closer and closer until they overlapped. Her warm and tender lips secretly kissed Xia Jinyuan's thin lips with deep love. As soon as their lips touched, Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Qian, who was caught doing something bad, was so shocked that he quickly sat back down on the bed. The light was too dim, but Yi Qian could see the heat in his eyes. It was so hot that it made her flustered, irritable, and confused. It was so hot that she couldn't help but look away. Chapter 48:77. It's not a dream, Xia Jinyuan spoke. His voice was a little hoarse and so deep that it made Yi Qian panic. Xia Jinyuan quickly retracted his long legs from the desk. At the same time, his arms were tightly wrapped around the waist of the person who had kissed him. Yi Qian clutched the army green bedsheets, which were so smooth that they looked like they had been ironed out. She lowered her voice and pretended to be calm as she replied, "It's getting late. I'll go back to my room and see if there's anything else to adjust. Rest early. Good night." She finished speaking in one breath without even catching her breath. "Were you stealing a kiss from me just now?" Xia Jinyuan's eyes were burning as he approached. Yi Qian instinctively wanted to get up and leave. She had been caught stealing a kiss. It was better for her to leave first. The panicked Yi Qian wanted to get away, but how could Xia Jinyuan, who had been aroused by the kiss, let her go? He quickly got up and pressed down on her shoulders with his warm palms, forcing Yi Qian to sit back down on the bed. He looked at her with his dark eyes and smiled wickedly. "It's too late. You came in and sat on my bed. I've already misunderstood your intentions. It wasn't easy for me to calm down, but you're seducing me again. Baby, I'm full of bad intentions right now, and I need you to lead me away." Yi Qian shifted uneasily. Embarrassed and flustered, she stuttered even more. I still have work to do." Her words were weak and feeble. "As for work, there's no hurry. We have time for ourselves right now. We can do other, more meaningful things." "You're not in a hurry, but I am. We need to use it in the morning." Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative to seduce him, quickly pushed his hand away. She stuttered the entire time. "What more meaningful things? You can do them alone. I still have work to do." "Work?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. She had already stolen a kiss from him. Would he let her go back to work? He didn't want to be a gentleman right now. So how could he let her go back to work? No, work was just an excuse. She wanted to leave after teasing him. He gently twirled his fingers and took a step forward with his long legs. He directly stepped on the side of the bed. It was obviously a rough action, but when he did it, one could only see the dominance of a man. Yi Qian still wants to get out of bed. That was impossible. Trapped in his space, even the tip of her nose was filled with his refreshing scent. Yi Jian began to realize that danger was approaching her at a high speed. He took a deep breath and raised his hands slightly with his palms facing outwards. He faced the dangerous man in a defensive posture. "Captain Xia, calm down, calm down. Pay attention to your image. Look, it's already 2:30 in the morning. We need to get up at 5 in the morning to do exercises. We only have 2.5 hours to sleep, so I won't disturb your work. Tomorrow, let's find a quiet place, and we can talk about life in depth. Talk about life in depth." This was the most explicit thing Yi Qian had ever said. The underlying meaning was very clear. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, did not have any thoughts. This was a crucial time for her. She probably wouldn't even have much time to rest in the next 6 months. Talking about life in depth was not something that could be solved in a day or two. He had already thought about it. In order to make up for his many years of absence, he wouldn't be able to go out for at least 3 days and 3 nights. So even if she had such thoughts, he still had to endure it. "We'll talk about the future in the future. Let's finish what we're doing today." The tall figure looming over her approached with an inexplicable aura. This time, he didn't lift her chin with his fingers. Instead, he held her face with both hands. Chapter 4878. Calm down. No way. Be mindful of the consequences. Of course, he wouldn't do anything that went too far. The goat had willingly thrown herself into his mouth, and since it was the middle of the night, he would be letting himself down if he didn't do something. Xia Jinyuan, who was determined to try something new tonight, became a little excited. Blood rushed to his head, and the corners of his eyes turned slightly red. Just as Yi Qian realized that something might happen next, a loud crash that made her teeth ache was heard. The hands that were holding her face suddenly tightened. The impatient Xia Jinyuan miscalculated the height and forgot that although he was in a single bed, he was actually in a double bed. He leaned over, and before he could kiss his girlfriend's lips, his forehead first made an affectionate kiss with the solid metal bed. Bang! He didn't know if it was because his head was too strong, but the metal bed shook when he hit it. The room was very quiet. Yi Qian tried to hold it in for a few seconds, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't need to be pushed down on the bed by Xia Jinyuan. He threw himself on the bed, buried his face in the bed, and laughed until his shoulders shook. Xia Jinyuan, who was seeing stars, covered his forehead with his right hand and slapped himself with his left hand. It wasn't hard, but there were only 2 people in the room. Even if it wasn't hard, Yi Qian could still hear the crisp sound of self-slapping. Undoubtedly, Xia Jinyuan's self-slapping made Yi Qian laugh even harder. He laughed until his body shook. Why did Captain Xia always drop the ball at crucial moments? It was the same last time, and it was the same this time. Ha ha, ha ha. It wasn't that she didn't want to give it to him, but her Captain Xia was really unlucky. Could this be the sorrow of an old child? Xia Jinyuan hated himself so much that he wanted to kill himself. The first time, he could say that he was unfamiliar, but what about the second time? Could he still say that he was unfamiliar? Unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Forget it. He just wanted to do something meaningful now. Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian with his long arms and pressed his hands down. He made Yi Qian lie down, and his hands were locked above his head. Yi Qian stopped laughing and looked at him shyly with her dark eyes. Don't be too presumptuous. She said it in a low voice, which meant that she accepted his next actions. In fact, they couldn't do anything meaningful in the military dormitory. Touching and kissing, it was very meaningful. They couldn't be presumptuous, and both of them had to restrain themselves. They couldn't leave marks of love in case they found out. The 2 shadows on the wall kept entangling with each other, and they didn't know how much time had passed. Yi Qian hugged her lover, who buried his head in her chest tightly. She closed her eyes and endured it with a dazed expression. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't dare to be too presumptuous, felt as if his whole body was on fire. After some time, Yi Qian, who was hugging him, felt his body suddenly tense up. He tensed up for a while, and when she heard him let out a long sigh, his tensed body began to slowly relax. Yi Qian, whose face was so red that her hands were burning, hugged him tightly and fled. When she returned to her dormitory, she quickly leaned her back against the door after closing it softly. She was like a fish swimming in water, and if one looked closely, they would see that her legs were trembling. It wasn't too presumptuous, but it had already brought her into a new world. It was the world of adults that she had experienced after experiencing 2 lifetimes. Her face was red, her heart was beating fast, and her limbs were trembling and weak. The after effects were very serious. Chapter 48:79. Yi Qian leaned against the door for at least 5 minutes before she moved. She was so embarrassed that she didn't turn on the lights. This time, she really went a little overboard. From now on, there would be no privacy in front of him. She threw herself onto the bed and covered her head with the blanket. After a long time, there was a bashful sound of from under the blanket. Only when she was out of breath did she poke her head out of the blanket. However, in less than a minute, she covered her head with the blanket again. This repeated until Yi Qian didn't even know what she wanted to do anymore. It had to be said that Father Fu's reminder was not unnecessary. Halfway through, Yi Qian was afraid that it was the last step. Even when she was in a state of delirium, she didn't forget to remind Xia Jinyuan, who was constantly messing around with her, to stay calm. The unbearably steady Xia Jinyuan used his incomparable self-control to not take off his pants, no matter how busy his hands were on Yi Qian. Yi Qian's pants were also properly worn, except for her top, which was lifted. Yi Qian, who was guarding the last step, poked her head out of the stuffy and hot blanket again. In the pitch-black bedroom, she widened her eyes, raised her hand, and patted her face gently. She muttered to herself, "It's hard to stay calm. In the future, I'll stop looking for Captain Xia in the middle of the night." She paused for a while, then added, "Tonight's timing is really not right. After midnight, you must never enter Captain Xia's bedroom. Remember, don't get into trouble." Yi Qian muttered a few words in detail until she yawned. Only then did she close her eyes and go to sleep. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who had finally eaten some stir-fried meat and was only one step away from the big stew, came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He was holding a pair of underwear and a pair of shorts. After drying his pants, he whistled as he returned to the room and lay down on the bed. Under the light, his jade-like handsome face was satisfied. His dark eyes were filled with the satisfaction of eating and drinking to his heart's content. After receiving his reward, Xia Jinyuan covered himself with the quilt and closed his eyes with a smile. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, he reminisced about the feeling in his heart for at least 5 minutes. He only stopped reminiscing when he felt the urge to raise his war flag again. If he didn't stop it now, he wouldn't be able to sleep a single minute tonight. Xia Jinyuan did not dare to think about it anymore. He sat up with the quilt in his arms, looked around, and muttered to himself, "We need to add another chair. The desk also needs to be moved. It can't be near the bed. It will cause trouble if it's near the bed." He also couldn't lock the door from the inside. Locking the door would also cause trouble. In the future, if there's anything you need, you can't talk about it in the room. It's better to talk about it while walking around the camp. After he finished thinking about the details and confirmed that he could not think of anything else, he turned off the table lamp. Hugging the quilt that seemed to have Yi Qian's faint scent, he finally fell asleep. There was no need to worry about oversleeping. As long as the horns sounded in the camp, he would definitely be able to wake up immediately. The same was true for Yi Qian. Outside the window, the silver moon hung diagonally in the sky. In the Gobi Desert outside the camp, the barren hills that exposed the light brown soil were like creeping beasts. They fell asleep together with the tranquility of the night. Time ticked away. The stars in the sky began to fade, leaving only a few brightest stars as embellishments. The night was about to pass, and a new day would soon arrive. In the camp, the sentries held their steel spears tightly in their hands and watched the surroundings with eagle-like eyes until dawn, when they changed shifts. At 5 o'clock, before the sky brightened, the horn sounded in the camp on time. The lights in the dark camp lit up almost at the same time, including Yi Qian's and Xia Jinyuan's rooms. Chapter 4880. The two of them had only slept for about an hour, so today's training wasn't affected by the intimacy they had in the wee hours of the morning. After daybreak, the two of them, who had stayed up all night, quickly immersed themselves in their own training. On the way to the field, the two of them even bumped into each other. Their eyes met, and they nodded politely, choosing to forget about what had happened in the wee hours of the morning. After waking up, Yi Qian didn't have the time to be embarrassed about what had happened in the wee hours of the morning. Her responsibilities were heavier than Xia Jinyuan's, and she definitely couldn't let her personal feelings affect her training. In order to reassure the military, after looking at Xia Jinyuan's training schedule last night, they made some minor adjustments to the original training schedule for female soldiers. The overall direction remained the same, but the later stages of the training would be more difficult than the male soldiers' training. The female soldiers, who had returned to their respective dormitories last night to discuss their instructor finished their 3-kilometer morning run early in the morning. When they gathered, Yang Zhen handed out a form to each of them. The female soldiers took the form and read the content clearly. None of them wasn't surprised. The training on the form sent chills down their spines. Yi Qian looked at the female soldiers, whose expressions changed when they saw the form. She stood in front of them with a cold expression and said in a deep voice, "I will complete all the training like all of you. I will warm up in the early stages and strengthen in the later stages. I don't want to hear any complaints during the training and affect the enthusiasm of the entire class." As soon as she spoke, a cold aura rushed over. She didn't have the friendliness she had when she finished the race with them last night. This made the hearts of the female soldiers who had discussed their instructor's mild temper sink. The paper in their hands was only a few thin pages, but at this moment it felt as if it weighed a ton. Their instructor had a mild temper, but she was definitely a very difficult instructor to talk to. She was a very principled instructor. Their mentality changed subtly again, and some fear unconsciously appeared in their eyes. Yi Qian's cold gaze swept across the faces of the female soldiers, one by one. Her only experience as an instructor was when she was in the 4th year of university, facing a group of university students and now facing soldiers with heavy responsibilities. She naturally couldn't be as easy to talk to as she was when she was training outside of university. As an instructor, she couldn't give the female soldiers the impression that she was easy to talk to. Yi Qian took in the subtle changes on the female soldiers' faces and took in a deep breath. It was impossible for him not to feel nervous, so he could only use a cold voice to cover it up. "I'm sure the original unit already knows why you're here. Although your assigned location has changed, it's just a change of location. The nature of the situation hasn't changed. Our country has yet to establish a female Special Forces team. Whether or not this Special Forces team can be established depends entirely on you. We only have half a year. After half a year, the military will assess our class. If we pass the assessment, we will be established. If we fail the assessment, we will be incorporated into the Pioneer Battalion. I've seen your resumes. You all have a common goal. Now that the military has given you a chance to achieve it, it's up to you whether you succeed or not. My training plan is the cornerstone to help you achieve your common goal. I hope you can cherish this opportunity and let the military see your results in half a year's time. Now, tell me, do you have any questions about this training? Can you accept it?" After speaking in a deep voice, Yi Qian didn't wait for the female soldiers to answer and suddenly raised their names. "Gao Xiao, do you have any questions? Can you accept it?" Chapter 4881. When Gao Xiao was suddenly called out, the one who had the biggest reaction was not herself, but Qiu Tong, who was standing beside her. Gao Xiao, who was called out, was frowning. She lowered her head and stared at the dense black words on the paper. She felt her scalp tingle. When she was suddenly called out, she immediately looked up and stared straight at Yi Qian. After a few seconds of silence, she pursed her lips and said loudly, "Instructor, you just said that you will train with us. Is that true?" "Of course," Yi Qian replied indifferently. The coldness between his eyebrows made Gao Xiao want to shrink her neck. "I repeat, I will train with you. Every word I say is not casually mentioned. You don't have to doubt the authenticity of my words. I will do what I say. Gao Xiao, do you accept?" Gao Xiao looked at the training on the paper again. She gritted her teeth and answered, "Yes." "What about you?" Yi Qian's gaze slid across Qiu Tong's face. He turned to the other female soldiers and asked, "Answer me loudly." "Yes." The clear voices of the female soldiers were raised high. They used their determination to answer Yi Qian. Very good. Since you have accepted, then use your actions to prove it to me. This is a military order. If I find any of you slacking off during training in the future, my punishment will be even worse than the training. Remember what I said today. Every word I say is true until the end of half a year's training. Female soldiers were actually more difficult to lead than male soldiers. Female soldiers tended to think too much. Once they thought too much, their negative emotions would increase. The male soldiers, on the other hand, were different. Their minds were not so twisted. As long as the instructor could convince them, nothing would happen. Female soldiers were different. Female soldiers' emotions came and went quickly. When their emotions rose, it was very likely that it would affect other female soldiers who were training normally. Yi Qian decided to say the ugly words first, so that the female soldiers would not get emotional in the future and cause headaches for Battalion Commander Tian, Political Commissar Tang, and Company Commander Zhu. The reprimanding of the female soldiers quickly reached Battalion Commander Tian's ears. Battalion Commander Tian smiled at Political Commissar Tang and said, "She has the aura, but she is still a little inexperienced. She will be able to do things better after some training. Xiao Yi is already very good. When I first came to the barracks, I wasn't as brave as her. I only got started after the old political commissar taught me for 3 months." Political Commissar Tang smiled. He was still very tolerant of Yi Qian. "You just graduated. Although your performance in school was outstanding, the military school is different from the army. As long as you don't make any mistakes, it's okay to be a little inexperienced. After a long time, it will naturally be easier to do things and deal with problems. Just wait. In less than a week, she will have all the female soldiers under her control." Battalion Commander Tian was puzzled and asked with a smile, "A week? Old Tang. Oh, Old Tang, you trust her so much. Come, tell me, how did you find out?" Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong are not on good terms with each other, but this morning she only mentioned Gao Xiao and not Qiu Tong. Why do you think this is? Why? Battalion Commander Tian waited quietly for Political Commissar Tang to answer. Political Commissar Tang looked at him and knew he was only waiting for the answer. He sighed and said, "That is to tell Qiu Tong that she has set her sights on the both of them. No, it should be said that they are the key targets to be groomed." "I'm sorry. I still don't understand the crux of the matter. It's just a name call. Maybe Gao Zhao's name is coincidentally called. Don't you think that Gao Zhao's name is easy to remember?" Battalion Commander Tian felt Political Commissar Tang was thinking too much. Political Commissar Tang saw this and could not be bothered to explain. He knew he did not look at their resumes carefully. Chapter 4882. Why did Yi Qian single out Gao Xiao? Gao Xiao herself didn't know, but Qiu Tong did. After training at noon, Qiu Tong, whose legs were as heavy as lead, went to find Yi Qian alone. She knew that their instructor was waiting for her. In the morning, when the instructor asked all the female soldiers if they would accept her harsh training, she was actually asking her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have glanced at her face. She knew that she didn't want to be in the same unit as Gao Xiao. She even wanted to use her family's connections to see if she could leave the Northwest. Unfortunately, before she could contact her family, Instructor Yi saw through her. Yi Qian guessed that Qiu Tong would talk to her, but she didn't expect Qiu Tong to come looking for her in less than a day. She was worried that Qiu Tong really wanted to leave. With Qiu Tong's family's connections, it wasn't difficult to transfer her out of a newly formed unit that didn't have any achievements. Looking at the female soldier, who had no intention of competing with Gao Xiao, Yi Qian's eyes narrowed. Being a deserter once is enough. Do you want to run away a second time? Chiu Tong sat down and smiled bitterly. Instructor Yi, I can't get over it. The reason why Chiu Tong and Gao Xiao didn't get along was because of a man who tried to two-time. Chiu Tong didn't know that the man who looked elegant was also in contact with Gao Xiao. After she agreed to his pursuit, the two had only met 4 times. On the 5th time, Gao Xiao, who was on leave, opened a bottle of mineral water and splashed it at Chiu Tong, who didn't know. Fortunately, both of them were wearing casual clothes on the day of their leave. Chiu Tong knew what happened when the water splashed on her face. Shocked and angry, she went back to the unit and applied for leave immediately. Then she left her original post and stayed away from Gao Xiao without any explanation. What was there to explain? She did date that man as a couple. Although nothing else happened, she was indeed that man's girlfriend at the time. Yi Qian wasn't good at solving personal problems, but she knew that no matter what happened, running away wasn't the way to solve it. Your escape made Gao Xiao misunderstand you even more. Your retreat made Gao Xiao believe that everything she saw was real. You deliberately took the opportunity to take revenge on her. When you were sick and hospitalized back then, she replaced you on the mission that was supposed to be carried out by you and returned with 3rd-class merit. She thought that you were jealous and purposely found her boyfriend. She still thinks so even now. I deliberately asked Gao Xiao this morning because I was worried that she would want to leave too. Gao Xiao is more emotional, so I could only calm her down first before I could calm you down. The misunderstanding between the two of you needs to be resolved. I don't think Gao Xiao will listen to your explanation now. I want to let Gao Xiao see you again through the competition of strength between the two of you. I want her to put aside the past and be able to face you calmly. When she is able to face you calmly, you will be able to overcome the hurdle in your heart. If we talk about the past again, it won't be filled with the smell of gunpowder, and we can truly untie the knot in each other's hearts. Yi Qian said seriously and sincerely suggested, Chiu Tong, if you keep running away, you'll definitely miss out on your dream. Stay for your own dreams. In order to realize his dream, it was nothing to suffer a little. No one's life would be smooth sailing. Everyone would encounter one or even more obstacles that were difficult to overcome. The hurdle in your heart has been troubling you for 1.5 years. Do you still want to continue? Chapter 4883. Yi Qian could not understand why Chiu Yelan had stopped moving forward and even sacrificed her own dreams for the sake of the obstacles in her life. Chiu Yelan's life in her past life was difficult, but she did not choose to give up. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how helpless she was, she still clenched her teeth and persevered. She always believed that as long as she worked harder, perhaps everything would change. Everything would change because of her hard work. Even though she did not change much in her past life, in this life, she could still pat her chest and say that she had never thought of bowing down to Yi, even though she had been through so much in her past life. The only person she had ever knelt to was Yi Zhifan. She did not even kneel to Sun Dongqing, because at that time, she had always thought that Yi Zhifan was her family, her biological uncle, her elder. She did not think that kneeling to an elder was breaking her backbone. It was so difficult that she did not even know if she would be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. She had always clenched her teeth and tried to collect evidence of Yi Zhifan's crimes. But before she died, she did not get to see the day when Yi Zhifan fell from power. The regrets from her past life were finally realized in this life. She had finally achieved her goal of persevering for 2 lifetimes. From now on, she drew a line between her past life and this life. Yi Qian, who had always persevered, could not understand why Chiu Tong had given up on her dreams so easily. Compared to her dreams, what was the deepest hurdle in her heart? Yi Qian believed that the reason Qiu Tong could not overcome the hurdle in her heart had a lot to do with her upbringing. She came from a strict and upright family, so she believed that she had committed an unforgivable sin. Even if it was unintentional, she could not forgive herself. Qiu Tong was a female soldier with great potential. It was not impossible for her to become a special forces soldier. Besides, Qiu Tong, who had graduated from high school and joined the military, was 1 year younger than Yi Qian. The reason she had been deceived back then was probably because she was young and protected by her family. That was why she was careless and cajoled by a man. Therefore, Yi Qian really did not think that Qiu Tong had done anything wrong in this matter. Sometimes it was really easy for an elegant man who worked in the business world to coax a young girl who lived in a simple environment and had no experience in love. Qiu Tong wasn't wrong, and neither was Gao Xiao. What was wrong was that Qiu Tong couldn't face him and Gao Xiao back then. She didn't explain anything and left in a panic, which led to the stalemate. Even after 1.5 years, even though Gao Xiao didn't get together with that liar who cheated on their feelings, Gao Xiao still couldn't calm down. Qiu Tong, who was standing in front of Yi Qian, lowered her head and pursed her lips without saying a word. She was a stubborn girl. It could be seen from the fact that she had insisted on joining the army after graduating from high school instead of going to university. It was very difficult for others to change her decision. Stubbornness was both a strength and a weakness. Seeing her remain silent and refuse to communicate, Yi Qian felt a headache coming on. Yi Qian thought about what Captain Xia had said. He thought about how he had faced a male soldier who was so stubborn that he had no idea where to start. In the end, he managed to convince him through communication. He took a light breath and said, "Qiu Tong, you're now taking an important step to realize your dream. If you give up because of a misunderstanding that can be explained clearly, I will look down on you. I don't want to talk about what you have to do for your family. I just want to say that for your own sake, you have to persevere and face it." Qiu Tong's fingers moved slightly, and her pursed lips tightened a little. Chapter 4884. Qiu Tong had been suppressing her emotions all this time. She had also been suppressing the torment that she was unable to overcome in her heart. Yes, other than the humiliation, there was also the torment of morality. She had never thought that one day she would become a shameless intruder. It was a humiliation that she could never forget. But Instructor Yu was right about one thing. When her dream met with obstacles, how could she give up on her dream because of obstacles? Misunderstanding. Would Gao Xiao be able to accept such a shameful misunderstanding? Qiu Tong was a little confused. She didn't know how to explain it to Gao Xiao. It was the truth, and she had seen it. Facts spoke louder than words. Would Gao Xiao be able to accept it? After listening to Yi Qian's advice, Qiu Tong's expression softened a little. Yi Qian, who had been carefully observing her and didn't miss her every move, was instantly delighted. The stubborn Qiu Tong was even more difficult to deal with than Gao Xiao. Although she was prepared for her to take the initiative and had even thought of what to say to persuade her, she was still a little nervous. No wonder G3 didn't want to be the deputy political commissar at all. She didn't want that either. It was better to be led by Captain Xia. If there were missions, they would carry them out. If there weren't any missions, they would train well. How relaxing would that be? On the first day of accepting the female soldier class, Instructor Yu was already a little afraid of officers. Fortunately, Qiu Tong had softened a little. It proved that he was right. Yi Qian was happy and continued, "Half a year. It's very likely that you only have half a year to realize your dream. This time, if you continue to waste your time on meaningless matters, I can tell you with certainty that the day you leave the Vanguard camp, your dream will forever remain a dream. You will never be able to realize it in your lifetime. I'll record everything you've done in the past 6 months. I'll include everything you've done in the report, including your decision to give up. Then, I'll report everything to the military. From now on, your personal file will be recorded. It's impossible for you to use your family's connections like before. No matter how strong your family's connections are, they can't be stronger than the military's leaders. Think carefully. It's up to you to continue or give up. Yi Qian had already said everything that needed to be said. The rest was up to Chiu Tong to decide. The room was very, very quiet. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Chiu Tong, who was silent, lowered her head for a long time. There was not even any change in her expression on her face. Only the eyes that were covered by the eyelids were surging with undercurrents. Was it worth it to give up his dream for a misunderstanding? Was it worth it? Chiu Tong, who had never spoken, was not as cold as she appeared to be. She asked herself again and again in her heart, asking again and again until her stubbornness of not wanting to communicate with her family and friends finally wavered a little. She had been deceived by a man and had even interfered in the relationship of a comrade. This was the most shameful thing she had ever experienced in her 20-year-old life. If what Instructor Yi said was true, the misunderstanding could be explained, and the shame could be washed away. Chiu Tong slowly raised her head, and her tightly pursed lips finally loosened. Instructor Yi, don't you think I'm very shameful? Her words made Yi Qian feel relieved. He vaguely caught Chiu Tong's worries and what she was thinking. Chiu Tong cared a lot about other people's opinions. That was why she asked him if he thought she was shameful. Chapter 4885. For her to ask such a question, it was clear that Chiu Tong desperately needed to be acknowledged. She desperately needed someone to help her and tell her that she wasn't shameful. The key to making Chiu Tong let go of her stubbornness and refusal to communicate with others was to tell Chiu Tong that everything was just a misunderstanding. As an instructor, she believed in her. Yi Qian, who had already grasped Chiu Tong's thoughts, answered seriously, if there was a problem with your character, the military wouldn't have agreed to your application. The military would have investigated the misunderstanding between you and Gao Xiao thoroughly. You joining the military is also an opportunity for you. Like the moon shining through the fog, a ray of light flashed across Chiu Tong's gray eyes. They believed in her character and believed that she didn't do it on purpose. The military believed in her, and even Instructor Yi believed in her. On the contrary, it was her family. Every time something happened, her parents would first ask her to reflect on herself and find her mistakes. As time went by, she had developed the habit of subconsciously thinking that everything was her fault whenever something happened. When Gao Xiao splashed water on her face, she knew she was wrong. That was why she had been carefully avoiding Gao Xiao and the female soldiers in the class. She was afraid that in a new environment, that shameful thing would be exposed because of Gao Xiao's arrival. Now, Instructor Yi told her that the military approved her application because they believed in her, and she believed in them too. Chiu Tong, who had been stubborn all this time, slowly clenched her fists. Her eyes stung. Thank you, Instructor Yi. Thank you so much. Chiu Tong, whose eyes were already watery, straightened her back and saluted to express her gratitude. At this moment, she really felt that even her shoulders were much lighter. Nodding heavily, Chiu Tong, whose eyes were bright, said seriously, I know what I should do, but please give me a few days. I need to give myself some courage before I can face Gao Xiao. Don't worry. As long as the military believes in me, I won't give up on myself. After all, this was a hurdle that she hadn't gotten out of for a year and a half. Even if Chiu Tong heard Yi Qian's words and remembered them in her heart, she couldn't do it immediately. She still had to think about it carefully. Yi Qian didn't ask her to face Gao Xiao immediately. Qiu Tong's attitude already made her very happy. Yi Qian thought that he would have to spend at least a week to half a month with Qiu Tong, but in the end, it was settled in less than half an hour. Even though Yi Qian was usually calm, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. After Qiu Tong left, Yi Qian leaned back in his chair and laughed from time to time. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Yes, she had made a good start. It was a sign that the next one would be even better. Yi Qian was so happy that he did not notice that a slender figure had been standing at the door for a long time. Xia Jinyuan stood at the door for a long time after Qiu Tong left. When Qiu Tong came out and bumped into him, she even called out, "Instructor." Looking at Yi Qian's silly yet adorable behavior, the smile in Xia Jinyuan's eyes was like rippling water, gently spreading and full of tenderness. It seemed that his girl had already settled Qiu Tong. Otherwise, she wouldn't be secretly happy alone. Seeing that he had not been discovered, Xia Jinyuan coughed softly. Yi Qian, who had his back to the door, jumped up in shock, looking a little embarrassed. "What are you laughing about?" Xia Jinyuan asked, knowingly as he strode in with his long legs. "Could it be that you were very satisfied with the training this morning?" "It has nothing to do with the training." Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. "I just solved a difficult problem. So I'm happy." Yes, he could tell that she was very happy, and not just happy. Chapter 4886. This time, Xia Jinyuan did not close the door when he came in. He leaned against the desk and purposely kept a distance. Even if someone suddenly came in, they would not be able to tell that there was something fishy going on between them. Xia Jinyuan smiled and asked, "Qiu Tong?" Yi Qian did not answer immediately. She looked at him suspiciously and frowned. "Did you stand at the door for a while just now?" Xia Jinyuan smiled. "Yes, for a while." "No wonder you hit the nail on the head." Yi Qian sighed. "I wanted to hide it from you first and give you a surprise later. In the end, you found out the moment she left. I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment." Xia Jinyuan could not help but laugh at her pitiful look. When his little fox was cute, he really wanted to hug her and give her a few kisses. "I'm sorry. Next time, I'll pretend I didn't know." "That's not good either." "How can you pretend you didn't know? Didn't you come here to keep an eye on me? If you pretend you didn't know, I can still tell. You're in charge of training, and I'm in charge of supervising. I have no choice but to obey my boss's orders." Xia Jinyuan sighed along with her. He looked like he was in a difficult position. "Military orders cannot be disobeyed. I can't hide it even if I wanted to." Yi Qian saw that he was acting in front of her again. She was both amused and annoyed. "You're talking glibly again. What do you want from me? If there's nothing else, I won't keep you. Take a nap and continue training in the afternoon." Wow, he's already learned how to chase people away. Being an instructor and having a military rank is indeed different. He's much more confident. Xia Jinyuan quickly flicked her forehead with his slender fingers. "You little heartless girl. You needed me last night and came to harass me in the middle of the night. Now that you don't need me anymore, you kick me away. You have two different attitudes in front of me and behind me. How disappointing." He even patted his chest and emphasized to Yi Qian how disappointed his heart was. Yi Qian's gaze turned even colder. "Are you okay? Captain Xia, please step aside." "Thank you." Now that Qiu Tong's matter had been resolved, Yi Qian's tone became lighter. Xia Jinyuan was overjoyed when he saw this. No one wanted more than him to see Yi Qian leading the team and training smoothly as soon as possible. Since yesterday, he had begun to lay down the foundation for her future training, and now it seemed that his efforts had paid off. "Yes, but I'm not the one looking for you. My boss called. and wants to talk to you tonight." At the mention of boss Major General Yang, Yi Qian's face changed like a character in a Sichuan opera. His expression became extremely serious. "What's the exact time?" "Any time after 8 o'clock is fine." I guess he wants to ask if you're used to it and if you have any difficulties. "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, but don't expect the boss to give you advice. Relying on yourself is the most reliable, more reliable than relying on me." Xia Jinyuan said the last sentence very slowly. Of course, he had to say it properly. Yi Qian agreed very much. However, she still had to say a few words. Just as she was about to speak, Xia Jinyuan seemed to have guessed what she was going to say and spoke first. "More reliable than relying on me. It's only limited to the military, not limited to daily life." She almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, she discovered it in time and remedied it. Yi Qian wanted to say something. Xia Jinyuan could guess what Yi Qian wanted to say based on his eagerness to explain. Relying on herself was the most reliable, more reliable than relying on her boyfriend. In that case, she would not rely on him in the future. She wanted to say that she was intercepted again. Xia Jinyuan saw her regretful expression and secretly rejoiced. Chapter 4887. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had escaped death, immediately reflected on himself and came to the conclusion that men should never talk nonsense. The consequences of talking nonsense would be very, very serious. It had to be said that Lieutenant Colonel Xia gained more and more experience in the pursuit of his wife. Later on, he even pretended to be experienced and taught the younger generation how to pursue their wives. He even succeeded. For this, he was proud of himself in front of Yi Qian for a long time. When Yi Qian saw that he reacted so quickly, she felt it was a pity and threw the topic aside. She wasn't an unreasonable person who insisted on harping on other people's mistakes. As long as it wasn't a big mistake, Yi Qian would basically leave it at that and not take it to heart. After chatting, Qiu Tong talked about Gao Xiao. When Gao Xiao was mentioned, Yi Qian was much more relaxed. Gao Xiao was much easier to deal with than Qiu Tong. However, she immediately took the bait once she was provoked. She even dared to ask if she, as an instructor, was really training with the female soldiers. Gao Xiao was upright and hated evil. If she was in ancient times, she would definitely be a heroine. She didn't have many twists and turns in her heart. If it was one, it was one. If it was two, it was two. Qiu Tong admired her stubbornness. Therefore, she didn't want Gao Xiao to be affected by those messy misunderstandings and target the innocent Qiu Tong, who was implicated. As long as the two of them stayed in the army, and Qiu Tong had the intention to reconcile and explain, Yi Qian was relieved. You female soldiers all like to keep your words to yourself. As for us, we thought you guys really didn't care, so we didn't take it to heart. Who knew that you guys were just saying you didn't care, but your hearts were so uncomfortable. After listening to Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong's twisted thoughts, even Xia Jinyuan, who was smooth and slick, had a headache. What were they talking about? Was there anything that couldn't be said face to face? Was there any misunderstanding that couldn't be explained face to face? Why did they have to make things difficult for each other? After Xia Jinyuan finished lamenting, he glanced at Yi Qian, who was staring at him with a half-smile. Suddenly, Xia Jinyuan shuddered and wanted to slap himself. I'm talking nonsense again. I'm being blind, and I'm talking nonsense again. It's a good thing that you're different from them. Even if you're unhappy, you can say it out loud. Like Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong, those two are really a headache. The military has the foresight to let you be their instructor. If it were us male soldiers, none of us would be able to handle them. It's not that I can't handle it. It's just that the way I handle it is different from yours. Xia Jinyuan once again unleashed his little universe to make up for his mistake. Could it be that he was so infuriated by the 20 soldiers that even his IQ dropped? Otherwise, why would he keep making mistakes? Don't spout nonsense again. Xia Zhongxiao, who was ringing the alarm for himself, collected his thoughts, his handsome face solemn and cold as he said in a low voice, "If I were to be the one handling the relationship between the two of them, I'd directly have them explain it to each other face to face. Don't let yourself get angry. If you have the time to find fault with others, you might as well focus on the righteous path." After he finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes flashed with an inexplicable darkness. He fixed his gaze on Yi Qian, who still had a smile on his face, and slowly said, "Although your way of handling it is effective, it takes too long to see results. I suggest you use my way of handling it." This was the biggest difference between men and women when it came to handling problems. Yi Qian, whose smile was slightly restrained, sighed and said, "They're different from the male soldiers. I've thought about it for a long time. I can't blindly use force. After trying it out today, Qiu Tong's words let me know that I've found the right way. But it also depends on the person. Some female soldiers are stubborn, so you have to be tough. For example, Gao Xiao is tough enough. If you go soft, she'll think that you're easy to bully and have no real ability." Chapter 4888. Ever since Yi Qian received the roster of female soldiers and looked at their resumes, Yi Qian had been looking for ways to make these female soldiers submit to him as soon as possible. This was a difficulty that a commander had to overcome, and she was no exception. Yi Qian's sigh made Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was trying his best to keep a serious face, smile. His thin lips curved up like a cool breeze, and he looked very elegant. "You're improving very quickly. The Major General will be very happy when he hears about it." Female soldiers are indeed different from male soldiers. "Captain Xia, it seems like I really can't ask you for advice. It's better for me to slowly figure it out myself. Although the results are slow, the method is right. The way you handled it is very good, but I don't think it's appropriate to treat female soldiers." Xia Jinyuan parachuted into the Snowfield Brigade and only found the weaknesses of the Special Forces soldiers. He then broke them one by one to let the Special Forces soldiers who disobeyed him know that although he was parachuted in, he wasn't easy to fool. Even if they were humiliated by Xia Jinyuan in public, the male soldiers would only lose face at the time. After that, they would restrain themselves and accept him wholeheartedly. His way of handling things might work on the male soldiers, but it wouldn't work on the female soldiers at all. Women were thin-skinned to begin with. If you humiliated them in public, they might not say anything on the spot, but they would secretly hate you even more. Although female soldiers were soldiers, they were still women. They were meticulous and wouldn't accept a rough way of handling things. It was easier for them to accept Yi Qian's way of handling things that took care of each other's dignity and made them feel at ease. The stubborn Qiu Tong liked Yi Qian's way of handling things. He seemed soft, but in fact, he had a way of handling things. Looking at his lover, who wasn't moved by his advice, Xia Jinyuan's eyes moved slightly. He smiled disapprovingly and said, "You can let them get used to your way of handling things. As long as they get used to it, there's nothing wrong with it." At first, Yi Qian didn't notice anything. It wasn't until Xia Jinyuan said this that Yi Qian's heart popped out. When he looked at him again, there was more scrutiny in his eyes. Something was not right. Usually, Captain Xia would not be like this. The sharp-witted Yi Qian fixed her gaze on the man who was leaning against the desk lazily. His dark and deep eyes held a faint smile that made one feel comfortable. He had an elegance that could make one's heart race. He looked at her without blinking. When he saw her looking at him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. There was an indescribable wildness in his eyes. Beauty was great, but she could not be seduced by men at this time. Yi Jian, who was scrutinizing him, said with a faint smile, "Captain Xia, are you up to no good again?" "Why would I do that? I'm serious about my proposal. As long as it was effective, there was no need to be constrained by any form. Instructor Yi, don't forget that we only have half a year." He spoke normally, but in his heart, he was thinking something completely different. The little fox that he had watched grow up was becoming more and more clever. She had more and more ideas. She had a set of principles that were quite strong. It would be difficult for him to trick her. He still had to trick her. What if it worked? What if she was successfully tricked by him? Xia Jinyuan lowered his eyes slightly. The coldness in his dark eyes disappeared. If it worked, then she wouldn't have the chance to talk to him so casually like now. She would deal with him in whatever way she needed to deal with him. She would never be soft-hearted. His serious answer made Yi Qian think that he might have been overthinking and misunderstood. Even though there was still a trace of strangeness in his heart, Yi Qian could only put it aside for the time being. With a serious face, he pointed out what was wrong with Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 4889. When Xia Jinyuan saw that he was in the wrong with a serious face, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Captain Xia, you're wrong this time. Quick results don't mean that it will last. If you're too forceful, the results will be superficial and can be seen as suppression. You once said that we want the soldiers to be convinced. Using forceful suppression to get temporary results will only make the soldiers more resentful. After a long time, their hearts will be scattered. Although they're obedient on the surface, they'll betray us behind our backs. In the long run, we'll be confused by the illusion and think that the soldiers are truly obedient to us. If you can't reach the top, you'll end up deceiving yourself. Your method is suitable for male soldiers, but it's definitely not suitable for female soldiers." After speaking seriously, Yi Qian let out a long sigh. "Sigh, I'd rather rely on myself than rely on you. Captain Xia, I have to take my lunch break. You should take a break too." It was the first time that Xia Jinyuan, who had been ordered to leave, was criticized so seriously by Yi Qian. He felt that it was very rare. The smile in his eyes was so deep that if he looked at him one more time, he would fall head first into his charm and never look back. "I humbly accept Instructor Ye's criticism. Rest early. Good afternoon." Before he left, he bowed like a gentleman. His deep black eyes looked at her with a meaningful smile, and his long legs moved gracefully as he left. What else was there to be worried about? She was a smart and fearless girl. She was smarter than anyone could imagine. Although she was inexperienced, she was very good at summarizing. She wasn't afraid of hardships and was willing to work hard. It wasn't that the leaders in the military had good foresight. Yes, he had better foresight than the leaders. If he hadn't discovered this dusty pearl early on, the military wouldn't have such a talent. He had to mention it to his boss later and see if there were any rewards. For example, whether she could take a longer wedding leave or something like that. The more he thought about it, the more the smile on Lieutenant Colonel Xia's handsome face deepened. Yi Qian didn't see the smile on his face. He closed the door and lay on the bed. The strange feeling in his heart hadn't disappeared. He still felt that there was something wrong with Captain Xia just now. Forget it, I'd better rest. Captain Xia had his own way of doing things, and she had hers too. It could not be said that Captain Xia was wrong. It could only be said that his method was not suitable for female soldiers. Just as he had said, he would rather rely on himself than rely on him. It was more reliable to rely on oneself at any time. When Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chen were still alive, they always taught him that if he wanted to stand firm in this world, he had to be independent. Only by being strong and independent could one not be destroyed, no matter how strong the wind or how heavy the rain was. It was obvious that relying on oneself was much more reliable than relying on others. The faces of his deceased relatives appeared in his mind. He thought of Uncle Jen, then thought of Principal Chen, and then thought of Principal Chen's murderer. Yi Qian closed his eyes and clutched the blanket tightly. A ruthless look flashed across his face. She would definitely find Uncle Chen's murderer and take revenge with her own hands. Definitely, definitely. Yi Qian, who could not calm down, turned over and hugged the dark green blanket that was given to him by the platoon. He rolled around for a few more minutes before falling asleep. After leaving, Xia Jinyuan did not immediately return to the dormitory. Instead, he walked towards the office. He needed to talk to Major General Yang again and tell him that Yi Qian did not need to worry. She was very capable. It was good to have her own opinions. Xia Jinyuan did have a problem just now. He purposely said that to see if Yi Qian would be led astray by him. It turned out that even as a boyfriend, he had underestimated Yi Qian. It was impossible for her to be led astray by him and even refute him immediately. Major General Yang could rest assured, and so could he. Chapter 4890. Major General Yang, who received the phone call, laughed out loud and said, "Good." It seemed that they were just worrying themselves. Captain Yi was no ordinary person, so there was no need to worry too much about her. There was no need at all. He could just let her go and let her develop. Xia Jinyuan immediately took the opportunity to mention a reward, not to mention anything else, but to be able to take a longer wedding leave. Wedding leave? For a longer time? Major General Yang, who was still laughing, was so shocked by Xia Jinyuan's wedding leave that he started coughing. While he was coughing, Xia Jinyuan said leisurely, "Don't get agitated, just say something." Don't get agitated. How could he not get agitated? Major General Yang, who was coughing so hard that his face turned red, wanted to slap someone. "You're planning to get married? When did you decide this? Why isn't there any news about it? Does the commander-in-chief know? Did you say anything? After the wedding, the two of you will stay in separate places? Does Xiao Yi not plan to join your brigade?" Marriage was a big deal for anyone, but it had a bigger impact on Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. If the two of them really planned to get married, they would face the same question Major General Yang asked. "You misunderstood." Seeing that Major General Yang had misunderstood, Xia Jinyuan had to explain further. "I don't plan to get married for the time being, but I'll remember to ask for a reward in advance." Major General Yang felt that he had jumped from a high-altitude parachute with a faulty parachute. His heart was in his throat. "Do you have nothing better to do? Wedding leave. Why don't you say you want to retire? Don't even think about it. For 5 years. I didn't suggest it, but the commander-in-chief suggested it himself. If you have any objections, please talk to the commander-in-chief." "You still have the cheek to mention marriage leave? I want to transfer you back now. I don't want you to go crazy and affect Xiao Yi." Since Xiao Yi could solve the problem on her own and didn't need Xia Jinyuan's advice, Major General Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In that case, he really had to consider transferring Xia Jinyuan back in advance. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he did not want to negotiate any further. He cursed under his breath, "A bunch of old foxes." His expression and tone changed as he said in a low voice, "I have something urgent to deal with. I'll hang up first." Before he left, he added, "Major General, don't you know that it's easier to invite the devil and then to send him away?" Then he hung up the phone. Major General Yang was so angry that his face turned blue. Was it easier to invite the devil than to send him away? Ha! He! Ha ha ha! Sixth brother with a family Xia If the commander-in-chief makes a move, do you still have a chance to resist? Xia Jinyuan hung up the call with Major General Yang and called the old house in the evening. He chatted with Master Xia and old Madam Xia for a while and told them that he was with their favorite granddaughter-in-law. Old Madam was so happy that she beamed with joy. As she listened to her grandson speak, she covered the microphone and whispered to old Master Sheng, who was close to her. Sixth brother is more reliable than his father. He knows that he has to protect his wife. He's already chased her all the way to the army. Old Master Sheng wanted to hear what his grandson had to say. He was happy, but you go first. I'll come after you. Although he was happy, he still had to be careful. Old Master Sheng was much calmer than old Madam Xia. Old Madam Xia didn't think too much about it. It was good that her grandson was considerate. Xia Jinyuan, who had made old Madam Xia happy, wanted to marry their granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible. He also wanted to prevent Commander-in-Chief Xia, who loved to drag him down and make trouble for him from time to time, from dragging him down. Xia Jinyuan decided to make a move in advance and use old Madam Xia's power to stop Commander-in-Chief Xia from making trouble for him. Chapter 4891. Therefore, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was never soft-hearted when it came to tricking his father, tactfully expressed that his father would probably think of ways to transfer him away. If his marriage was delayed because of this, he asked old Madam not to worry. He and Yi Qian would definitely get married, but it might be a little later. When old Madam heard this, in order to let her favorite grandson marry a granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible, she directly decided on the phone, leave it to Grandpa and Grandma. Your father doesn't know what to do. Grandma and Grandpa will teach him. How dare he ruin her grandson's wedding? Humph, he's just asking for a beating. When it was old Master Xia's turn to speak, old Madame Zhang stood aside and reminded Xia Jinyuan to be careful of his influence. He must not lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small gains, and must not violate the rules and regulations. Xia Jinyuan kept all of these in mind. He did not dare to joke about Yi Qian's future, nor did he want to be used as a tool in the future. A week later, Commander-in-Chief Xia returned to the old mansion to visit his parents. As soon as he entered the house, old Madame Zhang swung the horsewhip that old Master Xia had used to ride horses to war and lashed it at Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had time to come back, was shocked by old Madame Zhang's attitude. The horsewhip had been covered in dust for many years, so why was it hitting him today? He did not do anything to anger old Madame Zhang. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been tricked by his son, was confused and could not figure out what mistake he had made. He looked at the horsewhip again. It was so strong that it made a whooshing sound. Master Xia was so scared that he hurriedly said, "Old Madam, be careful, be careful. Don't sprain your waist." Commander-in-Chief Xia dodged left and right, unable to get close to the whip. Master Xia's face darkened, and he shouted, "Do you want your mother to sprain her waist? Stand still and let your mother whip you to calm down." Family Xia's uncle, who came in a few steps later, quietly retracted his leg and considerately pulled his wife to the side. "It's rare for Mom to be angry. Let's go later so that we don't get implicated. It was better to forget about trying to stop the fight." On the phone several times, the robust old lady said that she was a little bored and wanted to find something to do. She had no idea where she was going with her body. However, here came the hard part. Eldest aunt had long been used to the interaction between brothers in the family Xia. The old ones were like this, and the young ones were like this as well. Of course, it could only be done by their own family members. If outsiders wanted to do bad things, the brothers would work together to cut through gold. Don't just watch the show. Be careful. Mom might sprain her waist or sprain her ankle. No matter how strong an old man's body is, he can't be compared to a young man. If he's not careful, he'll be injured. Eldest aunt wasn't worried about her brother-in-law, but she was worried that old madam would get hurt. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also worried. Seeing that the old master had spoken, the commander-in-chief Xia let out a long sigh and stood still, taking 3 lashes from the old madam. Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose calves were trembling from the lashes, respectfully asked the old madam if her anger had subsided. Then he asked the old madam to tell him where he was wrong so that he could correct it. Who was the old madam? She was used to all kinds of situations and had been involved in countless conspiracies. Commander-in-Chief Xia might be in a high position now, but the old madam used to be in a high position too. Don't even think about getting information from her. She snorted twice and threw the horsewhip into the arms of Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was still wearing his military uniform and had golden tassels and golden stars on his shoulders. Her voice was old and full of authority. If you want to hit me, then hit me. You still need to find a reason. Such a strong reason made Commander-in-Chief Xia speechless. He could only accept it. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia still found out later. He was so angry that his heart ached. Chapter 48:92. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. No one knows a father better than his son. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan made the first move. Otherwise, he might have been transferred back to the army ahead of time. Commander-in-Chief Xia thought that since Yi Qian could handle the situation on his own, Xia Jinyuan, who was sent to guide him, could come back. There was no need to keep him. Killing a donkey to get rid of the millstone was just like that. Why would Xia Jinyuan come back? As the saying goes, it's easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. He was transferred to the northwest without a word. He could see Yi Qian face to face every day. This was a good thing. Now that he saw that although Yi Qian was inexperienced, he was fully qualified to be an instructor, so he wanted to transfer him back. Don't be so calculative. I won't cooperate every time. If I cooperate, I'll transfer him back. If I don't, I'll transfer him back. With old Madame Yang's persuasion, Commander-in-Chief Xia calmed down and thought about it. He even chatted with Major General Yang. Only then did he gradually stop thinking about transferring Xia Jinyuan back. Major General Yang understood why Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to transfer Xia Jinyuan back. As a father, how could he want to trick his own son? Commander-in-Chief Xia never provided convenience for his only son, but he wouldn't really stand by and do nothing. As long as he didn't violate his principles and discipline, Commander-in-Chief Xia would silently protect his only son's growth in his own way. For example, young people were more or less impulsive. They had been together all the time. What mistakes did they make? Once their mistakes were exposed, even if Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to protect them, countless pairs of eyes watching the Xia family would not let go of Xia Jinyuan's mistakes. I'm happy that Xiao Yi is able to take charge early on, but I'm also worried. If she's not smart enough, Old Six will put away his playful thoughts and focus on helping Xiao Yi learn as soon as possible. But Xiao Yi is very smart. She doesn't need the higher-ups to deal with the class matters. She can handle them herself. Do you think I don't know what Old Six is thinking? As soon as Xiao Yi learns, he'll be happy. I wanted to transfer him back in advance, but I was worried that he would be overjoyed and leave something to be used against him. After all, they were not in the Snowfield Brigade, where even the slightest mistake would be magnified infinitely. This was why Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to transfer Xia Jinyuan back in advance. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xia Jinyuan, but that he was worried as a father. Even though Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that his only son had a sense of propriety and wouldn't act recklessly, he still couldn't completely relax. He would rather the two of them be separated for a short period of time than leave any hidden dangers behind. Commander-in-Chief Xia was an introverted person. He didn't like to talk about what he was thinking, and he was even more reluctant to tell Xia Jinyuan about his worries. He hid his fatherly love deep in his heart, so much so that old madam sometimes felt that he was too cruel to Xia Jinyuan. Actually, it really wasn't. This time, if Commander-in-Chief Xia hadn't suddenly told him the real reason behind his plan, Major General Yang wouldn't have known what was going on. After a long silence, Major General Yang said, "Commander-in-Chief, sometimes it's better for you to be more direct. Even I, who's by your side every day, don't know the real reason. Old Six probably doesn't know either." No wonder old madam was so angry that she whipped him 3 times in a row. This time, Major General Yang only said silently in his heart. Commander-in-Chief Xia took a sip of water and answered rather proudly, "No, Old Six knows." Major General Yang was puzzled. Old Six knows. How would he know? He had already complained to old madam. If he knew, would he complain? Major General Yang was very skeptical about this. He needed Commander-in-Chief Xia to explain. Chapter 4893. Commander-in-Chief Xia's office was located in a building in the military headquarters. It looked ordinary and inconspicuous from the outside, but it was heavily guarded inside. In addition to the round-the-clock infrared surveillance, there were also countless hidden probes. It was true that there was a guard every 10 steps. At this time, it was gradually getting dark outside. All the work for the day was done, and there were no more documents to be delivered to the clerical department. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had some personal time, drank a glass of water and moistened his throat. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who felt comfortable in his heart, opened his mouth with a smile. Why did he dare to complain to old madam? First, he was worried that he would really be transferred back. Second, he was angry that I didn't believe him. Even the wrinkles at the corners of Chief Commander Xia's eyes were filled with comfort as he spoke with a smile. Even the retired old master can't interfere with the matters in the army. Can old madam? The only thing old madam can interfere with is to give me a beating and let me understand that if I don't even believe my own son, I'm only asking for a beating. After being enlightened, Major General Yang suddenly saw the light. He couldn't help but laugh. The grudges between you and Sixth Brother are really unique. Even though we've been with you for decades, we still can't see through it. They clearly knew about it, but they still wanted to set each other up. They were secretly competing with each other to the point that these old subordinates really thought that the father and son were not on good terms. They would quarrel whenever they met and set each other up behind their backs. Commander-in-Chief Xia was very reserved and didn't let his pride show completely. He cleared his throat and explained to his old subordinates. Before Sixth Brother grew up, he did think that I was a ruthless father. As for me, I didn't want to explain. I was angry that he couldn't understand me, so I just used force. Especially when Sixth Brother was young and rebellious. Sometimes my temper was so bad that I scared myself. Later, Sixth Brother became more sensible and slowly learned to understand my temperament. It was only then that the tendon in his heart twisted back. It's a pity that the way we get along with each other is fixed. I'm not used to it, and Sixth Brother isn't used to it either. I dare say that if I suddenly ask about Sixth Brother's well-being one day, Sixth Brother will definitely think that I'm sick. He might even think that I don't have much time left and want to release his great fatherly love as soon as possible. Major General Yang, such a unique father and son relationship greatly broadened Major General Yang's horizons. After he left, Major General Yang wanted to verify whether Commander-in-Chief Xia was the only one who thought this way. A month later, he contacted Xia Jinyuan again to ask about Yi Qian and pretended to casually talk about it. In order to prevent Xia Jinyuan from noticing that he was trying to test him, Major General Yang advised the father and son not to talk things out peacefully. Instead, they had to end it with violence. This would not solve the problem at all. It would only make the relationship between the father and son get thinner and thinner. Major General Yang had been trying to persuade him, and Xia Jinyuan did not suspect anything. He simply replied, "If one day the commander-in-chief suddenly shows so much concern for me, I'll think that he's sick. You don't have to think too much. The commander-in-chief and I are a little different from ordinary people. You just need to know that our relationship will not be damaged or thinned." After that, when Major General Yang saw the father and son staring at each other as if they would never talk to each other again, Major General Yang would sit next to them and watch with interest while drinking water. When Commander-in-Chief Xia found out that Xia Jinyuan's answer was as he had guessed, and that his ex-wife had been coming to the military headquarters for a few days in a row, he was not angry. He only asked the guards to send his ex-wife away politely. Yes, Madame Xiao came to stop him again. Chapter 4894. Although Madame Xiao did not show up in front of family Xia from time to time, she had never stopped paying attention to Xia Jinyuan. However, family Xia had always kept a low profile. Even if she wanted to pay attention, it was difficult for her to find out any news about Xia Jinyuan. This time, Madame Xiao learned about Xia Jinyuan from Madame Li, her close friend of many years. Madame Xiao, who had been away from the country for too long, did not have many good friends in the country. Even though she was Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, she was not the wife of any military chief. The only person she could find out about family Xia was the Li family. Madame Li and Madame Xiao were in a relationship. Madame Xiao was also using Madame Li to find out about family Xia and her only son, Xia Jinyuan. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Madame Xiao was not stupid. She had no one to rely on after returning to the country. She would not let herself be without a friend. Even though this friend had been true to her for decades and had once instigated her to betray her marriage, abandon her husband and son, and leave the country with her lover, Madame Xiao, who gradually understood, did not fall out with Madame Li, because she knew herself well. She knew that even without Madame Li, with her character, she would not be able to stay in a marriage where she could not see her husband even once a year. Even if Madame Li's instigation added fuel to the fire, it was also her tacit consent to push the boat with the current. Therefore, she would not push her own responsibility onto others, and there was no need for her to fall out with her friends who had been true and false for decades. Madame Xia had always said that Madame Xiao was a very selfish person who lived for herself. It was clear that Madame Xia was sharp and saw through Madame Xiao's nature. When a person lived like Madame Xiao, who could leave or stay as she pleased, she could live a life of her own. Unfortunately, after returning to China, she suddenly remembered that she still had a son. She wanted to make up for it a little. She thought about how difficult it was to break the bloodline, so she wanted to get closer to him. However, she forgot that even though the men of the Xia family were affectionate, they would never be sloppy. They would not recognize her again, just because she turned around. Xia Jinyuan wouldn't, and neither would Commander-in-Chief Xia. Madame Xiao watched her ex-husband's car drive away. She stared blankly at the car with a military license plate as it drove further and further away. Her hand tightly gripped the expensive handbag in her hand. When the car drove out of her sight, Mrs. Xiao adjusted her breathing and calmed down a little. Then she took out her phone and called Mrs. Li. "Can you help me ask old Li if Xia Xinhui has any meetings during this period?" When Madame Xiao spoke, Madame Li, who was waiting for news at home, knew that she didn't see Commander-in-Chief Xia again. Her face turned cold. Madame Li nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask Old Li when he comes back. You don't be too anxious. Who knows, maybe it's just something our little girl came up with. When Du Jiai, who was sitting next to her, heard this, she was so anxious that she lowered her voice and said, Mom, I'm not blindly guessing. If Yi Ying isn't a good person, then how good can Yi Qian be? I've seen her with Xia Jinyuan before. It's the same with my cousin. Madame Li hurriedly covered the phone to prevent it from being overheard. She glared at her impatient daughter and reprimanded, Who would believe you when you say that she disappeared without a trace? Sit down. Mom knows what to do. Regardless of whether there was a trace or not, that wild girl was indeed not a good person. If she really hooked up with Xia Jinyuan or Li Jinyan, it wouldn't affect her daughter at all. She could hook up with them however she wanted. Chapter 48, 95. Mrs. Li had a very bad impression of Yi Ying. Even after a few years, whenever Yi Ying's name was mentioned, her heart would still thump. As for Yi Qian, half of Mrs. Li's opinion of her was because of Yi Qian, and the other half was because of the first time she saw Yi Qian, she had an inexplicable dislike for her. In addition, Du Jiai would often complain about Yi Qian's shameless behavior, so Mrs. Li's impression of Yi Qian was even worse. A wild girl from the mountains fooling around everywhere, deluding herself to become a phoenix. She was indeed the same as her cousin Yi Ying, but now even Qin Xiu was implicated. Even if there was no shadow, she had to be on guard. It would be best if she could push that wild girl out. Since she couldn't push the blame onto her son, with a family Xia, pushing the blame onto Li Jinyan wasn't a bad idea. An orphan with no parents, and an ingrate who wasn't liked by the elders in the family. They were a perfect match. Du Jiai wanted to say more, but Mrs. Li's gaze made her shut up. She sat down sullenly. Mrs. Xiao said something, and Mrs. Li laughed. Oh, you're too nervous. She's just a wild girl from the mountains with no one to rely on. The only thing she has is her identity as a military academy student. What ability does she have to seduce this and that? My nephew Li Jinyan doesn't come home all year round. It's useless even if she knows him. As for sixth brother, it's the same. He's in the army all year round and doesn't come home. She can't get him either. The Qin family, it's the same situation. So what if she knows him? The three of them won't keep in touch with her all the time. You don't have to be too nervous. Don't be scared by Jiai. If old sixth really likes that wild girl, I won't say anything else, but old Madame Xia will definitely not let her grandson marry a wild girl who has no mother, no father, no one to rely on, and who is always fooling around. Madame Xia. That's right, since Xia Xinhui was avoiding her, she could still go to Madame Xia. Madame Xia definitely wouldn't allow a Yuan to casually bring a girl home. It's fine if she had a clean family background and a good character, but she was a girl who went out to provoke others. Even if Yuan didn't like her as his mother, she had to stop him. When Du Jiai heard Mrs. Li mention Madame Xia, her cold face slowly turned into a smile. Yes, why didn't she think of the family Xia? A hint of a smile finally appeared on Madame Zhao's cold face. You're right. Old Madame understands. The old folks won't allow old six to casually bring a wild girl who popped out of nowhere back to the old residence. Tell Jiai to relax. She's just a wild girl. If Qin Xiu really likes her, it's just a temporary novelty. She's naturally, as for her, as long as Mrs. Qin was satisfied, she would be fine. Don't lose your composure because of someone who's not important. Madame Qin doesn't just need a daughter-in-law. She also needs a virtuous wife who can help Qin Xiu rise in his career. Madame Qin sees and remembers Jiai's efforts. That's why she's always restraining Qin Xiu and not allowing him to casually bring anyone home. Jiai can rest assured based on Madame Qin's attitude. Madame Xiao and Madame Li both thought so. Du Jiai sometimes also thought so. But every time she thought of Yi Qian and what Madame Qin accidentally said, she panicked. She was very, very panicked. There was a kind of panic that couldn't be grasped, no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 4896. Now that she had handed Yi Qian over to Mrs. Xiao to deal with, Mrs. Xiao would go to old Madame Xia again. Du Jiaoi, who had once again borrowed someone else's knife, coaxed Mrs. Xiao over the phone until the wrinkles around her eyes appeared. It was good to have a daughter. She could act coquettishly and coax people. If Yuan was a daughter, he probably wouldn't be in this situation today. After ending the call, Mrs. Xiao was a little depressed. Then she thought about how her only son was likely to be coaxed by a wild girl from the mountains who wanted to climb up the social ladder. Mrs. Xiao quickly put the sadness in her heart to the back of her mind and thought about how she needed to find an opportunity to find old Madame Xia. Going directly to find old Madame Xia was definitely not going to work. Old Madame Xia would not be willing to see her either. She had to think of another way. Soon, Mrs. Xiao set her sights on the family Xia's fifth daughter, Xia Yunin, who was rumored to have affairs with celebrities and models from time to time. In order to see old Madame Xia, Mrs. Xiao used a month to set up a trap. After setting up this trap, the one who suffered the most was not Xia Jinyuan, but Xia Yunin, who was always walking by the river and finally had her shoes wet. Thanks to this trap, Xia Yunin, who had been a headache for the entire family, unexpectedly stopped. It was a blessing in disguise. 3 months later, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian found out about Mrs. Zhao's little trick. At this time, in the Gobi Desert where not even a blade of grass could grow, the sun was scorching during the day and the wind was bone-chilling at night. When Yi Qian found out that Mrs. Zhao's trap had caused Xia Yunin to be beaten up by her uncle and sent to the hospital, she couldn't help but be shocked as she held a hot water bottle. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Mrs. Xiao is so powerful. Why didn't I see it before? Yi Qian was ashamed that she had misjudged her. No wonder you stopped her from seeing me back then. It turns out that both you and the commander-in-chief knew how powerful she was. Xia Jinyuan glanced at his silly wife and knocked on her forehead with his gloved hand. What do you think? Madame Xiao is so powerful that even the old madam is amazed by her. She can kill you with just a flick of her finger, given that you're so polite. He had yet to tell her why Mrs. Xiao wanted to scheme against Xia Yunin. If he did, she would be dumbfounded. There was no need to tell her the bad news. She only needed to know what kind of person Madame Xiao was. She was a person who knew how to scheme against others. Yi Qian originally wanted to ask Mrs. Xiao why she set up Xia Yunin, but before she could ask, Xia Jinyuan had already changed the topic. He asked her when the next phase of training would begin, and he planned to enter the second phase the day after tomorrow. While the two were talking, the female squad leader, First Lieutenant Yang Zhen, rushed into the office anxiously. When she saw that the instructor of the male squad was also there, she didn't even salute and said anxiously, "Instructor, Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong are fighting. He's even using his dagger." What? Yi Qian was shocked. He put down the military water bottle on the desk and ran out. Where are we going to fight? Is there anyone keeping an eye on him? What's the reason for the fight? Xia Jinyuan's face immediately darkened. He said, "Let's go together," and ran out together. Yang Zhen hurriedly answered as she ran, "It's a small training ground. Our comrades in the class are all there, and we're afraid that something will happen to them." Gao Xiao asked Qiu Tong to come out first. Qiu Tong won against Gao Xiao, but we didn't take it to heart. Later, I don't know what Qiu Tong said, but Gao Xiao suddenly became very agitated. Qiu Tong said a few more words, but I was too far away to hear clearly. Wang Zi said that she heard Qiu Tong say sorry to Gao Xiao, And that's when Gao Xiao became agitated. Yi Qian's eyes turned cold. Who was the first to use his dagger? Gao Xiao was the first. We were all shocked. Yang Zhen's face was also very ugly. As a first lieutenant, she used to be a deputy platoon leader. She came here for her dream, and now she was a squad leader. In the end, she couldn't even manage a 20-person class well. Yang Zhen blamed herself. Yi Qian was surprised to know that Gao Xiao was the first to use her dagger. His face was even colder than the cold wind in the middle of the night. Chapter 4897. It was not uncommon for soldiers to quarrel in the army, especially between male soldiers. They were all a group of hot-blooded young men, so it was normal for them to bump into each other. However, after a quarrel, it was very likely that they would become close friends, closer than real brothers. Basically, when soldiers quarreled, they would at most be verbally reprimanded and warned by the squad leader, but it would not escalate any further. Fighting was different. If it was just a few punches, a little friction, and no injuries were caused, the reprimand and confinement would be over. If the two of them really fought, all the soldiers would be severely punished because of their fight. Confinement for a few days was a small matter. All of them would not be allowed to sleep, and they would have to carry weights of more than 10 kilometers. These were the consequences of fighting. However, this time it was not as simple as a fist fight. Gao Xiao used her dagger. She swung the dagger that should have been stabbed at the enemy towards her comrade. It was not as simple as a fight. It had directly escalated to intentional injury. Once Qiu Tong was injured, according to military discipline, she would be punished, given a demerit record, and confinement. These would be a stain for life. Yi Qian ran extremely fast. Yang Zhen, who had good physical fitness, could only run less than 300 meters before she could no longer keep up with Yi Qian's running speed. Looking at the two figures running as fast as lightning, Yang Zhen began to worry for Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong. In the small sports field, the female soldiers took the opportunity to snatch the dagger in Gao Xiao's hand. One of the vice squad leaders knew that Gao Xiao had caused a big trouble, so he was so angry that he directly punched Gao Xiao in the stomach and shouted angrily, "Gao Xiao, do you not want to live anymore? How dare you use your dagger?" Gao Xiao, whose upper body was tightly held by another female soldier, could not move her arms and forcibly took the vice squad leader's fist. She coldly twitched the corner of her mouth as she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She snorted and said, "It's just a spar. You think too much." Still stubborn, the vice squad leader's face was livid. He wanted to punch her again. "The instructor will be here soon. You better think about how to explain to the instructor." "Explain what?" "Qi." Gao Xiao turned her head and stared coldly at Qiu Tong, who was being persuaded by two female soldiers. She sneered. "Qiu Tong, do you think we were just having a spar?" "Really? Do you really want to have a spar?" A voice as cold as ice came from behind Gao Xiao. Instantly, the atmosphere in the field became stagnant, and the air pressure increased rapidly. Even the air seemed to have solidified, and the female soldiers found it hard to breathe. All the female soldiers, including Gao Xiao, suddenly stiffened and turned around to look. They saw their instructor Yi and the male soldiers, instructor Xia, standing behind them without them knowing when. The two of them were obviously a handsome man and a beautiful woman, but when they stood together, they looked like immortals in a painting. At this moment, their faces were dark and cold, and their gazes seemed to contain the exact same storm. Just by lightly touching their gazes, one's heart could not stop trembling. Gao Xiao's body stiffened as he whispered to his comrade, who was still hugging him, "Let go of me. Line up." Qiu Qiu of Qiu of Qiu, of Qiu Tong of Qiu Tong of Qiu Qiu of Qiu 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 of Qiu. The squad leader, Yang Zhen, hadn't arrived yet, so the assistant squad leader had finished organizing the team. The 19 female soldiers kept quiet out of fear. They were so frightened by the two drill masters' cold expressions that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Today, they might not be able to deal with the aftermath. "Who has the dagger?" Yi Qian asked. Every word was as cold as a sword that could hurt people. The female soldiers shrunk their shoulders even more. After 3.5 months of getting along, they had seen Instructor Ye's harsh strictness. They did not dare to do anything in front of her. Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong's spar today was a spontaneous spar that they usually organized to improve their abilities. Who knew? Gao Xiao would suddenly go crazy. Cut line 1. "Girls, Qingyun's cervical vertebra is acting up again. It hurts so much that her head is dizzy, and she is nauseous. I have to climb into bed and sleep. Don't wait tonight. Only one more." Chapter 4898. After the female soldiers snatched the dagger from Gao Xiao's hands, they immediately handed it to the assistant. When the assistant heard Yi Qian ask who had the dagger, she didn't even ask why Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong were arguing. Her heart thumped heavily as she gave Gao Xiao a look that said, "Good luck." Then she handed the dagger to Yi Qian, reporting, "The dagger is in my hands." The assistant handed over the dagger. When she saw Yi Qian's expression up close, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if she had stepped into a frozen pool. It was so cold that her teeth started to chatter. "It's over, it's over. He's not just angry. He'll definitely be severely punished." After taking the dagger, Yi Qian pointed the tip of the dagger at Gao Xiao. His eyes were cold and stern. Gao Xiao stepped forward. The female soldiers in line couldn't help but tighten their abdomens. Their backs straightened, and their expressions became more solemn. "Yes." Gao Xiao stepped forward in response. Yi Qian glanced at Gao Xiao, who stepped forward and said, "Come here." The female soldiers glanced at Gao Xiao from the corners of their eyes. The uneasiness in their hearts grew. Not good, not good, not good at all. Gao Xiao was definitely going to be in big trouble. Instructor Yi definitely wouldn't let her off easily. Gao Xiao's eyes flickered. She pursed her lips. She hesitated for a moment before taking the first step. When she saw Yi Qian's expression become even more ruthless because of her hesitation, Gao Xiao's heart thumped heavily. She took a deep breath and took the second step with firm steps. She knew she had made a mistake, but she didn't regret it. No matter what kind of heavy punishment she would face, she would accept it without any objections. With every step, Gao Xiao told herself that she wouldn't regret it. When she took the 10th step and was about a meter away from Yi Qian, a black shadow suddenly shot straight at her. The female soldiers in line only saw their instructor Yi gently wave her arm. The combat dagger in her hand, which was coated with black plating to prevent reflection, turned into a black shadow and directly threw it towards Gao Xiao. The moment the dagger was thrown, the female soldiers' pupils contracted fiercely. They were afraid that the dagger would stab Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao's reaction was also quick. She immediately retracted her steps and stood there in a daze. Then, she slowly lowered her head. The combat dagger that was still in her hand a few minutes ago was now deeply embedded in the yellow sand. "Do you like to use knives?" Not far away, there was a piercing sound that made Gao Xiao's fingers tremble. Gao Xiao slowly raised her head. The moment of fear had finally arrived. "Pick it up. Let me see how capable you are to hold it." Yi Qian undid her camouflage cotton jacket. First, she unbuttoned it, then pulled down the zipper. Seeing that Gao Xiao did not move, she coldly asked Gao Xiao to pick up the dagger again. "Pick up the dagger." Every word was filled with danger that made the female soldiers and Qiu Tong's heart tremble. Gao Xiao, why did Instructor Yi let Gao Xiao pick up the dagger again? Gao Xiao didn't know either, but she had to pick it up. Xia Jinyuan was the only one who knew what Yi Qian would do. His handsome face was cold as he reminded him in a low voice, "Just scare him a little. Don't really stab him with a white knife." "Okay." The furious Yi Qian only replied with a single syllable. Xia Jinyuan was still worried that her anger would hurt her body, so he reminded her from behind, "Teach him a lesson. Don't make yourself too angry." Yi Qian said, "Don't worry, I'll control it. I'll take care of it. You go ahead." After a slight pause, she added, "Don't alert the higher-ups. I'll take care of it." She wanted Xia Jinyuan to leave. Xia Jinyuan thought for a moment. Seeing that Yi Qian's emotions did not fluctuate much, and knowing that she had always been calm when dealing with matters, he nodded. "Okay, let me know if there's anything." The instructor needed to teach his soldiers a lesson. As the instructor of the male soldier class, it was indeed inconvenient for him to stay and watch. Chapter 4899. After Xia Jinyuan left, the cold-faced Yi Qian walked towards Gao Xiao, who was bending down to pick up the dagger. He was only a meter away, so he closed the distance in a few steps. The female soldiers held their breaths. What was the instructor trying to do? Qiu Tong bit her lower lip. She was about to step forward when the vice commander shouted, "Qiu Tong, stand still. Can't you see that the instructor is angry?" The class monitor, Yang Zhen, hadn't appeared yet, so the vice commander had to restrain the soldiers. Yang Zhen wanted to rush over as soon as possible, but she was stopped by Company Commander Zhu. He asked her what was wrong and why she was so anxious. He even asked her if something had happened in the class and why she was looking for Instructor Yi. A comrade from the same class had attacked another comrade. Yang Zhen didn't dare to tell Company Commander Zhu about such a serious matter without Yi Qian's permission. Besides, she didn't want Company Commander Zhu to know about it. Company Commander Zhu knew that Yi Qian managed the female soldiers well, so he didn't suspect anything. He asked Yang Zhen a few questions and asked her to leave. As soon as he turned around and left, Yang Zhen's side started to run quickly. She ran so fast that dust started to form under her feet. Company Commander Zhu turned around again and looked at the soldiers beside him for a few seconds. He said in an exasperated tone, "Look at those female soldiers, and then look at all of you. It's simply infuriating. They run faster than all of you. From now on, add 3 kilometers of light running every day." The female soldiers were improving day by day. Company Commander Zhu was happy but also depressed. He didn't feel that the male soldiers were improving at all. Yang Zhen, who was heading towards the field, didn't know that she had unintentionally increased the training for the male soldiers. When she bumped into Xia Jinyuan, she just nodded hurriedly and ran as fast as she could. When she arrived at the small field, Yang Zhen saw 2 figures fighting in the yellow dust a few meters away. Yang Zhen's breathing was erratic as she ran over. Her vision turned dark. They were still fighting, and they hadn't stopped. Where was Instructor Yi? Why didn't he stop them? What were the female soldiers doing standing there? Yang Zhen, who was so angry that her blood rushed to her head, ran until her legs felt like they were on fire. After running a few meters, Yang Zhen suddenly realized that something was wrong. If Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong were still fighting, the female soldiers couldn't be standing there. Then, the 2 people fighting probably weren't Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong. Could it be one of them was Instructor Yi? Thinking of this, Yang Zhen's heart relaxed. As long as it wasn't Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong who were still fighting, it was fine. The female soldiers who were standing in line couldn't bear to watch anymore. Qiu Tong was already laughing when Yi Jian threw her over her shoulder for the 3rd time. After she fell heavily onto the ground, she looked away. "Instructor," Yi said that since Gao Xiao had the ability to wield a knife, Then she must have some skills. Why not let her have a look? Then Gao Xiao took the dagger, and Instructor Yi snatched the saber with his bare hands. Gao Xiao had been thrown to the ground by Instructor Yi the moment he tried to snatch the saber. Now, he had been thrown to the ground 6 or 7 times. How long had it been? 2 falls in a minute. They all felt pain when they fell. Previously, it took a few of them some effort to take the dagger from Gao Xiao's hand. Instructor Yi, on the other hand, didn't even need to use any effort. He easily took the dagger every time. Just like now, he directly kicked Gao Xiao's right knee, causing Gao Xiao to groan in pain. One of his knees was heavily kicked into the fine sand. Even if he was wearing thick clothes, it would still be painful to kneel down like this. Gao Xiao, who was kicked by Yi Jian to kneel on one knee, looked a little pale. She still wanted to resist, but her right hand that was holding the dagger was pulled straight by Yi Jian and twisted in the opposite direction. The sharp pain of the twisted shoulder joint made Gao Xiao unable to bear it again and let out a painful cry. Chapter 4900. It wasn't over yet. Her right wrist was twisted again. Gao Xiao screamed twice in pain. She couldn't hold the dagger anymore. For the 6th time, the dagger fell from her hand. Then Yi Qian kicked her in the back. She stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Her body was covered in dust, and she was in a sorry state. The female soldiers gently closed their eyes. Their eyelids trembled slightly, beating and kicking. Would Gao Xiao be able to take it? Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, picked up the dusty dagger. As he walked, he wiped the dust off the dagger with his fingers. He walked to Gao Xiao, who hadn't gotten up yet. He threw the dagger in front of her again. He looked down and said coldly, "Stand up and continue." The female soldiers all looked down. Do they still want to continue? Would Instructor Yi beat Gao Xiao until he was disabled? Don't you like to use knives and guns? Don't you think you're very capable, that you can use knives freely and hurt people? Why can't you get up? Is that all you've got? His cold voice was full of sarcasm. Not only was Gao Xiao embarrassed, but the female soldiers in the formation also couldn't stand it anymore. If she really had the ability, why would she be scolded like this? Instructor Yi was telling Gao Xiao that if she didn't have the ability, she shouldn't come out and embarrass herself. Gao Xiao, who was dizzy from the fall and felt a little nauseous, used her hands to support her upper body. She looked at the dagger in front of her and looked up with a pale face. Her lips moved slightly. Before she could say anything, Yi Qian, who was looking at her coldly, said, "I don't want to hear any explanation from you. Stand up and continue. I'll count to 1, 2, 3. If you don't stand up, I'll order all the female soldiers to pick up their daggers and swing them at their comrades." 1. Gao Xiao was shocked. Instructor. 2. Gao Xiao got up. She knew that Yi Qian wasn't joking. She would really do it. 3. Gao Xiao, who had crawled up, clutched the dagger tightly and screamed. She raised the dagger and pounced on Yi Jian again without any order. As soon as he moved, his stomach churned and a wave of sourness rushed straight to his throat. Yi Qian, who had dodged to the side, turned a blind eye to her discomfort. Didn't you want to use a dagger? Just let her use it all at once. To actually swing a dagger used to kill enemies at a comrade who was fighting side by side with him. How cruel. No. Light. Mercy. Yi Qian's eyes turned even colder when she saw the disorderly attack. Stabbing a comrade with a sword was the most serious crime. Brandishing a sword while not being able to wield, it was the second most serious crime. Today, she would teach Gao Xiao a lesson that she would never forget. With one hand clasping Gao Xiao's wrist, she used her other hand to chop off her wrist. At the same time, she tripped Gao Xiao's right leg and used her knee to block Gao Xiao's knee to prevent Gao Xiao from kicking. Gao Xiao, who had lost all resistance in her hands and legs, was once again in pain. The pain in her wrist caused her entire hand to tremble uncontrollably. The pain in her wrist was still spreading throughout her body. Following that, she felt another pain in her right knee that was blocked by Yi Qian's knee. In that instant, she lost all her strength and knelt down on one knee again. In her panic, Gao Xiao tried to prop herself up with both hands. Unfortunately, Yi Qian didn't give her the chance. He raised his leg and used his calf as a point of strength to hit Gao Xiao's back hard. Puffed. Gao Xiao's voice cracked as she was hit in the back. Her palm rubbed against the gravel, and she felt a burning pain in her palm. She fell to the ground, and a layer of dust rose around her body. Chapter 49:01. Without giving Gao Xiao a chance to stand up, Yi Qian quickly retracted his leg and straddled Gao Xiao's back. His hand pressed down on the back of Gao Xiao's neck. Gao Xiao, who had eaten a mouthful of fine gauze, had no way to fight back. She could only be scolded from beginning to end. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Qian pressed down on the back of Gao Xiao's neck with one hand, causing her entire face to be pressed firmly against the rough and uneven ground. The fine, small, and angular gravel smashed into Gao Xiao's right cheek. The burning pain from being crushed made Gao Xiao tear up. "Who is Qiu Tong?" "She's your comrade. A comrade who would hand her back over to you. And you actually dared to wield a knife. Gao Xiao, you want to kill someone? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Let's see if you'll be the one to kill, or be killed." The dagger that fell into Yi Qian's hand brushed past the tip of Gao Xiao's nose and stabbed into the ground with force. He used too much force and was extremely fast. The dagger cut through the surface of the gravel, and the fine stone skin that was cut off splashed onto Gao Xiao's face like broken glass shards, instantly adding a few small wounds to Gao Xiao's face. Gao Xiao's eyes trembled when Yi Qian said, "A comrade who would hand her back over to you." Comrade. Even if she and Qiu Tong had a personal grudge, they were still comrades in arms today. And the dagger she used to kill enemies was wielded towards her comrade. The dagger stabbed into the ground. Yi Qian moved his hand away from the back of Gao Xiao's neck and stood up from her back. "Your tears are worthless. They won't move me. Stand up, continue." The female soldiers couldn't watch any longer. They turned to the squad leader, Yang Zhen, for help, hoping that she could step in and stop them. Yang Zhen didn't step in. Instead, she said to the female soldiers, "This is a warning to Gao Xiao to let her know who we're facing with the dagger in our hands. Since she dared to stab her comrade with a dagger, then she must be severely punished." As a lieutenant, Yang Zhen used to be a leader. She knew how serious Gao Xiao's mistake was. Now, that instructor Yi didn't report it and only punished her by himself. He was already being extra merciful. Stop her? No one was allowed to persuade him until he lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Gao Xiao bit her lip as blood trickled down her left side. Even though her arm was so sore that it felt as if she had lifted 100-kilogram heavy object, to the point where she could not even lift it slightly, she picked up the dagger again and threw herself at Yi Qian. There wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't in pain. Her entire body was in pain, even to her bones. However, she didn't have the chance to speak. She could only pick up the dagger again and again and swing it again and again. Half an hour later, Gao Xiao, who had been thrown down countless times, no longer had the strength to get up. She didn't even have the strength to hold the dagger. She fell to the ground and swallowed her dry throat. Looking at the instructor who was looking down at her, her voice was as hoarse as a wooden saw. "Instructor." Yi Qian knew what she wanted to say, but she did not want to hear it. She turned around and faced the female soldiers who had already seen her cruelty and were filled with fear. She gave the order, platoons 1 and 3, turn around. For the sake of convenience, Yi Qian divided the 19 female soldiers into 4 groups of 5. Swoosh, after the order was given, the female soldiers in platoons 1 and 3 quickly turned around to face their comrades in platoons 2 and 4. Following Yi Qian's order, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Was Gao Zhao's punishment over? It wasn't over. Yi Qian said calmly, pick up the daggers in your hands and stab your comrades with their backs facing you. Let Gao Zhao see what kind of punishment everyone will receive because of her mistake. Chapter 49:02. Stabbing a comrade who could turn his back to you on the battlefield with a knife meant for killing enemies. The female soldiers facing him didn't even have the courage to pull out their daggers. How could they stab their own comrades in the back? How could they? Even Yang Zhen couldn't take it anymore. As the squad leader, she finally said, "Instructor, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to correct ourselves. We only need one chance, just this once." The squad leader's words gave the female soldiers hope. Yes. They only needed one chance to correct themselves, just this once, and they wouldn't make the same mistake again. There was no room for negotiation. Yi Qian only looked at them coldly. She used her expression to tell all the female soldiers that she didn't want to give them a chance. If they were all new recruits who had just joined the company for less than a month, then she might have forgiven them once and only given them a verbal warning. But they weren't. They were all veterans. There were even 2 second lieutenants and 1 first lieutenant. The rest of the female soldiers all had at least 2 years of military experience and had already memorized the rules. The punishment was to let Gao Zhao and all the female soldiers remember that if one person made a mistake, the whole class would be punished. There would be no exceptions. Gao Zhao, who was lying on the ground, was even more furious. She no longer had the strength to stand up and crawled to Yi Qian's side. At this time, her face no longer had the determination from before. There was only regret. She regretted it. She really regretted it. She begged bitterly, "Instructor, I was wrong. Please don't punish them. I know I was wrong." In the face of Gao Zhao's pleas, Yi Qian didn't even look at her. Facing the female soldiers who didn't even have the courage to pull out their daggers, she gave the order again. "Other than Qiu Tong, the rest of you listen to my orders. 1, 2, 3, stab." A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Even if the female soldiers didn't have the courage, they had to pull out their daggers and stab their comrades. Didn't you eat? Have you all become soft-footed shrimps? Are you trying to play tricks? Yi Qian's cold voice entered the female soldiers' ears. They couldn't respond at all. They could only stab with all their might. The shouts of the female soldiers could be heard from the small field. Their shouts could be heard from afar. Company Commander Zhu, who was passing by, couldn't help but grind his teeth when he heard them. Battalion Commander Tian, on the other hand, laughed. Not bad. The female soldiers are very hard-working. Zhu Zhonghua, all of you should learn from the female soldiers. Just look at him. His roar is so loud that it gives me goosebumps all over. Company Commander Zhu replied, "From today onwards, we'll run 5 kilometers with weights every day." The soldier at the side couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Half an hour ago, didn't he say that he was going to run 3 kilometers with light equipment? Why did it suddenly become a 5 kilometers run with weights? Battalion Commander Tian thought for a while before answering. "Even so, you don't have to run 5 kilometers with weights every day." That's right. Running 5 kilometers with weights every day would be awesome after those days. The soldiers who followed Company Commander Zhu along the way were so touched by Battalion Commander Tian's wisdom that they kept nodding their heads. "Why are you nodding your head?" Company Commander Zhu, who didn't understand the situation and was shocked by the female soldier's training posture, smacked the back of the soldier's head with his iron palm. With a pained expression, he said, "Battalion Commander, it's not that I don't want to make a reasonable arrangement. It's just that if the male soldiers in our camp are beaten into submission by the female soldiers in half a year, would you be happy? Wouldn't you feel proud?" If he wasn't happy, he wouldn't feel proud. Battalion Commander Tian immediately added, "Change it to running every other day. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Company Commander Zhu readily agreed. He was afraid that Battalion Commander Tian would say something else. Chapter 4903. As a result, the 5-kilometer cross-country with weights that would be held every other day was happily decided. The soldier rubbed the back of his head and said to the battalion commander with a bitter face, "Battalion Commander, half an hour ago, the company commander said that we should run 3 kilometers without any weights. Now, it's 5 kilometers with weights. Isn't the change of plans a little too fast?" Battalion Commander Tian laughed out loud. You can't you tell? Your company commander must have been provoked. He's been provoked by the female soldiers who are slightly more hardworking. Young man, you have to endure hardships in order to rise above others. Why are there so many male soldiers who can't beat the female soldiers? Look at what they're doing and look at the time. Tell me, the female soldiers still lost to you in training. The one who's angry is Instructor Yi, not Company Commander Zhu. As expected, the back of the soldier's head was slapped by Company Commander Zhu's iron palm again. "You brat, you still have the face to say that." The soldier, who was slapped twice in a row, became obedient. If he dared to say anything else, he wouldn't be slapped again. Instead, he would be kicked by Company Commander Zhu. Yi Qian didn't know that his punishment for Gao Xiao had traumatized Company Commander Zhu. Seeing that the female soldiers were still trying to bluff their way out of the training, Yi Qian picked up a stone and threw it at them with great precision. After a few rounds, the female soldiers no longer dared to play any tricks. Gao Xiao was crying so hard that she didn't even look human. She almost hugged Yi Qian's leg. I was wrong. Instructor, I was wrong. Can you please ask them to stop? It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with them. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Without the order to stop, the female soldiers who were swinging their swords couldn't stop. Gao Xiao could only watch and couldn't do anything. Even if it was a request, she couldn't do it. Qiu Tong was no exception. She knew that Gao Xiao was wrong, and she also knew that she was wrong. Now, the instructor only wanted her and Gao Xiao to watch their comrades get punished because of them. That was 100 times worse than being punished herself. Qiu Tong, who couldn't hold it in any longer, ran over and stood beside Yi Qian. She didn't know how a soldier should behave and said loudly, "Instructor, I was wrong. Gao Xiao and I have already realized our mistakes. Please punish us." "Yes, instructor, I was wrong. Please punish me, okay? Can you punish me alone?" Gao Xiao wiped her tears and struggled to get up. Her legs had been kicked countless times by Yi Qian. She didn't even have the strength to stand firmly. When she staggered to her feet, Qiu Tong quickly caught her. With Qiu Tong's help, Gao Xiao finally stood up. "Instructor, please punish me severely. From now on, he would never do it again. I will never target Qiu Tong again. I promise I won't do it again." Gao Xiao, who still had to lean on Qiu Tong to stand up, promised again. Seeing that Yi Qian had no reaction at all and was still staring at her coldly, Gao Xiao turned to face Qiu Tong and apologized sincerely with reddened eyes. "Qiu Tong, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for what I have done. Please forgive me." After saying that, Gao Xiao bowed deeply. Qiu Tong hurriedly helped Gao Xiao up. With tears in her eyes, she choked and said, "No, no, no, you didn't do me wrong. I was wrong in the first place. I should have explained it to you first instead of running away after it happened and leaving all the problems for you to deal with alone. I'm sorry. I should be the one saying sorry. I'm sorry, Gao Xiao. Please forgive me for hurting you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Chapter 4904. Qiu Tong's words made Gao Xiao blame herself even more. How could she use violence against her comrades because of a liar? How could she? Gao Xiao, who cried until she hiccuped, held Qiu Tong's wrist tightly. Her voice was completely hoarse, and she cried until she lost control of her emotions. No, it's my fault. I should listen to your explanation. It's not your fault. It's all that bastard's fault. He lied to me and you. We're both victims. I'm too narrow-minded. I can't vent my anger on that bastard, so I can only vent all my anger on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. The two, who were once like fire and water, were punished because of their comrades. Finally, one could muster up the courage to explain, while the other could listen to the explanation calmly and understand that it was not the other's fault. The biggest problem was solved. Although Yi Qian felt relieved, her anger did not disappear. She asked Qiu Tong to support Gao Xiao to the side. She watched as her comrades stabbed each other with knives. Seeing the two of them with tears streaming down their faces, their bodies swaying, and their emotions close to the edge, Yi Qian ordered all the female soldiers to stop. 20 minutes had passed. The camouflage cotton padded clothes the female soldiers wore were cut by the sharp daggers, revealing the thermal layer. The moment they heard the command, all their strength disappeared. Their arms seemed to have left their bodies. They did not even have the strength to put the daggers back into the scabbard. Qiu Tong supported Gao Xiao. The two of them staggered and cried as they walked toward their comrades, who were implicated. Yi Qian, who was watching from the side, heard the two of them repeatedly saying sorry to their comrades. They apologized and hugged them as they walked. "It's okay. The two of you can't do what you did today again. Especially Gao Xiao. You provoked Qiu Tong every time, and Qiu Tong gave in to you every time. You pushed your luck. You should be punished severely. Don't cry. You're so ugly. Are you trying to make me laugh? Fine. It's just a few cuts on the clothes. It's okay. I'm not hurt. Now you regret it. You even stabbed Qiu Tong with a knife. I think the instructor didn't punish you too well. The grudges between the two of you end today. Remember, don't play with my heart like you did today. I'm the oldest among all of you. Alas, I'm old, and my heart can't help but be frightened." Gao Xiao's apology was met with the tolerance of her comrades. Not only were they not angry, they even comforted Gao Xiao, who had cried until she was out of breath. "Oh my God, you're crying like this. Those who don't know will think that we're ganging up on you. Don't cry. You look like a clown with black and yellow streaks on your face. I want to laugh when I see you." A female soldier couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Gao Yi crying so hard that she almost fainted. She looked at Gao Yi's messy face and couldn't help laughing out loud. Yi Qian gave all the female soldiers 5 minutes to rest and reorganize. When the 5 minutes were up, the cold voice sounded again. It was only 2 words, simple and effective. "Assemble." The class monitor, Yang Zhen, stood up immediately and shouted, "Everyone, gather! Quick!" With a flurry of footsteps, the 19 female soldiers had assembled. Yang Zhen clenched her fists and placed them under her chest. She jogged to Yi Qian's side and saluted him. Reporting to instructor, "There are 20 female soldiers in the squad. Please give your instructions. Return to the team." "Yes." Yang Zhen jogged back to the team. At this time, almost an hour had passed since Gao Xiao stabbed Qiu Tong with a knife. Gao Xiao, who was miserably reprimanded by Yi Qian, stood in the team and prayed in her heart that it would end quickly. She didn't want to see her comrades get implicated because of her. Chapter 49:05. Yi Qian didn't hear Gao Xiao's thoughts. The punishment was over, but that was only the beginning. The latter part was not over yet. She wanted to tell all the female soldiers that they were a group, an inseparable group. They had to have a collective spirit and not an individualistic spirit. She also wanted to let them know that they had made a mistake and that everyone had to be punished. She wanted them to pay attention to themselves at all times and remind themselves that they were not an individual, but a group. Even as an instructor, she was no exception. Go back to your room immediately and pack your luggage. Go cross-country with weights for 30 kilometers and set up camp in the Gobi Desert. Return to the barracks for breakfast the next day. As for dinner, forget it. Xia Jinyuan had been paying attention to the female soldier class. He even watched as Yi Qian left the barracks with 20 female soldiers. Battalion Commander Tian told him that the female soldier class would be going cross-country with weights for 30 kilometers and set up camp in the Gobi Desert. Battalion Commander Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Do you want to give it a try for the male soldier class? The temperature in the Gobi Desert is -20 degrees at night. It's their first time going out, so I'm a little worried." "Instructor, you will be fine. She has trained in the Gobi Desert." The other female soldiers are indeed worrying. Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little worried. Before he could say that the male soldiers could give it a try, Company Commander Zhu rushed over from not far away. Before he could catch his breath, he said, "Battalion Commander, I just heard that the female soldiers will be going cross-country with weights for 30 kilometers. They'll set up camp in the Gobi Desert and return tomorrow morning. What about us? Do we want to go too?" "You came at the right time. I was thinking the same thing. Let Captain Xia bring 20 male soldiers with her. They can look after each other at the same time." Battalion Commander Tian didn't know what Company Commander Zhu wanted to say, so he stopped him. "If both sides are training together, why don't we carry weights together?" Company Commander Zhu didn't argue this time. He thought about it and nodded. "Sure, Captain Xiao's male soldiers are all elites in our barracks. It's reassuring to have them with us." It turned out that Company Commander Zhu was also worried about the female soldiers, so he came over. Thus, Yi Qian set out with 20 female soldiers. Less than 15 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan set out with the male soldiers so that they could look after each other. As for what exactly happened to the female soldier class, Battalion Commander Tian did not say anything after he learned about it. He did not have any objections to Yi Qian's handling of the matter. He even said to Political Commissar Tang, "Our instructor Yi is quite heartless. That's how it should be. She even dared to point a knife at her comrade. If I don't teach her a lesson, who knows what kind of trouble she will cause in the future." Since Instructor Yi has given us a heavy punishment and has no intention of reporting it, let's just pretend that we don't know about it. She'll be in charge. Political Commissar Tang objected. "We can't pretend that we don't know anything, and we can't just let it go. The bad atmosphere can't be encouraged. It has to be completely eliminated. We can't leave behind any hidden dangers." "Then let's wait for Instructor Yi to come back before we discuss it together. We can't possibly overtake her." Political Commissar Tang nodded. "Yes, we should discuss it with her." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan caught up with Yi Qian and said, "You can't just deal with it in the classroom. Gao Zhao's mistake is not simple. If she only used her fists, you can just deal with it in the classroom. There's no need to report it. But she used a knife. It can be seen as intentional murder or injury. If the situation is serious, Only the classroom can deal with it. The battalion commander and political commissar will not agree. Yi Qian lacked experience in these matters. Xia Jinyuan needed to give her some pointers. Chapter 4906. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Do I have to report it?" Gao Xiao admitted her mistake with a good attitude. She also knew that she was wrong. "I punished her, okay?" "No, you have to report it. You don't have to worry too much. Although you made a serious mistake, you didn't hurt anyone. You handled it well, so Company Commander Zhu probably won't punish Gao Xiao severely. At most, he will criticize her in the camp. If it was just a criticism, then there was nothing to worry about." Yi Qian was worried that Gao Xiao would be grounded for half a month. Since it was just a criticism, there was no need to worry. Yi Qian carried a 20-kilogram backpack and ran at the front with Xia Jinyuan. As for Gao Xiao, who was beaten up by her, Yi Qian didn't care about her. The female soldiers would take care of her. Gao Xiao cried a few times as she was taken care of by her comrades. She swore in her heart that she wouldn't make any more mistakes, not even a small one. The 30-kilometer cross-country journey continued. The female soldiers took care of each other. From the time the sun was still up in the sky to the time the sun set in the west, they didn't stop at all. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, who were walking at the front, didn't stop. How could the female and male soldiers dare to stop? After the 20-kilometer journey, all the soldiers, including the male soldiers, had to support each other. However, the two people walking at the front were still walking with big strides. They didn't even need to support each other. The male soldiers already knew that Xia Jinyuan was from the Special Forces, so they weren't too surprised. What surprised the male soldiers was the female instructor. She was able to keep up with Captain Xia and didn't fall behind at all. She even competed with Captain Xia a few times and didn't fall behind. After the 30-kilometer journey was complete, the camp was set up at 10 p.m. Other than the sentries, the rest of the soldiers were resting. A male soldier asked Yi Qian what she trained in the military academy and why she was better than the graduates he had seen. Xia Jinyuan laughed and raised his eyebrows. Why? Of course, it was because instructor Yi was also from the Special Forces. But he couldn't say it. Yi Qian told her that it was because the training sessions were usually longer than usual, and that was why it ended up like this. No one would believe such an ordinary answer. In the end, it was Xia Jinyuan who helped Yi Qian smooth things over. Instructor Yi grew up in a military family. When she was young, the one who taught her was a first-class sergeant major. He was a first-class sergeant major that even the leaders would shake hands with. The Second Life instructor is also an outstanding veteran with excellent marksmanship. That's why your instructor Ye's marksmanship is so good. Thanks to the meticulous nurturing of the two seniors, Instructor Yi is the one you see today. If you start practicing from a young age, it wouldn't be right if you aren't powerful. The female soldiers were dumbfounded, while the male soldiers were full of admiration. It turned out to be like this. He had started training since he was young to achieve what he had today. Then what kind of training did he receive when he was young? It was the female soldier who asked, "What kind of training is there?" Xia Jinyuan answered for Yi Qian again, saying that he knew his girlfriend best. He spoke eloquently, and Yi Jian, the person involved, listened with great interest. Sometimes she had to recall whether it had happened or not. When she recalled and confirmed that it had happened, there was an indescribable sweetness in her heart. She didn't even take the training seriously. She didn't expect Captain Xia to take it seriously and remember it so clearly. However, there was a problem. After a female soldier finished listening, she suddenly asked, "Captain Xia, why do you know so much about Instructor Yi?" "That's right. Why?" Chapter 4907. It had to be said that the female soldiers were more meticulous than the male soldiers. The male soldiers envied Yi Qian because he had been trained since he was young. The female soldiers asked Xia Jinyuan why he knew so much about Yi Qian. Some of the male soldiers asked Xia Jinyuan what kind of first-rank sergeant major he was and what kind of outstanding veteran he was to nurture Yi Qian with so much effort. The female and male soldiers focused on different things. While the female soldiers were amazed, they thought more about it and were more meticulous. As soon as the question came out, even Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had always been quick-witted, was stunned by the question. Her gaze subconsciously fell on Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite her. She was so pleased with herself that the female soldier caught the crux of the matter. Yi Qian was fine. He didn't panic. She mainly believed that her man would definitely be able to answer perfectly. When her man's gaze fell on her, Yi Qian, who was still waiting for his answer, was also stunned. She immediately realized that her man had been stumped by the question. Who asked him to be so smug and talkative? Great, great. The female soldiers had asked the crux of the matter. Xia Jinyuan's hesitation made the female soldier, who asked the question, a little nervous. She whispered, "Is it inconvenient to say?" "If it's inconvenient, then don't say it. I don't have any other intentions. I was just casually asking." Oh my God, did she ask a question that she shouldn't have asked? It was very likely to be a hidden secret. It would have been fine if the female soldier didn't say anything. After she said it, even the insensitive male soldiers felt that something was wrong, not to mention the other female soldiers. Thanks to the other male soldier who asked the question, Xia Jinyuan had time to catch his breath. He smiled and said, "It's not inconvenient. I'm just thinking if I should answer you first or the male soldier first." The female soldier immediately said, "Answer the male soldier. We also want to know the glorious deeds of the two seniors who nurtured Instructor Yi to such an outstanding state." A first-rank sergeant major, who was comparable to a national treasure, was even rarer than meeting the country's leader. Very outstanding. That sergeant major is familiar with all kinds of firearms and ammunition. He knows them like the back of his hand. The Type 95 that you're holding in your hands right now even had this sergeant major's suggestions that were accepted. Tomorrow, I'll let your instructor Yi show off her skills. Mix together countless gun parts of different models. She can find all the gun parts you need in 1 minute and assemble them in 3 minutes. Keep your jaws down and don't make a fuss. This is just the tip of the iceberg for your instructor, Yi. There are more powerful ones. No one could beat her when it came to assembling guns with her eyes closed. I, too, was defeated by her. Wow, so powerful. Really? Instructor, when are you going to show us your skills? Our 2nd Battalion also has a person who can assemble a gun with his eyes closed. He can accurately find the required gun parts in a pile of gun parts. When he showed off his skills, even the division commander was shocked. I didn't expect Instructor Yi to know it too. The male soldier said, "There were many capable people in the army. There were also many capable people who could assemble guns with their eyes closed and find gun parts. It was just a matter of time." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was instantly interested. "The 2nd Battalion isn't far from us. Find a chance to compete with Instructor Yi and see who's better." Yi Qian was already holding his forehead when he heard this. When he heard that they were going to compete, he couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly said, "Don't, Captain Xia. Please don't do it. I don't want to be roasted on a fire." Yi Qian had a low-key personality, unlike Xia Jinyuan, who had a strong ability to control the situation. Therefore, when Xia Jinyuan kept showing off his wife, Yi Qian kept trying to hide himself. Chapter 4908. At this moment, She was a few centimeters away from her original position. If she continued to move, she would be completely out of Xia Jinyuan's line of sight. How could Xia Jinyuan not notice? As he ran happily to show off his wife, he smiled and tried his best to control his gaze from looking at Yi Qian from time to time. The female soldiers were very smart. He couldn't let them see any clues. The male soldiers were more interested than Xia Jinyuan. As for why Xia Jinyuan was so familiar with Yi Qian, they forgot about it. They chased after Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Instructor Yi, you can really compete with him. There are many capable people in our division, but none of them are as comprehensive as you. Each of them has their own strengths. You, on the other hand, have combined all of their strengths. It will definitely be exciting." It was in the male soldiers' nature to admire martial arts, and the army was a place where they fought to be the best. They had an innate admiration for the strong. Even though Yi Qian was a female soldier, it didn't affect their admiration for Yi Qian. Even though they hadn't seen Yi Qian show his true strength, they believed Xia Jinyuan's words without a doubt. This also showed that Xia Jinyuan's leadership ability was very strong. They didn't believe him, but they obeyed his orders. Yi Qian had a headache, but he couldn't tear down the platform set up by his man. He smiled and said, "If there's a chance, I'll definitely ask for your guidance." 3 months had passed since half a year had passed. They would leave the Northwest in another 3 months. How could there be a chance to compete? Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan probably felt that he had shown off his wife too much today. He slowly took over the topic and said, "If there's a chance, I'll ask for your guidance. I haven't seen Instructor Yi show his strength in a long time." A female soldier immediately said, "He hasn't shown his strength yet. On the first day we arrived, Instructor Ye's strength completely overwhelmed us. Isn't this just showing his strength?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked at his girlfriend, who was having a headache. His low voice drifted into Yi Qian's ears like the sound of a zither being played in the cold wind. "It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Your Instructor Yi is too exciting. He's like a treasure trove. You never know what you'll find the next second." The male soldiers were so excited that they screamed. They couldn't wait to find out how exciting Yi Qian was right now. Hearing the male soldiers' screams, Yi Qian could only feel helpless. Why didn't she realize that Captain Xia liked to talk about her so much? "You're always talking about her, but why don't you talk about yourself?" "Captain Xia, stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll want to hide." Yi Jian had no choice but to compromise in the face of Xia's wife flaunting. He said to the male soldiers, "It's not impossible for me to show off my skills, but there are conditions." "What conditions?" they asked in unison. Yi Jian replied with a smile, "You guys are going to lose. Double the training." "Then what?" Ha, forget it." Captain Xia was fierce enough, but they didn't expect Instructor Yi to be so fierce. Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud when the male soldiers suddenly became obedient. He lifted his leg and kicked the male soldier closest to him. "What a bear! Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Captain Xia, I'm not a bear. Double the training. We only have 5 hours of rest every day for post-training. If we double the training, will we still have time to rest?" "That's right. That's why you're retreating." Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Jinyuan gave her a thumbs up and sighed. "Instructor Yi is amazing. You made my soldiers cower." Yi Qian clasped her hands. "Captain Xia, you're too humble." Their tone was the most normal, and their relationship was the most innocent. No one could tell that there was anything wrong between them. Chapter 4909. Over at the female squad, several female soldiers looked at each other silently. Why? They still felt that something was wrong. Gao Xiao and Qiu Tong finally had the courage to look back and forth between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. After looking around, Gao Xiao whispered to Chiu Tong and her comrades, "I don't see anything wrong with them. What about you guys?" They also couldn't see anything wrong and shook their heads. Chiu Tong tightened her winter jacket and whispered, "Captain Xia is so familiar with our instructor. Do you really think there's nothing wrong with them?" "Then, can you tell?" Gao Xiao asked. After thinking for a while, Chiu Tong replied, "Same as you guys, I can't tell. I've never seen Captain Xia and the instructor interact in private. Sometimes, even if they meet, they just nod and say a few words politely. I don't think they have a relationship that goes beyond friendship." Let's listen to Captain Xia's explanation. Gao Xiao decided and stopped discussing with her comrades in private. She secretly rubbed her sore calves and listened attentively, afraid that she would miss a word. Yang Zhen and the assistant were relieved to see the two people who fought so fiercely during the day but could sit together and whisper to each other at night. They've finally reconciled. I was most afraid that I would be lectured for nothing today. In private, their relationship is still the same. You ignore me, and I ignore you. The assistant patted her chest and whispered. They were all wearing thick winter jackets that were issued for winter field training. When they sat down, they could zip it from head to toe and turn it into a sleeping bag that could resist the cold. At night, the cold wind from the Gobi Desert blew over like ice knives. It was not so cold that it hurt the flesh, but it was bone-chilling. Yang Zhen came from Guangdong province, and her hometown was Hainan. This kind of weather was soul-destroying for her. Even though she had been cold for more than a month, she still couldn't stand it. She clutched the winter jacket tightly and curled her legs tightly. Her voice was trembling as she said, "Our instructor won't give them a chance to continue making trouble." I think the instructor knew that they were not on good terms from the beginning, so he started thinking about how to break the ice between them. But the instructor didn't expect Gao Xiao to use a knife, so he was furious. After saying that, Yang Zhen rubbed her hands and sighed. "I really feel that the ones who are really angry are like our instructors. They're not like you yelling and screaming. They're so calm that you can't even see the undercurrent. It's like the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. You can't see it, but it's very dangerous." Look, during the day, she didn't get angry at Gao Xiao at all. But when she was scolding Gao Xiao, the murderous aura around her was unbearable. She didn't even dare to speak. It was the same for her as the class monitor. The assistant nodded lightly. "That's right. If I really yelled, I probably wouldn't be so scared. At least I would know that she was angry and what she would do. Our instructor doesn't yell or scold her, so we can't guess what she wants to do. Although I'm 2 years older than the instructor, I didn't have any confidence at that time. I was shocked by her. The two promoted second lieutenants were several years older than Yi Qian, and the oldest female soldier was 3.5 years older than Yi Qian. Now, in front of them, age and seniority were all placed at the back, and they didn't want to mention anything. Yang Zhen said, "Yes, I'm the same as you." Especially when she was scolding Gao Xiao for half an hour, I really couldn't bear it. Only then did I know that the instructor is so good at fighting. She's not even 22 years old yet. Both of them became silent. Chapter 49:10. They were born as humans, but they were very different. Some people were born with wealth and honor. Some were born with ordinary clothes and food. And some were born with hard work to become God's favored son, while some lived a hard life until they died in poverty. They were born different, and even their lives were different. Yang Zhen and the vice squad leader didn't know about Yi Qian's past hardships. Based on Xia Jinyuan's words, they thought that Yi Qian came from a wealthy family. Although they were silent for a short while, they each had their own thoughts. The vice squad leader broke the silence and said softly, "It has a lot to do with her family environment. Captain Xia said that our instructor's life mentor was a first-grade sergeant major and an outstanding veteran who could be as lucky as our instructor. Although she was lucky, she still had to rely on her own efforts. In my original army, there were many people who relied on their family connections to get by. They were like vermin. But our instructor is different. Look at her. She relied on her own abilities. Yes, I admire her the most. She didn't rely on her family and relied on herself. She was far better than those who relied on their family connections to get by. The vice squad leader felt the same way. There were people who relied on their family connections to get by. The conversation continued. As for why Captain Xia knew so much about Instructor Yi, the male soldiers kept asking questions, but Xia Jinyuan deliberately ignored them. Until they went to bed, the female soldiers still didn't hear the answer. But by then, no one cared anymore. Even the female soldiers seemed to have forgotten about it. It was late at night, and it was quiet. The bone-chilling wind in the Gobi Desert was still rampant. The two sentinels standing in the wind shelter held their steel guns and looked straight ahead. Even if their lips were purple from the cold, they didn't complain about their tiredness or suffering. There was one sentinel from each squad, one female soldier and one male soldier. They took turns to be on duty every 3 hours. At 2:00 in the morning, when it was the coldest, the instructors of the two squads would take over on time. Even outside, the sentry handover procedures were strictly followed. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian saluted the two sentinels on duty, and the sentinels saluted back. Comrade Sentinel, please stand guard. Everything is normal. Please stand guard. Yes, sir. After the two sentries were laid off, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian stood guard from 1:00 to 5:00, just in time for them to return to the barracks. This was not the first time the two of them had been on guard duty together, but it was the first time they had been on guard duty since they graduated from Yi Qian. The two of them stood back to back and could even chat occasionally to ease their fatigue. Although the Gobi Desert was cold, the sky was full of twinkling stars. The stars were shining brightly one after another. The faint, smoky blue starlight highlighted the undulating lines of the Gobi Desert and the barren mountains in front of them. The heaven and earth were black and yellow. The universe was chaotic, the sun and the moon were shining, and the stars were arranged in rows. This was the current scene. Soft, rustling sounds could be heard in the wind. It was the sound of the two sentries slipping into their sleeping bags. When everything returned to normal, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was on sentry duty, turned his head to look at Yi Qian, whose back was facing him. Then his long legs took a step back, then another, until he could no longer retreat. He finally stopped when he was right next to Yi Qian's back. Yi Qian, who was standing guard seriously and looking straight ahead, said somewhat helplessly, "Captain Xia, stand guard properly. Chatting won't affect my sentry duty." Xia Jinyuan, who was looking around, said in a low voice. Although his eyes were cold, his voice contained some warmth. "Were you nervous before? Were you angry?" He was referring to the crucial point that the female soldier had asked. Yi Qian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm not nervous. You can handle it well." "Angry? No, I'm just not used to it. But I'm sure you have your reasons for doing so. So, although I'm not used to it, I can accept it. Wasn't it easy to handle?" In the end, he didn't even answer the female soldier. Chapter 49:11. As for why Xia Jinyuan did this, Yi Qian believed that he would give her an answer that she could accept, because he understood her better than anyone else. Xia Jinyuan laughed at her unconditional trust. "You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell you that I've known you for 8 years? Xia Jinyuan laughed so hard that his dark eyes seemed to be shining brightly. He sighed and said, 8 years. I've known you for 8 years. 8 years. How many days and nights did it feel like just yesterday? That year, they met by chance in the mountains. Yi Qian was not yet 14 years old and was still in her second year of middle school. Today, Yi Qian had graduated from the military academy and was serving as a military officer. She was leading a group of female soldiers who might become the first female special forces unit in China. She had a heavy responsibility and was carrying the hopes of the military leaders. From an ignorant, stumbling little girl who was confused about her future to an active military officer who had a clear direction and a clear goal, Xia Jinyuan could be said to have witnessed Yi Qian's journey. He had seen her at her worst when she was at her toughest, and when she was at her most glorious. They had too many things in common and too many things to talk about. Even though they were in the same unit, they did not interact much in private and only nodded at each other when they met. However, the two of them had the same thoughts and were very satisfied with just a short exchange of glances. 8 years. She had known Captain Xia for 8 years. Yi Qian, whose eyebrows were filled with warmth, said softly, It's been 8 years. I think I've only known Captain Xia for a short while. I also feel like I've only known you for a short while. If old man Xia hadn't reminded me 2 days ago, I wouldn't have thought that I've known you for 8 years. I told you so many things tonight, but I didn't tell you in advance. Fortunately, you're not angry. Otherwise, I would have to think of a way to make you happy. Then I'd better say I'm angry. That way, you can make me happy. Yi Qian immediately smiled and said, I just don't know how you're going to make me happy. I'm quite curious. I'll make you forgive me. I'll make you smile when you see me and not get angry. I haven't thought of a specific method yet. Now, Yi Qian was being coaxed by Lieutenant Colonel Xia to the point that the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Then what's the reason for you to keep talking about me? Xia Jinyuan paid special attention to his back. After confirming that there was no movement, he lowered his voice and told Yi Qian the real reason: to lay down a cornerstone for the future. You and I can't stay in the brigade forever. When we reach a certain age, we'll leave the brigade. At that time, it's unlikely that you and I will retire immediately. Instead, we'll take another path, one that's different from the one we're taking now. The foundation of the other path is not something that can be built in a day. It is accumulated over time. Every piece of cornerstone that is laid may make the other path easier for us in the future. The consideration of a politician is something that you and I have never considered before. It's also the benevolence of a parent. Commander-in-Chief Xia was already 62 years old. At most, he would retire when he was 70 years old. Xia Jinyuan was 6 years older than Yi Qian. When the commander-in-chief retired, Xia Jinyuan would leave as the leader of the Snowfield Brigade in less than 2 years. Then, he would have to make arrangements for where he would go. Moreover, Xia Jinyuan's military rank would at most be senior colonel. Any higher, and he would be major general. There was a huge gap between senior colonel and major general. Countless senior colonels had stopped there and found it difficult to advance any further. Chapter 49:12. Xia Jinyuan was like this, and Yi Qian would be like this in the future. In that case, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have to make certain arrangements for his son and daughter-in-law in advance. Commander-in-Chief Xia would not rely on connections. He would only appropriately remind Xia Jinyuan that when he reached a certain age, he would need to make certain plans for the future. Commander-in-Chief Xia would take Yi Qian's future arrangements, her whereabouts, and her future promotion into consideration. He would not interfere, but he would not let it happen either. The considerations of a politician were complicated and ever-changing. Even if Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, she would not be able to understand the twists and turns of this. After all, in her previous life, Yi Qian was just an ordinary person. She was an ordinary person who had to worry every day about whether she would be chased out the next day. Even if she lived another life, she would not be able to understand it. What she lacked in her previous life, she would have to slowly make up for in this life. Now that Xia Jinyuan had explained the reasons clearly, Yi Qian still did not fully understand. She still had to think about it carefully before she could come to her senses. Xia Jinyuan did not immediately ask Yi Qian if she understood. After he finished speaking, he added, "You can take your time to think about it. Let me know when you understand. It's only 2:10 p.m. now. We have enough time." Yi Qian really did think about it carefully. She just did not quite understand how her future development with Captain Xia had anything to do with the current army and the female soldiers. Fortunately, Yi Qian was quite perceptive. After having the experience of fighting a battle of wits and courage with Yi Zhifan, Yi Qian thought for less than 10 minutes before she asked softly, "Do you need supporters?" Just like how Xia Jinyuan would not say things too clearly, Yi Qian did not need to say the reasons she had thought of it too clearly. Xia Jinyuan naturally understood what she meant. His thin lips curved slightly, and he replied with an "M." The topic ended there. She had an idea in her heart and would not mention it again in the future. Yi Qian let out a long sigh. He was impressed by Commander-in-Chief Xia's long-term planning. She even thought about how she and Captain Xia would develop after leaving the brigade. She really thought about the long term. Since Captain Xia had told her about the Commander-in-Chief's plans for the future, it meant that Captain Xia also had such plans. The 22-year-old Yi Qian really hadn't thought that far ahead. She hadn't even joined the Snowfield Brigade yet. So how could she possibly think so far ahead? It would take at least a decade or so. This was also the first time Yi Qian had come into contact with politics and strategy. Her heart was still a little unsettled. Fortunately, the cold wind was cold enough to calm her down quickly and stop her thoughts from running wild. After Xia Jinyuan finished talking about the most important matter, he did not say a single word to Yi Qian after that. While on duty, the sentries were not allowed to communicate with each other. This was a rule. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, the 2 men standing in the cold wind tightened their grip on the rifles in their hands at the same time and whispered at the same time, "There's movement." The 2 men quickly moved their backs together. Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "Front left, 2 o'clock. Be alert." The rifle was loaded immediately. Xia Jinyuan quickly crawled and hid. Yi Qian tightened her waist and left the sentry post. She needed to inform all the soldiers to be on alert. There were actually footsteps at 3 o'clock in the morning in the Gobi Desert. It wasn't just 1 or 2 footsteps, but at least 5. After waking up Yang Zhen, Yi Qian said in a cold voice, "There's movement. I'll inform the male soldiers. You wake up all the female soldiers. Don't make any movements." Yang Zhen opened her eyes and was completely awake. "Yes, ma, am." She immediately zipped up her winter jacket, hugged the rifle that was still warm, and woke up her comrades immediately. In less than 2 minutes, all 20 female soldiers and 20 male soldiers were awake. Their eyes were bright as they gathered around. 5 footsteps were heading north. The launch base was in the north. Chapter 49:13. Ever since the last incident, the soldiers stationed in this restricted military zone were on high alert. They were even more alert than rabbits at the slightest sign of trouble and reacted very quickly. Although the female soldiers did not know what happened last time, they knew that it was definitely abnormal for someone to not sleep in the middle of the night and to be in the Gobi Desert on such a cold day. Then they would definitely catch the culprit. The 20 female soldiers were even more excited than the 20 male soldiers. They were all rubbing their hands and waiting for action. Xia Jinyuan only had two requests. First, catch the culprit alive. Second, pay attention to safety. Lastly, he left it to Yi Qian to make the arrangements. Yi Qian naturally wanted the female soldiers to act together, but they did not know if the culprit had any weapons. Moreover, the culprit was heading north, so she did not have much time to think. 3 seconds after Xia Jinyuan signaled for her to speak, Yi Qian said in a deep voice, "Split into 2 groups. 6 people will stay behind to guard the backpacks. Intercept them at the front and confirm if they have any weapons. If they do, Captain Xia and I will be the vanguard. 2 groups of soldiers will surround them and intercept them." Weapons. The excited female soldiers could not help but feel their chests tighten. They were ashamed to say that although they had served for many years, they had never encountered any criminals with guns or ammunition. But who should stay behind to guard the backpacks? There were 3 female soldiers and 3 male soldiers. There was no dispute. The 6 people who stayed behind did not have any reason to object. This place was equivalent to their rear, so there must be someone guarding it. Because it was only a 30-kilometer cross-country mission, Yi Qian and the rest did not bring any personal communication equipment. Each person only had a military locator. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, the squad leader, and the deputy squad leader were each equipped with a walkie-talkie. Yi Qian looked at the deputy squad leader, who was equipped with a walkie-talkie, and reminded her to be careful. If there was anything strange, inform her first. Xia Jinyuan instructed the male soldiers to pay attention to their surroundings. If there was anything strange, protect the female soldiers first. If they could not contact him, normally send 2 people with walkie-talkies to find the main group. Xia Jinyuan also left a deputy squad leader with a walkie-talkie. Yi Qian's arrangement was the most conservative one. There was no other way. Although they had bullets, they were all empty shells. They had no lethality from a distance. Once the other party had guns and ammunition, everyone, including her and Captain Xia, would be in danger. First, she had to ensure the safety of the soldiers. Xia Jinyuan's decision to let go of Yi Qian was the greatest affirmation he could give to Yi Qian, so he naturally had no objections to her arrangement. Confirming whether or not the other party had weapons was the most important thing to ensure the follow-up battle. It was also the first thing that had to be done. If they didn't confirm anything and just led the soldiers to capture the other party, what would the consequences be? No one dared to pay for it. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan each led their own troops and headed north quickly. They could not delay for too long. The Gobi Desert was too big, so it was easy to hide a few people. They had to figure it out as soon as possible, so as to avoid alerting the enemy and allowing them to escape. In the Gobi Desert, dozens of black figures moved quickly and approached the direction of the suspicious people. Their feet were covered with gravel of different sizes. If they were not careful, they would make a sound. As the instructors, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian naturally rushed to the front. It was also up to them to find out how many people the other party had. They could not determine the number of the other party just by listening to the sound of their footsteps. The 2 of them had worked together for many years and had a tacit understanding that they could not be separated. They first moved forward quickly, then took turns to move forward. Under the faint starlight, the figures moving forward vigorously and fiercely made the soldiers behind them exclaim in admiration. Chapter 49:14. Quick, keep up. Watch the back. The almost inaudible voice reminded the 2 squads of soldiers. The squad leader, Yang Zhen, tightened her waist and followed the path Yi Qian took. She led the team in front and left the rest to the squad leader of the male squad. Every time they worked together, they didn't seem unfamiliar. The desolate mountain range, shrouded in starlight, was still silent, rising and falling for who knows how many years. The bone-chilling wind blew, rolling up a layer of dust on the ground and blowing it to an unknown place. The Suzhou Military Division wasn't calm at the moment. The commander, Senior Colonel Nie Hongwei, sat in the confidential room and drank strong tea. From time to time, he stared at the 3 computers on the conference table. He put down the teacup and looked at the map on the big screen. His brows were furrowed, and he was extremely serious. "How is it? Is there still no response?" Senior Colonel Nie took another sip of tea and turned to ask a technical officer who was operating a computer. "No response at all," the technical officer replied. "No response at the moment." Senior Colonel Nie's face darkened. There was no response at all. There was no response at all. Were the people in the northwest all asleep? The enemy had snuck into the restricted military area, and none of them had discovered it. He was furious. 2 days ago, the Suzhou Military Division received a temporary order from the Linbei Military District. The military headquarters would send a team into the Gobi Desert in the northwest in a few days to inspect the security of the important areas in the northwest. Senior Colonel Nie received the order and was quite confident in the various regiments and battalions under him. However, at this time, there was no news from the northwest hinterland. His firm confidence began to waver and become unstable. Why is there still no news? They should have discovered it by now. The commander of the military division, Senior Colonel Nie, couldn't even sit still for a minute. He relied on the bitter tea to support himself, and at the same time, he had to suppress the anger in his heart. If the people sent by the military headquarters had snuck into the base and none of his regiments and battalions discovered it, it didn't matter who was the unlucky one. 3:24 in the morning. 10 minutes had passed since Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan discovered the footsteps. The 2 quietly lay on the high ground and stared at the 5 figures in front of them. Yi Qian only looked for a few seconds before she sighed and said in a low voice, "Captain Xia, have you contacted the team recently?" "Ever since he called, he hasn't called back." Xia Jinyuan, with his palms on the cold ground, looked at the 5 figures in front of him who had stopped moving, and a trace of playfulness flashed through his eyes. "It's definitely not a good thing for them to sneak here. Since they're all acquaintances, we don't have to show ourselves. Let the soldiers behind us deal with them. It's a good opportunity to practice." Xia Jinyuan's suggestion was strongly supported by Yi Qian, but she had an even better suggestion. Xia Jinyuan squinted his dark eyes, raised his hand, and gently pressed his palm against Yi Qian's forehead. He chuckled and said, "You're even worse than me. Let's see if they can solve it themselves." Yi Qian was grinning from ear to ear. How could he miss such a good opportunity to practice? It all depended on how the soldiers behind him would deal with it, and whether they could take the beating. The black figures in the starlight were none other than his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade. 4 days ago, the G3 from the Snowfield Brigade received orders from the military headquarters to lead a team into the northwest. They would break through the defense lines of the northwest military restricted zones one by one and find their way to the target. As for the specific reason, G3 and the others only understood why the military had done this after they arrived. Chapter 49:15. 3 days ago, G3 led 20 Special Forces soldiers and split into 4 groups to enter the 4 restricted military zones in the northwest for a secret operation. Today was the 2nd night of their operation, and they had yet to be discovered. What they didn't expect was that their captain, Q King, who looked like he was on vacation before he left the team, was here too. He was very close to them. They were 10 meters away, and they could hear him with a shout. How could he not be close? "We have to pass by the Pioneer Battalion's camp from here. It's about 30 kilometers away. We can go around from here. A dim light shone on a military map. G3's finger quickly moved across the map. We can't go through their camp directly. We have to go around from here and go through this barren mountain to get to our target. This barren mountain is not easy to walk through. There are many rolling stones, and the terrain is complicated. It's a natural barrier. There's a high chance of getting lost. What do you guys think? Should we go around or not? K7 glanced at the map and looked at Z7. It was better for Z7 to make the decision. Z7 looked at the map and was about to speak when V8, who was in charge of security, shouted, "There's movement! Run!" The 5 of them ran away faster than rabbits. They quickly found a place to hide. They held their breaths and looked around. The wind from the mountains and the silence of the night were like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was as if they were in a mysterious land. The 5 of them listened carefully, but other than the sound of the wind, there was no other movement. If there was no movement, it meant that there was a problem. V8 couldn't have misheard. About 5 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan pointed at the place where Z7 was hiding and gestured to Yi Qian to sneak over to Z7. Yi Qian nodded. The 2 of them took the lead to sneak over to Z7. On the other hand, the male and female soldiers, led by the squad leader, couldn't find their instructor. He was clearly in front of them, but they had lost him. Yang Zhen whispered to the vice squad leader beside her, "We can't stop. Continue searching until we find the suspicious person." "Okay." The vice squad leader nodded. Then he asked, worriedly, "What about the instructor? What should we do?" "He probably found something wrong, but couldn't contact us in time." Yang Zhen wasn't too worried about their instructor. The problem was with them. Instead of panicking, he tried to think of a way to solve the problem. The male squad leader also believed that they needed to continue the search instead of staying put. He said to Yang Zhen, "I'll send 2 of my comrades to the nearest outpost. We need to inform the camp first." The instructor was nowhere to be seen, and the suspicious people were nowhere to be seen. Now, it was up to them to organize the operation themselves. The male and female soldiers quickly came up with a new battle plan. The inexperienced female soldiers were led by the male soldiers to continue the search, while the Z7 soldiers were in tears. "Aren't you 2 going too far? Why are you only staring at me? Don't you see the other 4? This is too much." Xia Jinyuan pounced on Z7 from both sides. Realizing that something was amiss behind him, Z7 was unable to dodge in time. As for the other 4 comrades, they just watched silently as Z7 was pounced on. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to react the slowest? His other comrades had noticed it, but he hadn't. He had only been fiercely pounced on by Q King. It was already a miracle that he hadn't been beaten up. No one paid any attention to Z7's complaints. Instead, they were very interested in the fact that Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were going in and out together. The T6 combatant was so envious that his eyes turned red. No wonder Q King was so cool when he left the team. So he was here to look for Qin Niao. Is that so? Is that so? Chapter 49:16. The agitated T6 asked with a ferocious look on his face. It was as though if Xia Jinyuan dared to answer, yes, he would go crazy from jealousy. Xia Jinyuan patted the dust off his body and looked at T6 indifferently, with an expression that said, "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it." He replied in an irritating tone, "What else could it be? Did you really think I was on vacation?" It was a vacation to begin with, and it's even a vacation where you'll be together. The T6 felt so much pain in his heart that he could not breathe. "Shameless, you're too shameless." Xia Jinyuan thought for a while and felt that what T6 said made sense. He even nodded in agreement, seriously. In that case, it does count as a vacation. Wherever Qing Niao is around, any day is a vacation. The T6 wanted to vomit blood after being repeatedly criticized. He really wanted to pounce on that irritating face and punch it a few times. Shameless, you're too shameless. Since he could not punch him, the T6 could only grit his teeth and say that to vent his deep jealousy. He also wanted to go on vacation to accompany his fiancée, who had graduated. When Yi Qian saw this, he quietly reached out and poked Xia Jinyuan's waist with a finger. He said softly, "Captain Xia, enough is enough. If you continue talking, it won't be T6 who will be unhappy. Our comrades will also want to beat you up." To be honest, with Captain Xia's expression at this moment, even his girlfriend wanted to punch him, let alone his comrades. Case 7 glanced coldly at his captain, who was still deeply intoxicated and deliberately trying to provoke him. He slowly moved closer to Yi Qian and said softly in the wind, "Congratulations on your graduation. You're the only one left on the team." It was a very simple sentence, but it made Yi Qian's heart skip a beat. She turned her head and smiled brightly at Case 7. "There's still 3 more months. I'll be able to report to the team in 3 months. We'll wait for you to return to the team." Case 7's mouth twitched. He was not used to smiling, and he was not even used to smiling. He had always been expressionless, so his facial muscles seemed a little stiff. When he twitched his mouth, Case 7 thought he was smiling. Yi Qian, who was already used to this, smiled even more deeply. They were all waiting for her to return to the team. 3 months. Just 3 more months, and everything will be fine. V8 also moved closer to Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Our whole team wanted to call the boss when we found out that you couldn't return to the team immediately after graduation. Later on, I found out that something had happened to you, and you had to stay in school for the makeup exam. There were also some compulsory procedures that you had to go through, so I could only bear with it and bide my time." When Q King first returned to the team, it was as if he had entered menopause. His mood was unpredictable. One moment it was raging, and the next it was raging with cold winds. It really made us suffer. We all wanted to mail him to you, so that we wouldn't be in deep trouble. 3 months ago, he was like the king of hell in the middle of the night. But now, he's carrying a backpack and waving at us as he walks. He's leaving the team as if he's on vacation. TSK. Qing Niao. Oh, Qing Niao, you must not have thought of returning to the team early in the past few months. Alas, to think that we were so concerned. Who would have thought that we would run into the 2 of you here? It makes us single people feel so uncomfortable. He's the one who wants to be single, Case 7 added. The information was so huge that Yi Qian immediately smelled something fishy. He immediately smiled at Case 7 and said, "Let's have a good chat later." He's the one who wants to be single. There's a situation. V8, who was speaking confidently a second ago, suddenly felt like his neck was being strangled. He stuttered for a while before saying in a low voice, "There's no such thing. Don't listen to Case 7. I'm only telling the truth," Case 7 said calmly. "I'll tell you later." This was directed at Yi Qian. V8 glared at him. "I'll tell you myself. I don't need you to repeat my words." Chapter 49:17. What are the 3 of you mumbling about? Come here. Xia Jinyuan realized that the 3 of them were not by his side. He turned around and saw the 3 of them huddled together. He quickly gestured for them to come over. "It's not a big deal. Qing Niao and I are both leading troops. Qing Niao's mission is a little heavy, so it's not convenient to talk about it in detail. You just need to know that she's also leading troops. After training these troops for 3 months, it's time to test their results. The 5 of you might as well serve as whetstones and train them for me. I can tell that you're up to no good just by looking at you sneakily. This is not a big deal. Xia Jinyuan said lightly. G3 felt a headache coming on. Q King, we also have a mission, and it's a mission from the military. If you suddenly add on to this, we'll have a headache. It's just a headache. It's not impossible. Sneaking in here in the middle of the night, bypassing the barracks and the outposts, I can pretty much guess why the military sent you guys here. Good, you guys can continue walking. The Northwest soldiers can continue searching. I gave them an order that they must capture him alive. Once they find you guys and surround you, you can practice with them. It doesn't conflict with your mission. On the contrary, if you guys are discovered and surrounded by the Northwest soldiers, I think the military will be more than happy to see that happen. G3, you have to be kind. You can't kick me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Although I'm not in the team now, I still have to return to the team. It won't be long. It'll be the time for Qing Niao and I to return to the team. He's even threatening us. What else can we say? G3 couldn't say anything. He said angrily, we don't want to be discovered by the Northwest soldiers at all. You guys have already been discovered by me and Qing Niao. We're the Northwest soldiers now. If we really fought, would the 5 of you be huddled up and chatting with me? We'd have been discovered long ago. Xia Jinyuan wasn't moved by force or persuasion. After guessing the purpose of G3's trip, how could Xia Jinyuan give them a chance to refuse? Their escape routes would be blocked. It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. They're not far from you. If Qing Niao and I make a little noise, you'll be exposed right now. As for me, I naturally won't let you go any further. Do as you see fit. As soon as he finished speaking, Z7 slapped his forehead with a headache. We're all unlucky to have met you. You want us to do as we see fit. Can we do as we see fit? Shameless. Wasn't that shameless? The T6 combatant nodded with all his might. Shameless. Shameless. Too shameless. Go ahead. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. Unperturbed, Lieutenant Colonel Xia reached out his hand and broke their fingers one by one. Yi Qian saw that his 5 comrades had been forced to the point where their breathing became heavier and looked away guiltily. That idea was actually her idea. Now, she could only let Captain Xia take the blame. Before 10 seconds were up, G3, who had a headache, gritted his teeth and agreed. How could he not agree? He had already threatened him. Xia Jinyuan smiled gracefully. You should have done this a long time ago. I'll leave the rest to the 5 of you. Qing Niao and I will rest for a while. Take over the sentry post at 2 o'clock. You guys will appear a little after 3 o'clock. It's now 3:35 o'clock. Whether we can return to the camp at 5 o'clock as planned depends on you guys. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade were Xia Jinyuan's soldiers, and the soldiers who completed the 30-kilometer cross-country with weights were also his soldiers. Xia Jinyuan decided not to help either side, and let them solve the problem based on their own abilities. Chapter 49:18. Yi Qian only wanted to let the female soldiers practice and gain more combat experience. He didn't think about anything else. The male and female soldiers who hadn't given up on the search didn't know that they were about to face a fierce battle. They searched for suspicious people while looking for the 2 instructors. They didn't even dare to use their walkie-talkies for fear of alerting suspicious people. They relied on their eyes to search. The male soldiers knew that there was a base in the north, so they used the northern base as the center when searching to increase the probability of finding suspicious people. The male soldiers were familiar with the Gobi Desert. Even so, an hour had passed when they found the 5 Special Forces soldiers. Xia Jinyuan, who had been tailing them the whole time, was quite satisfied. G3 is an elite. It's already good that they took an hour to find G3. The female soldiers don't have enough combat experience. It depends on how they cooperate. 34 people surrounding 5 people. The probability of success is very high. Yi Qian said, I don't know if the camp has found anything. The military sent G3 to scout the defense line. If they really find their way to the base, how will Commander Tian explain it to the military? The entire Suzhou military division and the Linbei military district will be in trouble. Since you're in your position, you have to shoulder the responsibility. If G3 really finds their way to the base, it means that there is a serious problem with the defense line. It must be fixed. The disaster is due to their negligence. They can't blame anyone else. Xia Jinyuan, who was calm and collected, didn't think it was a disaster. On the contrary, it was a blessing to find the problem quickly. It was far better for their own people to find the problem than for other countries to find the problem. Relax. It's not as serious as you think. G3 and the others all avoided the defense line to sneak in. The deeper they go, the harder it is. Last time, that group of people was immediately discovered when they got close to the defense line. If G3 and the others really get close to the defense line, it's very likely that they will be discovered immediately. Our country's external defense is still good. You don't have to worry too much. You have to have some confidence. Yi Qian nodded lightly. Just as he was about to say something, there was a sudden movement in front of them. Xia Jinyuan poked his head out of the gully and observed for a while. He smiled and said, Let's go and watch from a closer distance. The two sides had already exchanged blows. Now, it was time to see who would win. Yi Qian followed closely behind. She also wanted to know who would win. The male soldiers who had completed the encirclement confirmed that there were a total of 5 suspicious people, and they didn't seem to be carrying any highly lethal guns. They approached them bit by bit, afraid of alerting them. They fled into the depths of the Gobi Desert. When they were close enough to surround them, they let the female soldiers rush out, raised the rifles in their hands, and shouted, Don't move. As for the male soldiers, they rushed towards the 5 of them as fast as they could. When the G3 members saw the number of people surrounding them, they cursed Xia Jinyuan over and over again in their hearts. Damn it! I forgot to ask him how many soldiers he brought with him. At a rough estimate, there were at least 30 to 40 of them. 5 against 30 to 40 people. Even if they could block 5 people with their bare hands, they would still be exhausted. The female soldiers guarded the perimeter with the empty cartridges in their rifles loaded. As long as they found any suspicious person rushing out of the male soldiers' circle, they would immediately fire a warning shot. When we get back, I'm going to give Qing Niao a lesson so that she can see Q King's shameless side as soon as possible and abandon him as soon as possible. Z7 gritted his teeth and said to K7, who was leaning on his back, 30 to 40 people suddenly appeared, and he still has the nerve to say that it's not a big deal. Chapter 49:19. It was too late to say anything now. She had already fallen into the trap. She had to rely on herself to climb out. K7 silently looked in the direction of the 2 hidden people. There was a flash of darkness in his calm eyes. Was it Q King's idea? It was still a question mark. When Q King mentioned this, his comrades started to protest. Qing Niao kept quiet and tried her best to reduce her presence. Now, he was starting to suspect that this had something to do with Qing Niao. K7, who guessed correctly, still had a cold expression on his face as he took down a male soldier. K7 didn't care if it was Qing Niao's idea. It was just a small matter. Since Qing Niao didn't want her comrades to know about it, he would help her hide it. It was rare to have someone who could counter Q King. It was better for him to stay in the team. K7, who was cold and didn't talk much, was always thinking of his comrades. This was why, even though K7 didn't interact much with his comrades, their friendship wasn't affected. Yi Jian, who was crouching and staring at the battle, frowned. She did not approve of the male and female soldiers' strategy of rushing up directly. If they rushed up rashly without fully understanding the opponent's background, would they have 100% confidence in retreating? Not at all. If they did, there wouldn't be such a chaotic battle. Captain Xia, do you think we can really leave in 3 months? Why do I feel like it's a bit dangerous? Yi Jian retracted her head and looked sideways at the man, who was only half a fist away from her. She sighed and said, if it were any other suspicious person this time, I'm afraid that there would be casualties among the male and female troops. Xia Jinyuan, who was watching the battle closely, leaned back and smiled. Do you not agree with their strategy? Actually, you can't blame them. 34 against 5. The suspicious people didn't have any lethal weapons. They surrounded them. First, it was to intimidate them. Second, they wanted to finish them off as soon as possible so that they could look for us. Qing Miao, you can't use the Snowfield Brigade's standards to measure them. They can't be compared. They are mainly on the defensive, while we are mainly on the offensive. Therefore, we know how to get rid of all suspicious people as soon as possible. We're good at direct attacks, but they're not, and they've never thought of killing suspicious people directly. Since the direction of attack was different, the way to solve the problem was naturally different as well. Don't forget, I also requested that the suspects be captured alive. Xia Jinyuan could hear the slight disappointment in Yi Qian's tone. He did not say that Yi Qian was wrong. Instead, he analyzed the situation so that Yi Qian could think from a different perspective. With his analysis, Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed, as you said, if I put my demands on them at the level of my comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, they will indeed not be as good as I want them to be. Don't worry too much. G3 is just for them to practice and gain experience. When they go back, I'll give them analysis, correction, and summary so that they can better absorb experience. Yes, I understand. Yi Qian smiled faintly. Seeing that the battle was still undecided, Yi Qian asked with a smile, who do you think will win? Do you think G3 will win? 5 against 34. In terms of numbers, they already have a crushing advantage. Plus, they don't have any weapons to help them. It will be difficult to win with bare hands. Female and male soldiers are not normal soldiers. Especially the female soldiers. They are all good seedlings selected from various military units. If the male soldiers can't handle it, they can. Yi Qian couldn't help but smile a little more. They are indeed good. After 3 months of training, they have improved a lot. I think the male soldiers won't have an advantage against them. Chapter 49:20. So she didn't do anything wrong. Captain Xia thought that this was a good opportunity. That's good, that's good. Yi Qian's gloominess was swept away, and he felt relaxed. Xia Jinyuan saw how patient and proud she was, yet she revealed a little in her words and pretended to be humble. The smile in his dark eyes deepened. Yeah, with such a powerful instructor leading the team, how could they not be powerful? He didn't expose her, and instead went along with her words to praise her. This made Yi Qian blush a little. It doesn't have much to do with me. It's mainly because they fought for it and can endure hardships. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed to be praised one after another. Xia Jinyuan saw this, and a low chuckle came out of his thin lips. When he was with her, he was happy every minute of the day. He was happy. G3 and the others weren't happy. Simple and easy S. This group of female soldiers was actually harder to fight than the male soldiers. Not only were they hard to fight, but they were also hard to deal with. Tell me, who are you guys? No, which unit are you from? Why are you sneaking around here? Squad leader Yangjun questioned coldly. You guys aren't spies at all. See, they're hard to deal with. She actually saw through them. G3 held Yang Zhen's shoulders tightly and forcefully pushed her to the ground. Before he could push Yang Zhen to the ground, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from his left. This move was actually similar to the Snowfield Brigade's killer move. G3 instantly understood why this female soldier thought they were soldiers from the army. So this was the flaw. The gust of wind from his left and right forced G3 to release his grip on the female soldier. He had no choice but to release his grip. He had to free up his hands to block the gust of wind from his left and right. G3 didn't expect the female soldiers to be more difficult to deal with than the male soldiers. As they fought, G3 got excited and didn't go easy on them anymore. He threw a few female soldiers to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. He took the opportunity to whisper to his comrades, who were back to back, "These female soldiers are Qing Niao's soldiers. They're quite capable. Needless to say, the male soldiers must be Q King's men. The female soldiers are harder to deal with than the male soldiers now. Brothers, can we have a good chat with Q King? How should they talk?" Of course, it was to step on Q King's face, and it had to be done in front of Qing Niao. Setting up a comrade? Humph. He had to let Q King know that setting up a comrade was a high-risk thing. If he wasn't careful, he might end up setting himself up as well. Including K7, the four of them understood immediately. Z7 said softly, "Brother, first of all, we have to fight for a chance to have a chat with Q King. For example, we can go to their camp as guests. Didn't the higher-ups say to retreat as soon as we're discovered? Since we want to have a chat with Q King, we can't retreat immediately." K7 said calmly, "That's easy. G3 will step in." He was cold and didn't speak much, but every word he said was pointed. G3 thought for a while and said with a smile, "That's easy. Leave it to me. I'll definitely let you have your way." Even K7, who didn't like group activities, joined in. G3 felt that they had to go to the camp as guests. The five of them whispered to each other. Yang Zhen's female soldiers were also whispering to each other. They didn't rush up to fight again. The male soldiers didn't rush up again. Instead, they surrounded them carefully, looking for a chance to attack. Although there were only 5 of them, their combat power wasn't ordinary. A few of their brothers were in so much pain that they couldn't speak. They had to be careful. They didn't have powerful weapons, but they could still kill with their bare hands. Chapter 49:21. Although there was a faint starlight, Yi Qian could only vaguely see what was going on. She couldn't clearly see which soldiers were being trained by their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. She could only see them falling down one by one. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was too tragic. Indeed, she didn't think it through. She only wanted to let the female soldiers train under G3 and the others, but she didn't consider the consequences of the huge difference in strength between the two sides. A strong hand grabbed her wrist and pressed it down slightly. Yi Qian looked sideways and saw the man holding her wrist staring straight ahead. Watch carefully so that you can analyze it properly when you get back. Looking at the man who was watching carefully, Yi Qian asked softly, "Captain Xia, you didn't think of letting them train under G3 and the others. Did you know that this would happen?" Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile. "In your eyes, am I omnipotent? Am I always considerate of everything?" "Yes, you've always been like that." Yi Qian was afraid that he didn't believe him, so he nodded vigorously. "I'm still too inexperienced. I'm not as considerate as you." Xia Jinyuan covered his face and chuckled. "Although I'm very happy that you have such a high opinion of me, I still have to tell you the truth. This time, I really didn't think of using G3 and the others to train. When you brought it up, I realized that it was indeed a good idea. Really? You're not lying to me? Yi Qian still didn't believe him. Of course, there are times when I don't consider everything thoroughly. Didn't I just say that you have to bear the responsibility in your position? It's not that you didn't consider everything thoroughly. You're fighting for them. If it were me, I wouldn't miss such a good opportunity either. Using G3 and the others as practice to test the results of the soldiers, 3 months of training can indeed let the female soldiers see the difference. After the battle, you can ask the female soldiers. They'll definitely have a new understanding of themselves and won't have any objections to the subsequent training, regardless of whether Xia Jinyuan was comforting Yi Qian or not. Yi Qian felt that he was comforted. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't consider everything thoroughly. It was just that the mission he was facing was different. So his thinking and starting point were different. So using G3 as practice is actually a good idea, right? Like a child eager to be praised, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened a lot. He looked at her with approval and affirmed her again. That's right, it's a good idea. This is a good ideas tea. Is'll never find another good ideas. In the future, if I want to find G3 and the others for the female soldiers to practice, I can only think about it. It's completely impossible. Yi Jian was even happier. She felt that she had been affirmed. Yes, that was great, that was great. The female soldiers should have realized that G3 and the others aren't suspicious. Look, they're starting to spread out and aren't gathering together. Z7 and T6 have both stopped. It's obvious that they don't want to continue fighting. Bye. You remember that T6 fiancé is your good friend, right? Remind your good friend to reprimand T6. He already has a girlfriend, so he should have some self-awareness when he's outside. Ha! How dare she reprimand Yi Qian for being shameless in front of him? I have my ways to deal with you. Before T6's fiancé, and Jessen could say anything to Yi Qian, Lieutenant Colonel Xia had already made the first move. He was more skilled than Xia Jinyuan in terms of intelligence. Chapter 49:22. Later, when T6 returned from vacation, he was interrogated by Njiai until he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he realize that their shameless captain had already made a move. He was so angry that he wanted to challenge Xia Jinyuan to a one-on-one fight. But he endured it. There was no other way. He had to endure it. He couldn't win in terms of skill and intelligence. How infuriating. Stop fighting, stop fighting. They're not suspicious. They're soldiers from another unit. In front of them, Yang Zhen, who had retreated, moved her sore shoulder joints and raised her voice to tell the male soldiers who were still fighting, stop fighting. Just ask them what their purpose is. Yang Zhen, who was completely sure that G3 and the others were from another unit, pulled the female soldiers apart and surrounded them to block all exits. After speaking loudly, she said to the female soldiers around her, "Don't give them a chance to slip away. If anyone tries to rush outside, just throw them." That's right, it was a throw. A throw referred to directly grabbing a male soldier's waist and throwing him down. As for whether she could throw these 5 strong male soldiers to the ground, Yang Zhen didn't think it was important. She just had to stop them first. The male soldiers who were reminded were stunned for a moment. Then they let go of their hands and cursed. They stopped fighting and retreated to the side. G2, K7, T6, V8, and Z7 naturally stopped fighting. They stood in the circle and saluted the female and male soldiers surrounding them. G3 spoke on behalf of them. "Hello, brothers. We have a mission to infiltrate the Northwest Military Restricted Zone. Please let us through." So, they had a mission. The female soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. The male soldiers weren't as optimistic as the female soldiers. The male squad leader said, "This military restricted zone prohibits any soldiers from entering and leaving at will. Since you said you had a mission to enter, do you have any documents? Do you have any documents to prove your identity?" The military directly issued orders to Commander Nya of the Suzhou Military Division. "There are no paper documents. Commander Nya is very clear about our operation this time. This is our ID." G3 first took out his military ID from his pocket, then turned the light source of the miniature flashlight to the brightest to shine on the ID. "This is my ID. Commander Nya knew." The male squad leader's face suddenly darkened. The first thing he thought of was to contact the camp immediately, but they didn't bring any communication equipment. "Brothers, I'm sorry. Although you have documents, there are no paperless documents, and we haven't received any instructions from the military division. Brothers, please follow us back to the barracks. We can only let you go after we confirm everything." The male squad leader did not want to let her go just like that. His intuition told him that there was something fishy going on. When G3 heard this, he chuckled inwardly. He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity to follow. He didn't expect the brother opposite him to be so tactful and actually take the initiative to suggest it. He wanted to agree immediately, but then he remembered that Q King, who was even more difficult to deal with, was hiding in the dark and watching. G3 said with a troubled expression, "Brother, don't make things difficult for us. We do have a mission, so we can't follow you back to the camp." As he spoke, he nudged his comrade beside him with his arm. V8 immediately understood what he meant and quickly said, "Brothers, we've fought and revealed our identities. Let's part ways here. You guys continue your night training, and we'll continue our mission. We'll cross our own bridges and not disturb each other." The more he said this, the less likely it was that the male squad leader would let them go. Even his tone was not as polite as before. "I'm sorry, brothers. You trespassed into our military restricted zone. I can't let you go. Brothers, please don't make things difficult for us." Chapter 49:23. There was a big problem, so they had to invite them back to the camp. Commander Nya knew about the military division, but their camp did not receive any news about it. Although the male platoon's squad leader could not figure out the crux of the matter, he knew that the inside story was definitely not simple. He had to invite them back no matter what. The squad leader's forcefulness made G3 and the others happy. K7 looked in a certain direction again, and the corners of his mouth twitched subtly. It was probably called a smile. It was a smile that made people's hair stand on end. "Are you suspecting our identities? Captain Xia, who's your instructor, knows us. He's also our captain, and we even bumped into him just now." T6 was even more ruthless. He directly betrayed Xia Jinyuan. That's right, he did it on purpose. The squad leader did not care about the male soldiers who were suspicious. These 5 people were also Captain Xia's soldiers. If he did not let them go, he would not let them go. Even if they knew Captain Xia, he would not let them go. Both sides were in a stalemate with neither side backing down. The female soldiers looked at each other with complicated thoughts in their minds. The other party said that they had bumped into Captain Xia just now. Then did Captain Xia and Instructor Yi deliberately disappear to prevent them from finding them? Why would they do that? Yi Qian was getting a little anxious. He gently tugged at the corner of Xia Jinyuan's shirt and said, "Captain Xia, let's show ourselves. If we don't, we'll probably be in a stalemate until dawn." T6 even said that you're also their captain. If you don't show yourself, the male soldiers will probably have something to say. T6 shouldn't have told the male soldiers that you're also their captain. It'll make things difficult for you. Yi Qian really thought that T6 had let it slip. She was the only one who would think that way. Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at T6 and said, "He did it on purpose to make things difficult for me. Let's go. It's time to show ourselves. If we don't, we'll disappoint them." Yi Qian opened his mouth. He finally remembered that his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade usually got along with each other to help each other. Therefore, T6 had indeed let it slip on purpose. They were really Yi Qian's side. How childish! Xia Jinyuan heard her clearly and replied, "Just treat them as 3-year-old children in the future. Their brains are still developing. It can't be helped. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow." Yi Qian retorted. She did not realize that she had also joined in the fray and helped each other. As a member of the Snowfield Brigade, how could he stay out of this? He had to wallow in the mire. Xia Jinyuan, who had been successfully rendered speechless, did not say anything for a long time. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said to Yi Qian in a serious tone, "Qing Yao, based on our relationship, we should be united against outsiders. We can't have internal strife. You don't know how cunning they are. As soon as they find that you are not on my side, they will often set you against me. If I want to deal with them, I have thousands of ways to deal with them. I can deal with them every day or even every year. But if I want to deal with you, I won't have the heart to do it. It's very likely that I won't be able to resist covering for you and going easy on you. In the long run, I will definitely abuse my power for personal gain and end up harming myself. You don't want to see me harm myself in the end, right? So you must remember not to be instigated by them. After the room is closed, you can beat and scold me as you wish. But in front of them, you have to stand on my side." When Yi Qian heard this, he was so amused that he pursed his lips and laughed. "Captain Xia, have you ever gone easy on me? Back then, you were so cruel that you sent me to the hospital. I still remember that our comrades tried to persuade you against it, but you insisted on hitting me. At that time, why didn't you go easy on me? That's why I don't believe that you will go easy on me in the future." Chapter 49-24. Colonel Xia, who had sent his girlfriend to the hospital, gulped and gave in. He sincerely advised, bad memories should be completely forgotten. Let's not talk about them in the future. Yi Qian only smiled. Colonel Xia had a headache. For the first time in his life, he regretted it. No, he had to solve this problem. He couldn't let her think about it from time to time. He had to forget. It's getting late. Let's just go back to camp. Bring the 5 of them back together. Colonel Xia quickly changed the topic. Bring them back to camp so I can ask them if they trained well when I wasn't around. Yi Qian knew he was changing the topic. She nodded happily. Okay, I wanted to talk to them too. Colonel Xia quickened his steps and appeared behind them. You know me, so I can't let you go just because of that. Bring them back to camp. Don't let them continue to wander around the restricted area. The male squad leader was delighted. Luckily, Captain Xia was on their side and didn't let the 5 of them leave. Yes, sir. The male squad leader responded with a straight face. They then heard Xia Jinyuan say to the 5 of them, "The 5 of you entered the restricted military zone and wanted to leave. I'm your captain, so I can't be biased." "Yes, Captain." 5 voices sounded at the same time. Even their tones were exactly the same. How smooth. Next, Q King, oh Q King, let's wait and see. Yi Qian reorganized the female squad. After they lined up, Yi Qian said in a low voice, "I've been secretly observing. Although there are some areas that aren't satisfactory, overall, it's not bad. Let me remind you, today, you face the Band of Brothers. If you face real criminals in the future, Do you think what you did just now was appropriate? Think about how many times you were beaten up by them. The female soldiers who had some thoughts about this all felt their hearts sink when they heard this. If they faced real criminals, then it definitely wouldn't be as simple as being beaten up. The number of times they were beaten up could very well be the number of times they were stabbed. Just because there weren't any weapons with visible lethality didn't mean that there weren't any. Knives were also cold weapons with great lethality. At 4:30 in the morning, the female and male soldiers who had completed the 30-kilometer cross-country run with weights returned to the campsite and successfully met up with the 6 comrades who had stayed behind. Then, they put on their backpacks and returned to the campsite. Z7 had already informed the Suzhou Military Division via satellite phone that they had been discovered by the Pioneer Battalion and were preparing to head to the Pioneer Battalion. They would only be allowed to leave after the Pioneer Battalion confirmed that they were indeed on a mission. Commander Nia finally had a smile on his face. He knew it. How could his subordinates be so weak? Soon, they received news from another camp that they had also discovered suspicious figures. They also notified the various regiments and battalions stationed in the base to increase their vigilance. When Battalion Commander Tian received the news, he jumped out of bed. The commanders of the 3 companies also got out of bed. The entire camp had already sounded the sharp alarm. From the time he received the message to the time the alarm rang, it took less than a minute. The entire camp entered the 4th level of combat readiness. The military's combat readiness levels were divided into 4 levels of combat readiness, 3 levels of combat readiness, 2 levels of combat readiness, and 1 levels of combat readiness. Level 4 combat readiness meant that the military would be in a state of combat readiness in the event of a major emergency overseas or a major anomaly in the surrounding areas of our country, which could have a greater impact on the security and stability of our country. The main tasks of the military were to carry out combat readiness education and combat readiness inspection, adjust the strength of duty, strengthen combat readiness watch and situation research, closely grasp the situation, maintain smooth communications, tighten border management, and strengthen patrol vigilance. Chapter 49-25. At 4:36 a.m. in the morning, hundreds of Pioneer Battalion soldiers entered Level 4 combat readiness. They monitored the entire restricted military zone and notified all the sentry posts to increase their patrols. If anyone suspicious was spotted, they were to fire immediately and take control of the situation by force. Company Commander Zhu's face darkened. He said to Battalion Commander Tian, "If we find these bastards again, we should just kill them. Why do we need to take control of the situation by force? If they have the guts to come, they should be prepared to die." Zhu Zhonghua, do you think killing people is as easy as harvesting chives? Do you think you can kill them just because you want to? Battalion Commander Tian glared at him. Although he wanted to do the same, how could he? It's already like this. Why can't we kill them? Company Commander Zhu didn't think he was wrong. He asked Battalion Commander Tian, "Are you going to treat them like VIPs?" Battalion Commander Tian slammed the table and shouted, "Bullshit! Sit down." Company Commander Zhu was so shocked by the table slamming that his face trembled. He had no choice but to sit down again. Battalion Commander Tian saw that he was obedient and didn't argue with him. His anger subsided a lot. This matter is a bit strange. They don't seem like a group of normal people. What? They all sneaked into our restricted military zone. How can they be normal people? Although he sat down, he was still a veteran. Why did Company Commander Zhu suddenly become quiet? When he opened his mouth, Battalion Commander Tian almost vomited blood. "Shut up. I'm warning you, don't make me angry again." Battalion Commander Tian was so angry that he wanted to use force internally. Beside him, Political Commissar Tang couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Company Commander Zhu and said, You sit down. Don't make old Tian angry. Listen to what's wrong first. Company Commander Zhu, who had swallowed a few times, saw his battalion commander's pale face. He leaned back in his chair and pursed his lips, indicating that he would keep his mouth shut from now on. Company Commander Sun of the 1st Company and Company Commander Liang of the 2nd Company looked at Company Commander Zhu of the 3rd Company. This old Zhu was good at everything, but he liked to use force to solve everything. Using force to solve problems wasn't a bad idea. A soldier had to be unafraid of death. Company Commander Zhu had that. However, he was a little too impulsive. It was not good to be too impulsive. Seeing this, Battalion Commander Tian gulped down a mouthful of warm water to calm himself down. Then he said, "Regiment left called and told me that Regiment 1 had a short encounter with 5 suspicious people. They found that they were wearing the same desert combat boots, not the combat boots from the military supply store. They were only for the troops. The left regiment commander suspects that these people might be soldiers from a certain army in disguise and intentionally sneaked into the restricted military zone of our division. The meaning behind this is..." He paused for a moment before he swept his gaze over the 3 company commanders who had unknowingly moved closer to the conference table. The left regiment commander suspects that they might be soldiers sent by a major military region. The meaning behind this is self-evident. They're mainly testing our division's defenses. The military division should know about this as well, but they can't tell us clearly. Commanders were called Commander Nya of the military division. The guard told Commanders that Commander Nya will be in the military division for the next 2 days, including eating and sleeping. Commander Nya should know. The higher-ups forbade him from informing his subordinates. He shouldered all the pressure alone and has been waiting for our 3 regiments to report the news. There were 3 regiments responsible for the defense of the entire base, and Battalion Commander Tian belonged to the 3rd Regiment. The 3 battalions under the 3rd Regiment were the closest to the base. The Pioneer Battalion guarded the middle section, and the last battalion was hidden somewhere near the base. They would not easily show themselves. Commanders of the 3rd Regiment was in this hidden spot. Chapter 49-26. When Company Commander Zhu heard that there were so many twists and turns in the story, his face darkened as if a storm was about to break out. Even though the previous incident was over, the military still had some lingering influence. That was why the military had made such an arrangement. Battalion Commander Tian continued, "The military's arrangement isn't a bad thing. At least it allows us to better understand the current situation. We still need to improve it. Even though our Pioneer Battalion hasn't found any suspicious people, Zhu Xiongua." Battalion Commander Tian nodded and directly said to Company Commander Zhu, "Take 3rd Company and strengthen the patrol 30 kilometers north. Even though there's a natural moat in the north, these people are really soldiers specially sent by the military. Even though they know there's a natural moat, they still dare to charge in." Company Commander Zhu, who was called out, crossed his arms and moved his thumbs back and forth. He didn't even immediately answer Battalion Commander Tian's call. He was already lost in thought. Battalion Commander Tian's face darkened even more. Company Commander Sun, who was sitting beside him, coughed a few times and reminded him softly, Old Chu. Yes, I'm listening." Company Commander Zhu reacted quickly. He ignored Battalion Commander Tian's darkened face and said thoughtfully, "I have a few questions that I want to ask." Battalion Commander Tian took a deep breath and said, "Speak. From what you're saying, the military sent out special forces. If they really did send out special forces, I suspect that they've already infiltrated our military restricted area. The people in 1st Regiment aren't weak. Even though Company Commander Zhu liked to bicker, he was also very sharp. Old Zhu is right. I also have my suspicions." Company Commander Liang of 2nd Company nodded slightly. The suspicious people in 1st Regiment are already close to the defensive line. It's very difficult for normal soldiers to infiltrate without making a sound. 1st Regiment is the 1st Regiment. Our military is divided into 1st Regiment and 2nd Regiment. 1st Regiment means that they have sufficient equipment. Once war breaks out, they don't need to replenish their personnel and equipment. 2nd Regiment means that they don't have enough personnel and equipment. During war, they need to replenish their personnel and equipment. Due to the special circumstances of the base, 1st Regiment is fully equipped. Once something big happens, they can immediately enter the battle. It was also the regiment with the strongest combat strength and military strength among the 3 regiments. Even they had only discovered the enemy when they were close to the defensive line. It was clear that these people were not ordinary soldiers. Company Commander's son instructed, "That's the point." The fact that the 1st Regiment didn't notice it immediately shows that the other party is very strong. Battalion Commander, it's possible that they have already infiltrated our military restricted zone, like Old Jew said. After Company Commander's son finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. After a while, Battalion Commander Tian said in a deep voice, "I will contact Regiment Zhuo, Old Jew, immediately lead the troops out of the camp, and increase the intensity of the patrols. F*CK. I reckon that your crow's beak was right again. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they've already made their way in." "Yes, sir." Company Commander Zhu stood up and strode out of the meeting room. Not long after, Company Commander Sun and Company Commander Liang also strode out of the meeting room. After the 3 company commanders left, Battalion Commander Tian sighed and said, "Old Tang, if we don't catch the people who sneaked in this time, I don't think we'll have many good days ahead of us. Indeed, we need to prepare for the worst. We've been targeted by the military." "The military?" Political Commissar Tang pondered for a while before continuing. "It's very likely that we've been targeted by the military. It was all because of what happened a few months ago. It wouldn't be over so quickly. There was still a long time before it would continue." Chapter 49-27. Battalion Commander Tian furrowed his brows in silence. Even the corners of his mouth were pursed. "Brace yourself. Things are far from what you think they are. There is still a chance to turn things around." Political Commissar Tang, who had just said to prepare for the worst, laughed instead. "Yesterday, Instructor Yi did a good deed. Captain Xia followed him all the way. It was a wise move." Battalion Commander Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his forehead heavily, and the seriousness on his face disappeared. "Look at me. I actually forgot that there were dozens of them. They went north carrying heavy loads. Ha ha ha. That's a good location. That's what I was worried about. If they really couldn't find them, they might have already met them." Political Commissar Tang's tanned face also had a deep smile. That was indeed a possibility. In the early morning of December 27th, all the regiments in the Northwest were on high alert. The entire army was tense and solemn. The tension in the Pioneer Battalion lasted until 7 in the morning. When they saw the 40 brothers carrying heavy loads return, all the tension instantly disappeared like a punctured balloon. Company Commander Zhu, who was still patrolling the Gobi Desert, received a call from the camp. His tanned face was full of smiles. "Good, good, good. I'll return immediately after patrolling this area." It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. Unexpectedly, the brothers carrying heavy loads ran into them. Needless to say, he was right. The soldiers sent by the military region were all special forces. They had infiltrated 2 days ago, but they only found out today. Company Commander Zhu's face immediately darkened. This couldn't go on. Absolutely not. Problems would definitely appear one after another. They had to guard this land until it was impregnable. They had to guard it until all suspicious people disappeared. Company Commander Zhu continued patrolling with a cold expression. On the other side, Battalion Commander Tian of the Pioneer Battalion looked at the 5 Special Forces soldiers who sneaked over. He then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who brought them over. After a long silence, he said helplessly, "Captain Xia, these 5 are your soldiers. What's going on?" Xia Jinyuan also sighed, helplessly. "I also didn't expect to meet them here. They were also discovered by Instructor Yi and me. Where are they now? I'll bring them back to the camp. Battalion Commander Tian, you can do whatever you want." G3 and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. Handing them over to the Pioneer Battalion? They might even ground the 5 of them. Then why should they cooperate? T6 snorted and said to K7, who was beside him, "He's using his position to avenge a private grudge. I knew he was so petty. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Humph." Her snort was not loud, just loud enough for Yi Qian, who had dismissed the female soldiers and was walking over, to hear it. Seeing this, she walked over to T6 and finally chose to come clean. "T6, I'm sorry. That Captain Xia originally wanted to turn a blind eye and let you guys pass. Ahem, it's my side. That has nothing to do with Captain Xia. It was all my idea. You can blame me, but don't misunderstand Captain Xia." In the end, Yi Qian still didn't want her man to be misunderstood, so she chose to tell the truth. K7 looked at Yi Qian and understood what was going on. As expected, he had guessed correctly. T6 was hurt by the inside story. He pressed one hand to his chest where his heart was and said with a pained expression, "Qing Niao, my good comrade, why have you been led astray by Q King? You wouldn't have cheated your comrades in the past." His heart ached, and it was accompanied by a very bad feeling. Chapter 49:28. Yi Qian smiled a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry. I was only thinking of letting my female soldiers practice their skills and didn't consider you guys at the time. I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. I promise." "Yes, I believe there won't be a next time, because we won't sneak over here anymore." The T6 combatant continued pounding his chest as if he could not accept it no matter what. K7 spat out 2 words. "Accept your fate." "Yes, I can only accept it." The T6 combatant accepted his fate. He really did not expect that the person who came up with the idea to trick them was not Q King, but Qing Niao. The wise never show their true colors. Qing Niao, you're a person who does big things." Faced with the T6 combatant's resignation, Yi Qian smiled slightly and looked harmless. The T6 combatant felt his chest hurt even more. He turned to K7 and said, "Quick, give me a hand. I'm having trouble breathing. I might be having a heart attack." K7 avoided him and said calmly to Yi Qian, "He's crazy. Didn't we say that we were a loving family? Didn't we say that we were comrades?" The T6 combatant raised his hand and pointed at K7 with a trembling finger. He looked at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes. To be able to meet Qing Niao here, although he had been tricked, sigh. Who asked them to be comrades? Who else could he trick if not his comrades? Humph! He was happy to be tricked. V8 said to Z7, "You said that Qing Niao will suppress Q King after she returns to the team? Or that the 2 of them will work together to suppress us?" After hearing Qing Niao's explanation, "I don't know why, but I don't feel too good about it." Ha ha ha! Z7 sneered at his comrades, who were slow to realize. "You guys are still a little too naive. Is there a need to say more? When has Qing Niao not protected Q King? You want her to suppress Q King? You're daydreaming. If you don't join forces with Q King to suppress us, I'll have to chant Amitba every day. V8 felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke. He clenched his teeth in disbelief. That's impossible. Qing Niao wouldn't do that, right? Although he's quite protective of Captain Xia, he can't possibly turn around and bully us. Wrong, it's not bullying. It's telling us not to casually bully them in the future. V8 was on the verge of tears. Brother, are you getting old and your memory is deteriorating? When have we ever bullied Q King? Haven't we been looking for ways to bully Q King all this time? Speaking of which, it was all tears. Z7 looked up and let out a long sigh. That's right. Don't even think about finding a way to bully Q King in the future. Accept your fate, brother, who told us to be single and not have a girlfriend to help us. It's better to find a girlfriend. V8 patted his comrade's shoulder. Find one as soon as possible. In a few years, you'll be old and no one will be interested in you. Z7 opened his mouth and said to V8, "Scram." After Battalion Commander Tian finished speaking with Xia Jinyuan, the first thing he said to the 5 people who had brought the entire battalion into a 4-level strategy was, "Brothers, you're really bold. You actually want to cross the natural moat. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return?" G3 saluted Battalion Commander Tian and said with a smile, it's good. We've made sufficient preparations. Although we've never been to this desert before, we've been training deep in the desert every year. After accumulating some experience, we want to give it a try." The soldier who spoke had eyes like an eagle's. He looked like he was smiling, but there was a murderous aura around him as he wandered through the desert. Looking at the other 4 soldiers, they were imposing and stood tall like pine trees. Battalion Commander Tian returned the salute and reached out his hand. "Welcome, I'm Pioneer Battalion's Battalion Commander Tian Jinsong." Chapter 49-29. G3, who also reached out his hand, felt that the word welcome was really difficult for Battalion Commander Tian, so he emphasized the word like a knife. However, even though he didn't look too good, he could still maintain a polite attitude. It was obvious that he wasn't a bad person. Holding Battalion Commander Tian's hand, G3 smiled and said, "Hello, Battalion Commander Tian. We are under orders to carry out a mission. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Your soldiers said that they can't completely confirm our identities and need our cooperation. Battalion Commander Tian can call Commander Nia of the military division. Commander Nia knows very well, and so does the military division." They told Battalion Commander Tian in one breath that they were also under orders to carry out a mission and obey the arrangements of their superiors. It wasn't that they had any other thoughts. Thinking deeper, they even told Battalion Commander Tian that even if he was angry, he had to talk to the higher-ups. It was useless to talk to them. Battalion Commander Tian looked at the soldier in front of him who was talking to him, then turned to look at Captain Xia, who had been transferred over at the last minute. A captain who wasn't to be trifled with brought out soldiers who weren't to be trifled with. Indeed, like soldiers. Well, could it be that he was deliberately making things difficult for the 5 people who were carrying out their orders? He restrained the smile on his face and replied with a serious expression, "Thank you very much for your cooperation. The soldiers have their duty, so please forgive us. Now, please go to the camp and have a seat. I still need to verify it." Of course. When G3 saw this, the smile on his face was very deep. "Then, let's have a chat with Captain Xia first. We'll leave after Battalion Commander Tian is done with the verification." With that said, G3 turned to Captain Xia, who loved to screw over his comrades, and said, "Captain, we haven't seen each other for a few months. There are some work-related matters in the team. that we want to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you? Battalion Commander Tian answered for Captain Xia. Yes, yes. You guys can chat first. Captain Xia didn't want to chat with G3 and the others at all. Seeing the smiles on their faces, they didn't have good intentions. One look, and he could tell that they were in a hurry to pour out their guts. His thin lips moved slightly, and he said indifferently, "It's not convenient." He turned to Battalion Commander Tian and said, "Battalion Commander, our camp still hasn't figured out why the 5 of them are here. Lock them up and let them out when we figure it out." Captain Xia was never soft when it came to screwing over his comrades. Battalion Commander Tian doubted. If he had heard wrongly, he had to confirm, "Captain Xia, you mean..." Captain Xia had to finish the sentence himself. Captain Xia, who had always been tactful, answered seriously, "It means to find a sturdy house to lock the 5 of them up first. Then we'll send soldiers to guard outside until we figure out the real reason why they're here. Then we'll let them out." G3 and the other 4 were gritting their teeth. Was this really their captain? Was this their captain? They didn't have such a captain. Yi Qian saw that other than K7, who only raised his eyes slightly, the other 4 had ferocious expressions on their faces. He felt bad for them. Directly locking up the 5 of them wasn't too good. She still wanted to say something, but Xia Jinyuan, who was never soft-hearted when it came to taking advantage of his comrades, seemed to have realized something. He looked up at Yi Qian and winked at him. Yi Qian, "On purpose? You want to lock them up?" Xia Jinyuan nodded. "That's right. They were locked up on purpose. You still have the face to be polite with Battalion Commander Tian?" Ha, 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 ha. He only said that he would accompany the male and female soldiers to practice. He didn't ask them to all be brought back to the camp. And you still have the face to say that you're their captain. Chapter 49:30. Her. If he didn't teach them a lesson, did they think he was just there for show? Yi Qian immediately did not dare to plead for mercy. What was the reason for deliberately locking up G3 and the others? Captain Xia had his reasons for everything he did. If she were to carelessly plead for mercy, she would probably ruin his plans. Forget it. It was better not to plead. He could only let his 5 comrades suffer for the time being. The T6 combatant's ferocious gaze shifted back and forth between his comrades. In the end, he reported to Yi Qian, Qing Niao, have you seen Q King's true colors? Isn't he detestable? Do you really want to beat him up? Do you want to beat him up? Do you want to beat him up? If you want to, I'll be the first to do it. But after you're done, you have to be more responsible. I'm afraid Q King will beat me up instead. You know how ruthless he is and how evil he is. As long as he makes a move, he can make us cry for our parents and make us want to turn over a new leaf. Not only did T6 drag him down, but he even dragged V8 down with him. What about you? What about you? Do you agree? Do you have any thoughts? Do you want to beat him up? I don't want to turn over a new leaf. I just want to teach Q King to turn over a new leaf. V8 thought for a moment and said earnestly, let's turn over a new leaf. It's too difficult to teach Q King to turn over a new leaf. Yi Qian could not hold it in any longer. He turned his head away and tried his best to hold back his laughter. She believed that Captain Xia really had the ability to teach T6 to turn over a new leaf. As for V8, he had a very high level of self-awareness. He would definitely not do something he knew he could not do to avoid torturing himself. As for T6, TSK, he did not have a high level of self-awareness. He even wanted to teach Captain Xia to turn over a new leaf. Who knew where he got the confidence to think that? Seeing that T6 still did not realize that Captain Xia was actually angry even though he looked like he was smiling, Yi Qian silently shed a tear of sympathy for T6. Brothers, comrades, why did Q King lock you up? Haven't you figured out why? Although she doesn't know why, she will ask later, and you can only continue to guess or continue to not know anything. As for the T6, sigh, they should learn more. Didn't they see that even the Z7, who was the most noisy, had quietened down? After a soft sigh, the 8 whispered to Yi Qian, someone has to be the scapegoat. He likes to be the scapegoat. We won't fight with him. Let him be. He wants to teach Q King to turn over a new leaf. Such a sacred and historic task will be entrusted to him. We'll just watch. We won't talk or participate. We'll just watch. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows when he heard that. So, do you understand why Captain Xia is angry? His resolute face blushed. I can guess a little. Yi Qian pursed his lips. I didn't guess. It's because we lost, the 8 reminded him. Yi Qian suddenly understood. That's right, Captain Xia had always had high standards for his comrades. As the leader of the Snowfield Brigade, how could Captain Xia be happy when G3 and the other 4 were invited back to the Pioneer Battalion? Of course not. But if they were not discovered, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. It would mean that the entire Northwest defense was not up to standard. Yi Qian, who was frowning, fell silent. He was stuck in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Battalion Commander Tian, who had received confirmation, looked around at Xia Jinyuan in disbelief. He wanted to pull him aside and ask him what was going on. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? Must they lock him up? They even found a sturdier room to lock him up. After pondering for a few seconds, Battalion Commander Tian said cautiously, a sturdier room. Does the confinement room count? Chapter 49:31. T6 clutched his chest. Solitary confinement. It was actually solitary confinement. He had never been in solitary confinement before. Protest, protest, seriously protest. Deep in his heart, T6 had a lot to do. All kinds of little people were fighting, but he did not have the guts to directly protest. I think solitary confinement is not bad. Let's do it then. Xia Jinyuan smiled and nodded. He then said to G3, go. Experience the solitary confinement of the Pioneer Battalion. I believe it will give you a different feeling. G3 nodded. Yes. Battalion Commander Tian, who was a little tired, felt that there was nothing else for him to do. He waved his hand and sighed. You young people, as an old man, I can't understand what you're thinking. You know the solitary confinement room, so I won't send anyone to lead the way. You guys can handle it yourselves. Although Captain Xia was currently the battalion's instructor, he was only transferred here temporarily. Now that he wanted to teach his own soldiers a lesson as the battalion commander of the Pioneer Battalion, he had no right to interfere. He could not even understand what was going on, so why should he interfere? He did not even know what Captain Xia was trying to do. Could it be that Captain Xia was unhappy because 5 of his soldiers were caught? Battalion Commander Tian raised his head and looked at the backs of the few people who were as tall as mountains. He guessed that Captain Xia was unhappy. How could he be happy when he was captured by the male and female soldiers of the Special Forces and brought back to the camp? No way. Battalion Commander Tian, who was close to the truth, waved his sleeves and left without leaving a trace. He still had to settle the matter at hand. As for Captain Xia's matter, he could handle it himself. They would not interfere. The solitary confinement room was not big, but it was definitely a forbidden area in the hearts of every soldier. It was a forbidden area that they would rather write a reflection than set foot in. G3 took the lead and entered, followed by K7. Next was Z7, who had a look of resistance, but his footsteps were very obedient. T6 was originally following Z7 closely, but V8 suddenly cut in line and became the last to enter. V8, who cut in line and entered first, looked at his three comrades in the solitary confinement room and spread his hands. He smiled and said, "Q King is too angry. Let him vent his anger first to prevent him from harming his body." "Yes, it's my duty." G3 nodded and instructed K7 and Z7. "With T6 around, let's be quiet lest we anger Q King again." K7's answer was still the same as before. He used a calm expression to show that he knew everything. Z7 nodded heavily. "Don't worry, I'll rely on my comrades in times of crisis. Take care, sacrificial T6 combatant." Outside, the T6 combatant who had been cut in line pointed inside the room. He turned around and complained to Xia Jinyuan, "Q King, look at them. They have no discipline at all. And in front of you, in the months that you weren't around, it was even worse. Sometimes I even have to step in to maintain it. It's so tiring." Yi Qian was speechless. Was this a plot twist? A spy within a spy, a trap within a trap. It turned out that the deeper level was T6. Yi Qian was tired and distressed. Compared to her comrades, she was really too inexperienced. She hadn't even entered the team yet, but her comrades had already taught her to be a new person. She had to re-examine herself. She had to be steady and smart. Otherwise, she would really be tricked by her comrades at any moment, especially since all her comrades knew about her relationship with Captain Xia. There was a 100% chance that she would be tricked by them. She was heartbroken to think that she had wanted to plead on their behalf before. It's over. All gone. Yes. Must. She finally understood why Captain Xia said that. They had to be internally united and united against the outside world. They must not have internal strife. Now, she understood. Thank you to her good comrades in the military for giving her another life lesson. Chapter 49-32. His comrades were too scheming. Yi Qian, who felt that he was too naive, decided to stay by his man's side in the future and learn a few moves to protect himself. Otherwise, he would only be tricked in the future. The T6 combatant betrayed his comrades. It was so satisfying that even Xia Jinyuan could not stand it anymore. He gave him a heart-wrenching punch and said coldly, "How much longer are you going to keep up this act? If you don't go in now, every minute you dawdle outside will mean an additional 10 minutes in there." Damn. The T6 combatant, who had deliberately dawdled and refused to enter the confinement room, reacted like he was on the verge of death. He quickly rushed into the confinement room, afraid that every minute he stayed outside would mean an additional 10 minutes in there. Their captain would never make a joke out of the higher-ups. He was a man of his word. The T6 combatant, who immediately became obedient, nimbly entered the confinement room. He thought to himself, that was close. After entering, he was faced with 4 expressionless faces. The T6 combatant adjusted his collar and sighed. "Hi, I really don't know why Q King insists on locking us up. I asked around outside for a long time just now, but I didn't get any answers. Instead, I got scolded by him. How infuriating." Z7 put on a fake smile. "Is that so? You're so considerate. I thought you were tattling on us to Q King. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person?" The T6 combatant accused Z7 of making things up with an "I've been insulted" expression. "I was just asking around out of goodwill, but you're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. How hurtful." V8 sneered. "You're trying to play the blame game? Oh, you guys, why are all of you acting like sissies? All you like to do is let your imagination run wild. You're already locked up in the confinement room, yet you're still letting your imagination run wild. You'd better reflect on yourselves. I feel that the five of us misunderstood Q King's arrangements, which led to us being locked up now. It was 1 against 4, so there was no chance of winning. The T6 combatant immediately changed the topic. G3 waited for the three of them to engage in a verbal battle before saying to K7, "What do you think?" He pointed at T6 and K7 and said calmly, "Same." "What about the two of you? The same?" G3 asked Z7 and V8. The two of them nodded, indicating that they shared T6's opinion that they had misunderstood the situation, which led to them being locked in the small black room. Outside, Yi Qian wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead and said to Xia Jinyuan with lingering fear, "That was terrifying. I didn't expect the trap to be so deep. I almost begged for mercy." A bunch of highly intelligent fellows. How can they succeed if they don't play some tricks? I was also forced into a deep trap by them. If I didn't have any tricks up my sleeve, I would have been crippled by them. Xia Jinyuan sighed heavily and took the opportunity to complain to Yi Qian about how difficult it had been for him. Don't be fooled by the way they talk. In reality, each of them is better at playing a spy within a spy and a trap within a trap. If you're not careful, you can only wait to be sold by them. When you join the unit in the future, you'll have to understand that there really isn't any other unit that is as difficult to deal with as them. If you don't have any intelligence or tricks up your sleeves in front of them, your days will be tough. After Yi Qian heard this, he raised his hand and patted Xia Jinyuan heavily on the shoulder. With a solemn expression, he said, "Captain Xia, take care." After waiting for a while, Xia Jinyuan blinked. That's all. He was still waiting for her to comfort him. Yi Qian blinked. That's all. What else could it be? Qing Miao, you should at least express your stance. For example, you should stand firmly on my side in the future. No matter how many sweet nothings there are outside, no matter how many storms there are, you will always be by my side and face their tricks together. Chapter 49:33. Yi Qian smiled and blinked. Her voice was light and cheerful as she replied, "I need to learn a little first. I'll help you after I graduate. Right now, I'm afraid I'll be tricked. Sorry, I can't help you for the time being." Xia Jinyuan's heart ached. "I was counting on you to help me. Of course I'll help you. After I graduate, I'll definitely help you." Yi Qian nodded solemnly. Help. She was really afraid that before she could help Captain Xia, she would end up tricking him with her comrades. After seeing how T6 tricked his comrades, Yi Qian had already decided to follow her boyfriend. Now that Xia Jinyuan kept asking, Yi Qian didn't want to say anything. It would be boring if he said it out loud. With Yi Qian's assurance, Xia Jinyuan was relieved. That was good. With his girlfriend as his backing, he could still deal with his comrades who tricked him in the future. In the future, when you're in the unit, don't agree to anything easily, especially when they complain in front of you. They might even pretend to be sick to gain sympathy. Just ignore them. It's all a trick and a trap. They'll never let themselves be wronged. They'll always think of ways to trick others. You can do the same in the future. You can trick them appropriately. They won't get angry. Instead, they'll find it interesting. Yi Qian also thought that it was interesting to trick his comrades appropriately. What was even more interesting was that sometimes, even when they knew they were being tricked, they would still turn a blind eye and cooperate. Yi Qian still couldn't understand this way of getting along. Looking back at the detention room behind him, Yi Qian couldn't help but ask, "Captain Xia, won't this kind of trick affect the unity of the unit? Aren't you afraid of falling out? Although it's interesting, you can't always trick them, right?" Fall out? No way. Xia Jinyuan smiled and explained to Yi Qian, it's a way to relieve stress that's beneficial to the development of one's physical and mental health. It's a way to vent all the trauma and uneasiness in one's heart. It can relieve stress for oneself and make other comrades laugh. No one will fall out because of this. A comrade in the trenches, a comrade who walked out of a pile of death. Although they are not blood brothers, they know each other better than blood brothers. V8 came back from his last vacation and told us that he realized he had nothing in common with his brother, other than excitement. He couldn't find anything to talk about until midnight. Especially when the brothers asked about the army, he could only skim over it. Instead, he made his younger brother unhappy. V8 doesn't feel good when his younger brother doesn't understand. When Yi Qian heard this, he felt a lump in his throat and a sour feeling in his heart. Looking at his handsome profile, Yi Qian said softly, "If you have any troubles in the future, feel free to tell me. We'll bear it together and face it together." The Snowfield Brigade was not an ordinary special forces unit. They had to face life and death at all times, and the pressure they had to bear was not known to others. Therefore, the best person to complain to was their comrades, other than his comrades. He couldn't find a second person to whom he could talk about the bitterness in his heart, not even his parents, siblings, or sisters. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and gently rubbed Yi Qian's head. He was so touched that his heart softened. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter in the future. You're still here for me. The same goes for you. You have to tell me if you have any difficulties. We'll face them together and solve them together. Don't bear it alone. It'll be very tiring. If they worked together, they would share honor and disgrace. They would go through thick and thin together." Chapter 49:34. As for why Xia Jinyuan punished G3 and the other four to the detention room, Yi Qian's doubts were quickly resolved. Thinking about how her idea had implicated G3 and the other four comrades, Yi Qian felt very apologetic. She whispered, "Actually, it has nothing to do with them. If I hadn't suggested it, the 5 of them wouldn't have been found and brought back to the camp. It's not considered a loss. It's just a chance for the female soldiers to practice. If they didn't even meet, how could they practice? At the end of the day, it's still my fault. They were just cooperating with me." Yi Qian believed that with G3 and the other 4 skills, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave this vast Gobi without being noticed. The 5 of them were all elites and were best at hiding in the dark. How could they be easily discovered by the male and female soldiers? Xia Jinyuan knew that she wouldn't have the heart to do that. He smiled faintly and said, "Practice is practice. Being caught and brought back to the camp is another matter. Since they voluntarily brought us back to the camp, I will definitely cooperate with them." What did he mean? Yi Qian realized that her intelligence was getting lower and lower in front of them. They could have left immediately and didn't need to cooperate with us to return to the camp. Now that they voluntarily came back and cooperated so readily, do you think they don't have any other plans? I'm afraid they're up to no good again. Before they come up with any bad ideas, I'll stop them first and let them reflect on themselves. That way, they won't have the energy to come up with any more bad ideas. Xia Jinyuan, who was already familiar with his comrades' tactics, wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He was best at striking first to gain the upper hand. Yi Qian was worried. What should she do? She couldn't see her comrades coming up with any bad ideas. Yi Qian, who hadn't joined the team yet, was so worried that her hair was turning white. "Captain Xia, if I join the team, do you think I'll be instantly killed by my comrades?" Xia Jinyuan was amused by her worried expression. "That's a possibility in terms of intelligence. After all, they're a bunch of old foxes. and you haven't gotten used to their way of interacting. You don't have to worry about fighting at all. You can kill them in seconds. Besides, you still have me. You don't have to worry. If you can't win, I'll help you." This group of people wanted to pull his baby to their camp, but in the end, they were too smart for their own good. His baby had already made her choice and stood on the right side without him needing to spend any effort. They would never have imagined such a result. Their cleverness had backfired on them, and they would definitely regret it to the point of their intestines turning green. Yi Qian thought about it and felt that her boyfriend was right. That's right, her IQ wasn't high enough, so she immediately asked her boyfriend for help. Sai, a group of mischievous comrades who liked to play tricks on each other. She had to hurry up and get used to it. How could she always rely on Captain Xia? If he were to rely on Captain Xia, he might as well rely on himself. He had personally said that there would be no solution. Yi Qian still preferred to rely on herself. When she returned to her room, the first thing she did was not to wash up. Instead, she opened a diary and wrote a summary of what had happened in the wee hours of the morning. At the end of the diary, she wrote, "If I'm not smart enough, I'll make up for it with force. If I can't beat my comrades, I'll fight them one-on-one." Yi Qian thought that a one-on-one battle would be a good solution. Reality proved that a one-on-one battle was indeed a good solution. So much so that the entire Snowfield Brigade knew that their comrade Qingniao was not to be trifled with. After the female soldiers finished washing up, they each sat on a small stool and chatted about what had happened in the wee hours of the morning. None of the 20 female soldiers were in good condition. All of them had bruises on their bodies. When their sleeves and pants were rolled up, it was a ghastly sight. Chapter 49:35. The female soldiers looked at the wounds on their bodies and then looked at the wounds on their comrades. They all felt sorry for each other. They're all Captain Xia's soldiers. It's the first time I've been beaten like this by a male soldier. It's like domestic violence. I don't know how many days it'll take to recover. Even domestic violence isn't this cruel. One of them grabbed my waist and threw me directly to the ground. Come, see if my back is swollen. When I was bathing just now, it hurt so much that I couldn't even lift my hands. A female soldier lifted her clothes with her back, facing her comrades. Is there a big bruise? When her clothes were lifted, the female soldiers took a look and immediately gasped. It'll be fine if you apply some safflower oil. It's all purple. It's all bloody. They're really ruthless. I want to beat them. I really want to pay them back 10 times. I knew it must be purple. It hurts so much. It's so cold. I need a hot water bottle. The female soldier, whose back was badly injured, hurriedly put down her clothes and put on her cotton coat. She sat in the small stool and hugged herself tightly to keep warm. The conditions of the Northwest troops were quite tough, especially the troops built in the Gobi Desert. Even heating and water were problems. The conditions were tough, but no one backed down. The room without heating was very cold. Sometimes they would use the dried feces of wild camels or gather snow to boil in the stove and put it in a hot water bottle to keep warm. Winter was a difficult season for the soldiers, especially when the roads were blocked by heavy snow. All supplies had to be used sparingly to avoid a supply shortage. Among the female soldiers, there were 9 Northerners and 11 Southerners. What made Yi Qian dumbfounded was that the female soldiers from the South were more resistant to the cold than the 9 from the North. That was because there was no heating in the South during winter. They had to rely on their righteous qi to keep warm. On the other hand, the female soldiers from the North either had heated Kong beds or central heating. In the winter, the snow outside the house was as warm as spring inside the house. With such a big contrast, the female soldiers from the South were more resistant to the cold than those from the North. The female soldiers who had to exercise in the afternoon took turns to apply safflower oil. The strong smell of medicine filled the entire room. Even their chests were filled with the smell of safflower oil. T.S. Gently, gently, it hurts. It's all purple. You have to rub it harder. Bear with it. How many bottles of safflower oil are left? Is it enough? If not, we can get more from the infirmary. I wonder if the supply of safflower oil will be cut off this winter. No, the 5 of them won't stay in our camp for long. They'll leave in 2 days at most. We don't even need 2 days. It's snowing heavily the day after tomorrow. We'll leave tomorrow at the latest. Let's go quickly. I'm scared just looking at them. 5 against 34. And we didn't even get the upper hand. We were beaten up badly by them, and the male soldiers are not much better off than us. Special forces, these guys... Yang Zhen rubbed safflower oil on Gao Zhao's shoulders and said in a low voice, "They're different from the Special Forces soldiers I've seen before. It's definitely different. No one will beat us to death. Pain, pain, pain. Could it be that my bones are broken? Why is it so painful?" Gao Zhao was in so much pain that his face was distorted, and he sucked in several breaths of cold air. That's too cruel. I was thrown down by them 4 times in a row. If Chiu Tong hadn't rescued me in time, I would have fallen a 5th time. Chiu Tong, thank you. I'll repay you next time if there's a chance. Chiu Tong, who was rubbing safflower oil on another comrade's calf, didn't even raise her head. She smiled and said, "Don't. I don't like this kind of opportunity. Once is enough. I don't want a second time." If it happened a second time, she doubted that she could survive from the 5 Special Forces soldiers. Chapter 49:36. The female soldiers didn't want to do it a second time. They were all scared by the 5 unfamiliar male Special Forces soldiers. Gao Zhao, whose face was twisted from time to time, thought there would definitely be a next time. That's not for sure. It's all high-intensity training. Instructor Yi won't be merciful. She'll still make us scarred every day. When Gao Zhao mentioned Instructor Yi Qian, the dormitory became silent. Even Yang Zhen lowered her eyes slightly and rubbed Gao Zhao's shoulder silently. Gao Zhao, who made the dormitory fall into silence, pursed her lips and broke the silence in a small voice. "Do you all feel that? Instructor, Yi is different from the fresh graduates. I feel that way anyway. I felt it before, but it's even stronger today. Those 5 Special Forces soldiers are obviously very familiar with Instructor Yi. Captain Xia is familiar with everything about Instructor Yi, and his soldiers are familiar with Instructor Yi. What do you think? Is there a connection between them?" The connection was deep, but no one said it out loud. Yang Zhen, whose palms were red from rubbing, retracted her hand and said to Gao Zhao, "It's enough that you know it in your heart. You don't have to say it out loud. Instructor Yi didn't tell them personally. It was very likely that it was inconvenient for her to reveal her true identity. So even if they knew it in their hearts, they had to pretend not to know." Gao Zhao was bold and thought about things more simply. She felt that with their relationship with Yi Qian, there was no need to be so careful that they had to avoid even chatting. She said directly, "You guys, she's our instructor. She's going to train the 20 of us into a Special Force soldier. She's our instructor and also our teacher. There's nothing wrong with saying some things, right, Chiu Tong?" She asked Chiu Tong, in the end, purely out of reflex. Chiu Tong thought for a while before slowly nodding. "You're right. We don't have to be so careful. Why are we here? Why can Instructor Yi be our instructor after graduation?" The fundamental reason is that Instructor Yi is a Special Forces soldier and also a soldier in Captain Xia's team. So, she knows the male soldiers who beat us up. Captain Xia is also familiar with Instructor Yi. Gao Xiao put his palms together. His movement was too big for a moment, and his shoulder was affected. Before he could speak, he was in pain again. That's right. Don't be so careful. Don't look at how strict and cold Instructor Yi is. He's actually a very nice person. I've made such a big mistake. She punished me, but she didn't intend to report it to the higher-ups. She's obviously a very protective instructor. Usually, leaders who are protective of their own people have a common problem. They can scold their own soldiers as they wish, but they will never allow others to criticize them. When they encounter problems, they won't just push their own soldiers out. They will take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. I quite like leaders who are protective of their own people. Even if they are strict to the point of being harsh, I still feel at ease. You can tell from the difficulty of the training that Instructor Yi has arranged for us. She hopes that all of us can become special female soldiers and become a member of the 1st Female Special Forces Unit. Yang Zhen was shocked when she heard Gao Xiao's words. She didn't understand such a simple principle. She was worried that she wouldn't be qualified and would be eliminated by Instructor Yi. All 20 female soldiers wanted to become a Special Forces soldier, but not all of them could really become a Special Forces soldier. The original regiment commander had privately revealed a little to her, telling her that if she wanted to stay, she had to be more careful and not make a wedding dress for others. She had always remembered and had always carefully done her job. She hoped that Instructor Yi could add a few chips in her assessment to make her officially a female Special Forces soldier. Chapter 49:37. Now, Gao Xiao's words made her realize how narrow-minded she was and how short-sighted she was. How could Instructor Yi, who trained them diligently, give up on any female soldier? She wouldn't. She only hoped that all the female soldiers could realize their dreams and become a Special Forces female soldier. Yang Zhen's emotions were fluctuating. Gao Xiao, who was dressed, got up from the small stool and took the safflower oil from her hand. Class rep, it's your turn. I'll rub it for you. Did you see who hit you the most? I regret it now. Why did I only think I could beat them up and forget to see who hit me the most? On the way back to the camp, I secretly watched for a long time and felt that all 5 of them hit me. They're not bad-looking, tall, and have good figures. It's just that they're too evil and too ruthless. Her topic jumped too quickly. 1 second, she was still holding a grudge, and the next second, she was talking about how the 5 male soldiers were not bad-looking. But then again, the 5 Special Forces soldiers were indeed not bad-looking. The vice class rep's dormitory also talked about the good looks of G3 and the other 4. Some female soldiers thought that K7, who didn't say a word and didn't even get angry, was the best-looking. Some female soldiers said that T6, who had a baby face and handsome facial features, was good-looking. There were also some who said that V8 was good-looking. As for Z7, Han Zheng, all the female soldiers thought that his eyes were the best-looking. He was affectionate and gentle. His pair of eyes saved his face. As for G3, they didn't dare to talk about it. It was obvious that G3 had a high status among the 5, so they didn't dare to talk about it. Captain Xia is handsome, Instructor Yi is beautiful, and even their comrades are all handsome. What kind of Special Forces team do you think they are? Don't tell me they have to see if they're handsome and beautiful before joining? Other than Instructor Yi, are there any other female soldiers in their team? Do they spar with the male soldiers every day during training? Can Instructor Yi win against them? The female soldiers who were resting in the morning talked about Yi Jian, Xia Jinyuan, and G3 when they were applying safflower oil on their hands. What Yi Qian didn't expect was that the female soldiers who were beaten black and blue were determined to target G3 and the others. They wanted to become the female Special Forces soldiers who could beat G3 and the others black and blue. When Yi Qian found out about this, he expressed his full support. As for whether or not she was a Special Forces soldier, Yi Qian didn't hide it when Gao Xiao suddenly asked during the afternoon training break. He explained to the 20 female soldiers, "I am indeed a Special Forces soldier, and I'm also Captain Xia's soldier. The 5 people who almost crippled you are all my comrades. In the wee hours of the morning, Captain Xia and I found their tracks first. After we recognized them, I asked Captain Xia to suggest to his comrades that they could be your practice partners. That's why you're all injured now. If you want to become a Special Forces soldier like them, I believe you can do it. As long as you train hard, you can all become a Special Forces soldier. Okay, now hold the guns and lie down for 2 hours. Whoever loses the bullet on the gun will have to wash the dirty clothes of all your comrades in the dorm. 1, 2, 3, assemble." Yi Qian, who was good at explaining to the female soldiers, didn't let them rest for too long. They said they would rest for 10 minutes, and they only had 10 minutes, not a minute more, not a minute less. G3 and the others who were released from the detention room observed Yi Qian's training of the female soldiers. They all had deep smiles on their faces. Chapter 49:38. Qing Niao was indeed Qing Niao. She could show off her skills wherever she went and was not worried about her talent being buried. Even though she had just graduated from the military academy, she was very good at training female soldiers. She managed the female soldiers who were older than her, and all of them were obedient to her without any objections. The G3 member smiled and sighed. No wonder the military dared to entrust such an important task to Qing Niao. Who else could they pass it to if not her? They probably couldn't find a more suitable candidate. The T6 member raised his eyebrows. Why don't you think about who Qing Niao is? She's a female soldier who dared to carry out missions with Q King in junior high. No, she wasn't considered a soldier at that time. She was still a student. Junior high, senior high. If you think about it carefully, Qing Niao had already done a lot of big things before she became an adult. Thinking back, all the things I did before I became an adult were bastards and stirred up trouble everywhere. I even thought of myself as someone important, unlike Qing Niao, who can already take on big responsibilities at such a young age. It was not that bad, but when they thought about it, the T6 member was shocked. It was true. Since junior high, Qing Niao had already started to show her talents. In her 3rd year of junior high, she went abroad to participate in the Olympiad and happened to encounter the capture of Red Scorpion. She even cooperated with Q King to participate in the operation. Later, they heard from Q King that it was her first time killing someone with a gun. After killing someone, she did not feel much fear at that time because she still had a male classmate beside her who needed to be protected. After killing someone, her whole body was trembling and she could not lift the gun that she was holding tightly for a long time. She was too nervous, so nervous that she lost control of her fingers and could not move freely. After that, Qing Niao officially walked into the sights of her comrades and participated in one operation after another. She completed the mission perfectly time and time again, without any problems. It had been 8.5 years since she graduated from junior high school. The young girl from the past had become a young captain who could take on heavy responsibilities alone. She used her method to hand in an answer sheet that the military was very satisfied with. When they saw Yi Qian leading the training team, the G3 members could not help but recall what they had done before the age of 18. After thinking for a while, they realized that they really did not do anything big before the age of 18. This was especially so for Z7. He seriously recalled that before he was 18 years old, all he did was to chase girls, have girlfriends, smoke and drink, get into fights, and create trouble. If he had not been beaten up by family Xia's sixth brother, he would probably have touched the things that he should not touch with. Before the age of 18, he had done many great things, but they were all nonsense, and he had not done a single proper thing. Due to the absurdity of his past private life, Z7 was afraid that his comrades would dig up his dark past again. Thus, he was forced to lower his voice and pretend to be serious as he said, "Don't you guys see something?" He pointed at Yi Qian and lowered his voice even more mysteriously. "Did you see anything?" T6, who was the first to be led astray, narrowed his eyes. He only saw that the female soldiers were very respectful to Qing Niao and obeyed all of Qing Niao's orders. He could not see anything else. He shook his head. "I didn't see anything." V8 also did not see anything and shook his head in agreement. Z7 rolled his eyes at the two of them. What happened to the tacit understanding? They dropped the ball at the crucial moment. He turned to G3 and asked, "Did you see anything?" G3, who did not want to be rolled his eyes, looked at them seriously for at least 3 minutes. In the end, he pulled the camouflage jacket he was wearing and shook his head. Z7, who had successfully diverted his comrades' attention, wanted to knock them on the head a few times. "What kind of eyesight and observation skills are you? None of you saw anything. Disappointing. Brother, what about you? Did you see anything?" The brother was none other than K7, who only looked and did not speak. Chapter 49-39. K7, the only one who didn't speak, coldly glanced at the claw on his shoulder. Z7 quickly retracted his claw as if it was on fire. That gaze made him think that the hand on his shoulder wasn't his own, but a formalin-soaked cadaver's hand. His hair stood on end, and he shivered. K7 retracted his creepy gaze. His thin lips moved slightly. "Q King." "That's right. We forensic doctors have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering the truth." Z7 clapped his hands and felt very gratified. Although he was afraid that his dark history would be dug up, he did indeed notice this problem. He didn't expect that he and K7 were the only ones who noticed it. "Did you guys not bring your brains out when you were in the military? How could you not notice such an obvious problem?" Z7, who had crushed his 3 comrades, kept shaking his head like an old man. His arrogance made G3, T6, and V8 want to greet him with their fists. Qing Niao's training is very similar to Q King's. I'm sure all of you know what Q King's training is like. Even you old foxes are afraid, let alone the female soldiers. The female soldiers know how powerful their instructor is. How would they dare to have any ideas? When Q King was in the Airborne Brigade, you old foxes tried to trip Q King up a lot. What happened in the end? In the end, you were taught a lesson by Q King. In the first 3 days of his arrival, he wasn't being polite to you. He was just busy familiarizing himself with the environment. Unexpectedly, you misunderstood that Q King was easy to bully. In the end, you shot yourself in the foot. Q King won against you back then, but dozens of you took turns to trip Q King up. He was the only one who could counter your moves. Even so, Q King was so tired that he lost 8 kilograms in half a month. Look at Qing Niao and her soldiers. I dare say that they definitely didn't trip Qing Niao up. On the contrary, on the first day, even Qing Niao gave them a show of strength, letting them know that the instructor was not to be trifled with. All of them had to be obedient, which is why they are so respectful today. Initially, G3 and the others did not feel that there was anything unusual. Now that Z7 had explained it, they felt that Z7 was not mistaken. Qing Niao's training was indeed somewhat similar to Q King's. Oh no, oh no. One Q King was enough to give them a headache. Now that there was another Q King, wouldn't it be even scarier? In an instant, the T6 combatant felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around and confirmed that Xia Jinyuan was not around. Then he whispered, "I'm feeling inexplicably nervous right now. Will we still be able to set up a trap for Q King in the future?" "TSK, I don't think it's ever been successful. Not even once." Z7 rolled his eyes again. "Stop dreaming. Qing, Niao definitely won't help us. I don't have any other requests now. I just hope that Qing Niao can remain neutral in the future. It's best if she just watches from the sidelines and doesn't interfere." V8 and T6 kept nodding their heads. That's right, that's right. They did not expect Qing Niao to help them set up Q King. They only hoped that when they set up Q King, she would just watch from the sidelines. K7 looked at them and thought that they were letting their imaginations run wild again. He complained in his heart, "Boring." Then he took the lead and walked away. He just wanted to see how she led the team. If the female soldiers were convinced he would not be able to help much as a comrade if she was not good at leading the team. However, if the female soldiers were not convinced and even made things difficult for her from time to time, he did not mind leaving the camp later in the afternoon and continuing to practice with the female soldiers. After watching for about half an hour, the 5 of them stopped watching and turned to leave the training ground. Chapter 4940. The reason why the 5 of them were able to leave the confinement room was because Battalion Commander Tian had confirmed to the military division that they were indeed here for an inspection mission. Moreover, it was not an order from the military, but from the military headquarters. Battalion Commander Tian was so shocked that his back was drenched in cold sweat. After confirming, Battalion Commander Tian immediately ordered the soldiers to release the 5 of them. As for Xia Jinyuan, he still did not know that the 5 of them had left the confinement room. The female soldiers who did not know that they had escaped a disaster continued to grit their teeth and train. The wind blew fiercely, cutting their faces like knives. The wind blew sand and dust into their eyes. Even if their eyes turned red and tears fell, the female soldiers did not raise their hands to wipe their eyes. From today onwards, all the female soldiers' training would be intensive. However, holding a gun for 2 hours was the least difficult part of the intensive training. They held the rifle with both hands, the butt of the rifle against their shoulders. Their eyes looked through the sights and stared straight ahead without blinking. Even the number of times they blinked correspondingly decreased. 2 hours of lying on the ground was a little uncomfortable, but they clenched their teeth and endured it. If they did not grit their teeth and persevere, once the bullet on the muzzle dropped, it would be the beginning of a more difficult period. Maintain your line of sight, aim straight ahead, and don't move. Adjust your breathing, slow and long. Don't be deep and shallow at times. Aim at a point on my body. Think carefully about what kind of shooting method you need to use to aim at the target from different directions and hit it with one shot. I told you to look at a point on my body as a target, not for you to shoot. Right now, I am just within the range of a blank bullet. If your hands tremble, it is very likely that the bullet will hit me, especially the female soldier who is aiming at the back of my chest. Has your finger pulled the trigger a little? If you pull it a little deeper, the bullet will really come out. Yi Qian, who was also lying on the ground, could still remind the female soldiers. She was lying on the ground in front, which meant that there were 20 Type 95 rifles with blank bullets aimed at her from behind. She kept saying that she was not distracted at all. The most important thing was to disturb the female soldiers and distract them. She wanted the female soldiers to aim at any part of her body, including her head. She wanted to see if the female soldiers could avoid her interference. In the past, Principal Chen also used this method to train Yi Qian. Even after so many years, it was still a good idea. Since it could strengthen the mental fortitude of the female soldiers, It would also let the female soldiers know that their comrades' backs would be left to them. Yi Qian did not have high hopes that everyone would be able to last for 2 hours. After 3 months of intense training, they might be able to do so. The first training was very difficult. Half an hour later, the female soldier's arms began to ache and her fingers began to stiffen. Sweat dripped into her eyes, and there were even small things like ants drilling into her body. A bullet fell from the barrel of the gun. It was none other than the female soldier who had aimed the gun at the back of Yi Qian's head. At this moment, she was sweating profusely. When the bullet fell, her whole body froze. Then she buried her head in her arms and smiled bitterly. She had been disrupted. She didn't pull the trigger at all, but she was worried that if her hand trembled, she might not be able to control herself and pull the trigger, then the blank cartridge would really shoot into the back of the instructor's head. As long as she thought of this possibility, she couldn't calm down and couldn't aim at the target without moving. The first female soldier, who was disrupted, buried her head for about a minute. She touched a small stone beside her and blew at the stone. The female soldier put the stone aside to count, which meant that she had failed once. Chapter 49-41. If there was a first time, there would be a second. Yi Qian, who was lying at the front, didn't turn around. Therefore, she couldn't have discovered that a female soldier's bullet had fallen. It all depended on whether the female soldiers were honest and could accept failure. She said that she would accompany them during every training session and would never watch. She meant what she said and wouldn't change her mind. As time passed, the female soldiers' arms became more and more tired, and their eyes became more and more sore. The bullets fell from the gun barrels one after another, but they quickly put them back in and continued to hold the gun for another 2 hours until they were all wiped out. As for Yi Qian, who was lying at the front, the bullets on the gun barrels didn't fall even once after 2 hours. Even though the wind was strong, she could still stabilize the bullets and not let them fall. The female soldiers were so envious that their eyes turned red. However, they also knew that such skills couldn't be achieved in a day. They had to go through long and arduous training and experience countless times to achieve it today. Yi Qian put away her gun and stood up. The female soldiers continued to lie down. Without her order, no one got up even when the time was up. Yi Qian walked from the first female soldier to the last female soldier. Seeing that there were stones of different sizes at their side, she returned to the front and said in a cold voice, "Put away your guns and assemble." The female soldiers' hearts sank when they heard her voice. The entire army was wiped out. No one persisted. In the afternoon, the female soldiers had to wear sandbags that weighed 5 kilograms each. From today onwards, they would have to tie sandbags to their wrists for 2 hours every day until they could hold the gun for 4 hours without moving. 2 hours without moving while holding a gun was indeed the easiest part of the training. Yi Qian continued to train with the female soldiers. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan threw the training plan to the 5 people who had sneaked into his room. Dark clouds covered his handsome face. A storm was about to come. "You're quite shameless. You've all walked around the barracks. You must know a lot about the heroic deeds of the Pioneer Battalion. Not bad. You're so relaxed after being dragged back to the barracks. You're just taking it as a vacation. There are 34 soldiers, and you have 5 people. Can't you win 5 against 6? I don't know who's the thick-skinned one who told me that it's not a problem even if it's 1 against a few. I told you to practice with the female soldiers, but you were discovered by them first." "What? Are you proud of being discovered by them? You want to wave the flag and run around the Pioneer Battalion to tell everyone that you've lost? I told you to stay in the confinement room because I wanted to save some face for you and for myself. You guys, on the other hand, are still going around swaggering about. Since you guys are so magnanimous, I admit defeat. The 5 of them stood in front of Xia Jinyuan. Although they held their heads high, their hearts were actually trembling like leaves in the wind, fluttering without a place to settle. Sigh. If they had known, they would have stayed in the confinement room all this time. It had been a long time since he had seen Q King get angry, and he was almost scared to death. G3 said in a low voice, "It's my fault. I didn't restrain my team members well. You're in the wrong. I know, but I don't intend to let you off so easily." Xia Jinyuan sneered. There was no trace of happiness in his handsome face, only coldness. As the vice captain, you didn't reflect on yourself and even led the team to relax. G3, you've made a grave mistake. I'll accept all punishment. There won't be a next time. G3 didn't explain himself because there was no need to. They were good at night battles, but they were discovered in advance. They didn't discover the soldiers at the front of the barracks first and took the initiative to attack. This was the root of Q King's anger. Chapter 49-42. The other 4 looked gloomy as they accepted Q King's reprimand without any objection. This is the team's training. After 3 months, I'll come back to test you. If you don't complete any of the tests, you know what will happen to you. You understand? Understood. 5 voices sounded at the same time. They gave Xia Jinyuan a military order with majestic momentum. If they didn't pass any of the tests, they would accept any punishment unconditionally. As for mocking Xia Jinyuan's male soldiers for being weaker than Yi Qian's female soldiers, they didn't even think about it anymore. At 3:00 in the afternoon, Yi Qian was still training the female soldiers while G3 and the other 4 left on foot. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to Yi Qian. Battalion Commander Tian watched the 5 figures leave and asked again, "Do you really not need to send a car? Do you really want them to leave on foot? It's more than 100 kilometers. Do you really want them to walk? It's snowing heavily the day after tomorrow. Are you sure they can leave before the snow?" He was really worried that this was Captain Xia's arrangement in a fit of anger. He was still worried and wanted to ask again. What if it was really an impulsive decision? Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "I'm very sure and very sure. It's only 100 kilometers. They'll be there in no time. If the snow doesn't end, it's their own business." Battalion Commander Tian even wanted to secretly send a car to follow them. Why did it feel like Captain Xia was very casual with his soldiers? Battalion Commander Tian didn't ask again because of Xia Jinyuan's insistence. However, the next night, he immediately called to confirm if the 5 of them had arrived at the military station. Battalion Commander Tian was relieved and didn't come back to his senses for a long time after hanging up the phone. The combat power of these Special Forces soldiers was so strong that it made him fearful. Yi Qian knew that G3 and the other 4 had left. Although it was a pity that he couldn't send them off, it didn't affect his mood. He continued to train the soldiers and didn't care about too many miscellaneous matters. Due to G3 and the other 4's arrival, the troops stationed in the Gobi Desert entered winter to reorganize. As the snow fell, the reorganizing of the troops continued. Battalion Commander Tian was so busy that he would receive countless phone calls or conference calls every day. Every day, he wished he could break 1 minute into 10 minutes. When Yi Qian saw this, he secretly asked Xia Jinyuan one night if the base hidden in the Gobi Desert was very dangerous. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in a chair, smiled at her. "Do you think that father-in-law is the only one in the base?" His father-in-law's base had countless satellites, and every country in the world knew about it. Instead of being watched by foreign countries, it was better to tell them openly. However, even a cunning rabbit has 3 boroughs. There was no need to continue explaining things clearly. When Yi Qian heard this, her expression turned serious. She understood. Even a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows, but there had to be a target to attract attention. The more attention the public target attracted, the safer the other hidden bases would be. Just like the U.S. Area 51, these people had released a lot of news, both real and fake. They had even released news about aliens, attracting the attention of people from all over the world. It had even attracted countless explorers. In the end, who had actually entered Area 51? And who had stood up to confirm the existence of aliens in Area 51? No one. Area 51 was an extremely important secret military base in the U.S. It was also a known military base, just like Father Fu's base. It was known, but no one had ever approached it. The more mysterious it was, the more attention it received, and the more it needed to be heavily guarded. This way, it would attract the attention of other countries. After that, Yi Qian no longer asked how many secret bases there were in the Gobi Desert. She only needed to know that the unknown bases were very safe, and Father Fu's base was also very safe. That was enough. Yi Qian, who had arrived in the Gobi Desert in September, began the countdown to the 4th month. The 4 months of intensive training did not matter if the weather was good or bad. As long as it was daytime, no matter how strong the wind was or how heavy the snow was, the female soldiers, led by Yi Qian, would gather at 5:30 a.m. sharp for the day's training. The spring festival also quietly arrived amidst the intense and arduous training. Chapter 49-43. Although the training was tough, the atmosphere in the platoon was very festive, especially with the addition of the female soldiers. It was in full swing. All of them wanted to show off their martial arts skills. The secretary had just announced that there would be a spring festival gala on New Year's Eve. Both the male and female soldiers responded enthusiastically. Even Company Commander Zhu supported the male soldiers to come up with a few special programs so that the female soldiers could see that the male soldiers were good at both martial arts and literature. The male soldiers were indeed multi-talented. They performed martial arts, played all kinds of musical instruments, sang and danced, and even had a male soldier who knew how to dance cha-cha. His dance partner was also his comrade. Thus, before the program list was confirmed, the cha-cha became the most popular program. When Yi Qian found out that the male soldiers were so good, she couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off her forehead. She realized she didn't have a single talent that she could show. She didn't, but the female soldiers in her class did. On the day of the announcement, Yi Qian asked the female soldiers to stay behind before they were dismissed. She hoped that the female soldiers would actively sign up and not be outdone by the male soldiers. Yi Qian went through the 20 female soldiers' resumes one by one in her mind. She knew all of their artistic talents. She asked them because she respected them. How could she just make all the decisions? The female soldiers had been discussing this since noon. As Yi Qian had been holding back, they didn't dare to bring it up. They had been discussing it in private, and even came up with a few programs to crush the male soldiers. They had to fight for first place. They didn't care about second place. Now that Yi Qian had taken the initiative to bring it up, the female soldiers who were standing in the chilly wind started talking about it. The squad leader, Yang Zhen, reported the program that they had secretly discussed in the afternoon to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was happy to hear it. Sure, you can arrange it yourselves. I see that the male soldiers are in full swing. Our female platoon can't fall behind. She thought for a while and said, from tonight onwards, the training time will be shortened by an hour. You can rehearse your programs. Strive to achieve a high standard. Although I don't dare to say that it's better than the Spring Festival Gala, it has to be better than the male soldiers. Talent is what we girls are best at. As for herself, she chose to be a spectator. When the female soldiers heard that Yi Qian had even shortened their training time by an hour, the news was too sudden, so much so that they couldn't quite believe it. A female soldier asked cautiously, "Instructor, are you really going to shorten the evening training time by 1 hour? Then what about this 1 hour of training?" This was very important. He had to get to the bottom of this. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. His smile was like a blooming flower, but it made the female soldier want to slap herself. She felt that she had asked a question that would make all her comrades in the class want to vomit blood. When the rest of the female soldiers saw this, alarm bells rang in their hearts. Something bad was about to happen. When Yi Qian saw that the female soldiers were like kittens with their hair standing on end, the smile on his face deepened. "Don't worry. We can compress the 1 hour training. We won't miss any part of the training." As expected, she knew that with Instructor Ye's strictness, how could he let them off so easily? There must be a backup plan. There must be arrangements. Slacking off. Don't be so optimistic. The female soldiers' faces instantly turned green. It was as if all the energy in their bodies had been sucked out. Don't underestimate the 1 hour training. Every hour of their training was high intensity and difficult. After compressing it, the female soldiers couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 49-44. Yi Qian smiled and encouraged the female soldiers. "You have to believe that your potential is limitless. Once you get used to it, you won't feel tired. Just like now, you're used to the intense training every day. You'll also get used to the compressed missions. It's very likely that you'll be even better than before. Today is New Year's Eve. Training ends at 8 p.m. You can choose to start rehearsing tonight. As for me, I'll go to the male camp tonight to spy on the situation. I'll tell you later." With that, he dismissed the squad leader. Xia Jinyuan was not in the barracks on New Year's Eve. 3 days ago, he left the barracks with the male soldiers and went to another barracks for an exchange. He would be back in the morning at the latest, or he might be back tonight. Yi Qian thought that he would be back in the morning. Who knew that he would be back at 7 p.m. on New Year's Eve? When he found out that the barracks would be holding a welcoming party, Battalion Commander Tian even smiled and asked him, as an instructor, if he would like to go on stage and perform with Instructor Yi from the female soldier class. Xia Jinyuan thought about it and answered Battalion Commander Tian, "Seriously, forget about the performance. Leave it to the soldiers. As for me, I just want to be a quiet, pretty boy in the audience." With Yi Qian by his side, he wanted to be a quiet, pretty boy, watch the performance with his girlfriend, and welcome the new and the old together. When Battalion Commander Tian mentioned Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan remembered that he and Yi Qian had known each other for 8 years and had been in a relationship for 5.5 years. However, they had never really spent the spring festival together. They had spent many national holidays together, but not once during the spring festival. Therefore, this was their first time spending the spring festival together. He just wanted to be with Yi Qian. Battalion Commander Tian laughed heartily. What a quiet and handsome man. Ha ha ha. This Captain Xia was really interesting. You are a handsome man. A few days ago, Zhu Zhonghua told me that you have been in our camp for so long, but your skin is still so white, unlike him. His teeth are almost black from the sun's rays. Instructor Yi isn't tanned at all. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and looked at the back of his hand. It was true. He and Yi Qian were both people who didn't get tanned. Even if they did, their skin would turn white within half a month. It couldn't be helped. They were so well matched inside and out. After reporting to Battalion Commander Tian, Xia Jinyuan, who was still feeling cold, ignored his fatigue, and went to look for Yi Qian. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered that Yi Qian was still training. Even if he went to look for her now, she wouldn't see him. Thus, she decided to return to her room and change out of her dirty clothes. Stepping on the dry snow, Xia Jinyuan returned to his room. He first went to the boiler room to fetch 2 pots of hot water for a bath, then cleaned up the blisters on the soles of his feet. After that, he bent over the table and wrote down his experience from the exchange over the past 4 days, so that he could hand it over to Battalion Commander Tian tomorrow. Xia Jinyuan did not hear the sound of the door next door opening until about 10 minutes past 8 in the evening, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps. His girlfriend, who was only a wall away from him, had returned. Yi Qian did not immediately realize that her boyfriend was in the room. She unbuckled her belt as she walked towards the head of the bed. It was only when she looked through the window and saw the light shining into the snow next door that she realized who it was. Yi Qian put her belt away and quickly walked out of the room. Xia Jinyuan heard the sound of her footsteps, and a deep smile appeared in his eyes. Just by listening to the sound of her footsteps, he knew that she had walked out of her room again and was walking towards him. Yi Qian walked out of her room. Xia Jinyuan, who had put down his pen, also walked towards the door. Just as Yi Qian was about to knock on the door, Xia Jinyuan opened the closed door. A handsome, short-haired man appeared in front of Yi Qian with a smile on his handsome face. Instructor Yi, what a coincidence! Chapter 49-45. Coincidentally, he had heard her footsteps and had walked over to open the door. She saw that the light on his desk was on, and there was a notebook on it. There was a pen on top of the notebook, so she knew that he was writing a report. Yi Qian did not enter immediately. Did I disturb you? No, I'm almost done. Xia Jinyuan turned sideways and reached out to grab Yi Qian's wrist and pulled her into his room. Yi Qian did not expect him to suddenly grab her and was caught off guard. She threw herself into his arms. Clang! The door was closed by Xia Jinyuan's long legs. He hugged Yi Jian tightly in his arms and laughed in a low voice. You miss me so much? You're in such a hurry to get into my arms. You were the one who suddenly pulled me, so I lost my balance and threw myself into your arms. Yi Qian explained, but she did not escape from his warm arms. Instead, she leaned over and wrapped her arms around his waist. She said slowly, I missed you a little, so I came to find you immediately. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were full of tenderness. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. He smiled and sighed. I missed you more than you did. Not a little, but a lot. Especially when I thought about how this is the first time we're spending the spring festival together. Yi Qian, who was buried in his arms, nodded. Yes, we'll spend the spring festival together this year. We'll call home to wish the elders a happy new year. My grandfather will definitely be sitting by the phone waiting for my call. Okay, we'll call Old Master first. Then we'll call Old Master and Old Madam. As for my father, we have to greet him as well. Otherwise, he will be so angry that he will rush back to the military headquarters on the first day of the spring festival. It's the spring festival. Let the guards have a good rest. Don't give them any trouble. After he finished speaking, Yi Jian said softly, I have to spend more time with Grandpa. Dad didn't come home this year, and neither did I. There's only Uncle Fu at home to accompany Grandpa during the holidays. Grandpa is very lonely. Master Xia and old Madam Xia had so many children and grandchildren that they needed 4 tables to sit down. As for the Fu family, there were exactly 4 seats for a family. If Uncle Fu returned home, there would still be 1 empty table left. The Fu family was too cold. Fortunately, the old man was already used to it. Moreover, there would be students who would come to accompany the old man during the spring festival. This could also comfort the old man. Xia Jinyuan, whose chin was resting on Yi Qian's head, nodded. Of course. In the future, whenever we return to Beijing for the new year, we will accompany you to welcome the new and bid farewell to the old. The family summer festival was bustling with noise and excitement. With a few more nephews coming out, it became even livelier. As such, when Xia Jinyuan proposed to spend the new year with old Master Fu, no one in the family Xia would have any objections. Xia Jinyuan's understanding made Yi Qian tiptoe and kiss his chin. Thank you, Captain Xia. Why are you thanking me? I am the son-in-law of the Fu family. Are you treating me like an outsider? Then I will be angry. Xia Jinyuan, who was pretending to be angry, even raised his chin. Quick, kiss me again and comfort me. Otherwise, I will be angry until tomorrow morning. He was trying to get a kiss. Knowing that he was doing it on purpose, Yi Qian was happy to cooperate. This time, it was not as simple as tiptoeing. He hooked his arms around Xia Jinyuan's neck and kissed him directly on the lips. The last time they kissed was on the day they arrived at the military camp. It had been so long since Yi Qian, who had always been very restrained, was especially proactive. It was probably because the weather was so cold that she needed a warm embrace. That was why she was so impulsive. Chapter 49-46. Xia Jinyuan gladly accepted the kiss. He held the back of Yi Jian's head with one hand and pressed their lips closer together. Their lips and teeth were intertwined with each other. Yi Qian kept his arms around Xia Jinyuan's neck and passionately responded to his feelings. Like a moth to a flame, he poured all the love he had for 2 lifetimes onto Xia Jinyuan and never regretted it. Outside the window, there was white snow drifting down. The light in the window was bright, and the 2 of them were entwined on the wall. Although the weather was cold, people's hearts were as warm as spring. The 2 of them agreed to be audience members that night. They would sit below the stage and watch the soldiers perform. After the performance, the 2 of them would go out for a walk and wait for midnight to come. They would send off 2003 and usher in a brand new 2004. The 2 of them agreed to be audience members, but their soldiers didn't want to let them go. The male and female soldiers bumped into each other and whispered to each other like thieves. In the end, they reached an agreement to invite the instructors to perform. The next day, at 8 o'clock, the female soldiers surrounded Yi Qian, who was about to leave. Yang Zhen stood up to express the thoughts of all the female soldiers. When Yi Jian saw that she was surrounded, it was obvious that they didn't want her to leave easily. She glanced at the female soldiers with a smile and asked, "Whose idea was it? Gao Xiao, was it you?" She was the only one who had the guts to suggest it. Gao Xiao immediately surrendered and confessed, reporting to the instructor, "I'm innocent. It wasn't me. It was another comrade who looked very quiet." She took the initiative to suggest it. A very quiet comrade. Yi Qian's gaze fell on Yang Zhen. Although Yang Zhen was the class monitor, she was quiet most of the time and didn't play much with her comrades. She was the class monitor, so she had to be careful. Yang Zhen had a headache. She didn't expect Gao Xiao to surrender so quickly, so she had to confess. "Talent is my weakness. I don't have any. If you really want to see it, you can perform live bullet shooting. For example, one of you has an apple on your head and holds it with both hands. I think it's a good performance." After she finished speaking, the female soldiers silently took a step back. Shooting with an apple on your head. Although they knew that instructor Ye's shooting skills were very good, but they really didn't have the guts. If it was a live shot, it would be a headshot if it was slightly off target. Their goal had not been achieved yet, so they could not sacrifice their lives for a festival. Before they could force the palace, the female soldiers were scared off by Yi Qian's valiance. The next day, When the female soldiers told the male soldiers the result, they were all dumbfounded. Instructor Yi was a bit too valiant. Then forget it. No matter how good your skills are, you can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Shooting with live ammunition will really kill people. Only Instructor Yi dares to say that. Even our instructor, Xia, doesn't dare. As soon as the male squad leader finished speaking, Instructor Xia's cold voice came from behind. What do you mean I don't dare? What are you trying to defame me in front of the female soldiers? No, I have absolutely no intention of slandering you. The male squad leader, whose back stiffened, quickly turned around and smiled obsequiously. Instructor, you heard wrong. Instructor Xia, he said that our instructor Yi dares to perform live shooting, but you don't. Instructor Xia, do you really not dare to do it? Gao Xiao was ruthless. She directly exposed the truth in front of the male soldiers. The smile on the male squad leader's face immediately froze. These female soldiers, can't they be more loyal? How could Xia Jinyuan not know what the female soldiers were thinking? He pretended to think for a while, before saying seriously, then I have to talk to your instructor Yi and see if he really dares to do it. The female soldiers' eyes lit up. There was hope. Chapter 49-47. When the female soldiers saw that there was hope, they wanted to encourage Xia Jinyuan to talk to Yi Qian personally. However, they swallowed their words. Instructor Xia and Instructor Yi were on the same side. How could they encourage Instructor Xia? That would not work. However, Instructor Xia's words were obviously interesting. If they did not ask clearly, they would keep thinking about it. Finally, the desire to see Yi Qian's performance prevailed. Gao Xiao, who was the most courageous, spoke up. Although she spoke boldly, her voice was so soft that it sounded like she had something in her mouth. It took some effort to hear clearly. The female soldiers were all quite afraid of Xia Jinyuan. Even if he was handsome, the female soldiers did not have any feelings for him. Usually when they saw Xia Jinyuan, they would stay as far away as possible. Instructor Xia was handsome, but it was obvious that he was not a man who was easy to get along with. The rational female soldiers would not torture themselves for a handsome face. This was also why when Xia Jinyuan came to the army, even if he had a handsome face, none of the female soldiers had a crush on him. They were already scared away, so what was there to have a crush on? Of course, there was also a reason why there were no female soldiers in his army. At this moment, Gao Xiao's vague words made Xia Jinyuan smile, without saying anything. It was not a big smile, but a fake one. Gao Xiao immediately regretted it. She no longer had the courage. She tightened her shoulders and quickly stepped back, afraid that Xia Jinyuan would recognize her. The female soldiers did not dare to mention it again. What was the use of being handsome? His ferocious appearance was scary. It was better to leave quickly. Thus, the female soldiers, who were discussing with the male soldiers, just now left one after another. With the same excuse, they went to rehearse. Once the female soldiers left, the male soldiers also wanted to leave. However, Instructor Xia did not say anything, so they did not dare to. It's time to show your masculine charm. Rehearse well. Don't lose to the female soldiers. Once the female soldiers left, Xia Jinyuan ordered the male soldiers with a cold face to show their strength during the rehearsal. No matter what, they could not fall behind. As for the live shooting, Xia Jinyuan touched his chin and expressed that his girlfriend's suggestion was good. He could be a live target, and she would shoot him. Their cooperation was perfect, and her performance was stunning. At the end of the day, this was another way for Lieutenant Colonel Xia to publicly display his affection. It couldn't be helped. After hiding for so many years, the daughter-in-law had finally become a mother-in-law. Lieutenant Colonel Xia wanted to dig out all the secrets he had hidden for the past few years and bask them in golden light blinding the eyes of all the bachelors. Being so high profile, yet not known by others, Lieutenant Colonel Xia had no reason not to show off his affection for his comrade in arms. Not only did he have to show off, but he also had to show it off well, so that everyone applauded. Everyone felt that the two of them had a tacit understanding. Lieutenant Colonel Xia was indeed Lieutenant Colonel Xia, using such a way that no one doubted their relationship to show off their affection not only satisfied his desire to show off as an old virgin, but also won the applause of the audience. Even if the entire hall was cheering for the two of them and had nothing to do with the two of them being together forever. So what? So what? Weren't the applause and cheers for the two of them? The more he thought about it, the more Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt that it was feasible. He became more and more eager for the New Year's Eve party to arrive soon. Today was only the 26th day. There were still 4 days until New Year's Eve. Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt that time was a little hard to pass. Initially, Xia Jinyuan had intended to let the camp know that he and Yi Qian were actually comrades. He and Yi Qian had a tacit understanding. If the two of them were not comrades, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. As long as the two of them were comrades and had a superior and subordinate relationship, it would save a lot of trouble. Chapter 49-48. For the sake of Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan would not allow anything to happen between the two of them because they were lovers. He would take every step carefully and leave no evidence behind. Yi Qian still did not know that her casual mention to scare the female soldiers to stop them from wanting her to perform had caught Xia Jinyuan's attention, and he directly reported it to Battalion Commander Tian. Battalion Commander Tian was stunned when he heard this. Xia, Captain Xia, your team, this program is very risky. Why don't you reconsider or change the program? For example, 2 people singing together? It's artistic and safe. Isn't that great? I don't plan to change it. It's rare that Instructor Yu wants to go on stage, so I'll cooperate with her. As for safety, leave it to me and her. No problem. Xia Jinyuan's nonchalance made Battalion Commander Tian break out in cold sweat. He could not help but ask, Captain Xia, what kind of entertainment programs do your team usually do? What kind of entertainment programs do they usually do? After thinking for a while, Xia Jinyuan replied, live shooting is also one of our programs. Okay, then it's fine. You guys make the arrangements. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Battalion Commander Tian politely sent him off. He closed the door, wiped his sweat, and patted his chest. There was pressure. Even something that risked their lives had become an entertainment program. It seemed that their training in the camp had to be more effective. When it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian went to the camp's activity room to see what the female soldiers had rehearsed. Before she reached the activity room, she bumped into the female soldiers who were returning to their dormitories. They did not see the program and chatted all the way back. Although it was a rehearsal program after training, the female soldiers were still in high spirits. Since Yi Qian was there, they all talked about the interesting things that happened at the Army's freshman orientation party. The group of girls chatted with each other and were all in high spirits. They were the most beautiful and happy of their age. Although being a soldier was tough, they never regretted it. They were proud to be able to wear the military uniform that protected the country and its people. Yi Qian enjoyed chatting with them. Even if she did not speak much, her mood was as happy as theirs the whole time. No matter how tired she was during the day, it was worth it to have the laughter and laughter at night. When they talked about the program Xia Jinyuan, led by the male soldiers, the female soldiers all clapped their hands and cheered. When they talked about the program, the vice squad leader didn't think much and said casually, if the male soldiers don't rehearse properly and want to deal with it casually, the first person who won't let them off is Instructor Xia. Don't be fooled by Instructor Xia's good looks, military prestige, and noble aura. However, his personality is not flattering. When I first came here 2 days ago, I took a few more glances at him. Now, when I see Instructor Xia, I only want to avoid him. It's too scary. I keep feeling like I'm being targeted by an executioner when he glances at me. What about you guys? Do you feel the same way? At this moment, Yi Qian's eyes widened when he heard this. Fortunately, it was late at night, so no one noticed his momentary loss of composure. Executioner, her deputy supervisor, actually said that Captain Xia gave her the feeling of an executioner. Wasn't this feeling a little too frightening? Was it that scary? Why didn't she feel it at all? The deputy supervisor was thinking too much. As a girlfriend, when she saw her boyfriend being called an executioner, she naturally had to stand up and defend herself and tell the deputy supervisor that she was thinking too much. Who knew that before Yi Qian could defend her boyfriend, Xia Jinyuan, the female soldiers beside her, actually resonated with her. Even with Yi Qian's intelligence, she never expected such an ending. What was going on? Why did they all think so? Chapter 49-49. Yes, I have this feeling too. It's a scary feeling. I'm also avoiding Instructor Xia now. So, you guys are the same. I thought I was the only timid one who felt this way. I always feel that if I fall into Instructor Xia's hands one day, I won't be able to keep my life. The army needs a fierce soldier like Instructor Xia who can make the enemy tremble in fear. Don't worry about anything else. Just stay as far away from him as possible. Don't let him catch you, or you'll die a horrible death. The male soldiers are amazing. They can live peacefully for almost 5 months under Instructor Xia's hands. They're still stronger than us. Yi Qian's mouth twitched the entire time. He only thought that he had heard a strange Captain Xia. How was her man fierce? How was he cruel? She must have heard a fake Captain Xia, a very strange one, that she didn't know at all. But there was a problem here. If one person thought that Captain Xia was fierce and another person was afraid, it could be explained. But if the 20 female soldiers all thought the same thing, then it was strange. It was impossible for all 20 female soldiers to misunderstand Captain Xia. It was impossible for all 20 female soldiers to feel the same way. Gao Xiao said seriously, No. The most powerful soldiers are not the male soldiers, but our Instructor Yi. Instructor Yi, don't you think so? Gao Xiao, who had a face full of agreement, disagreed at the end. The male soldiers were nothing. The real powerful one was their Instructor Yi. That was true. The male soldiers had only been with Instructor Xia for less than 5 months. Instructor Yi was different. She was Instructor Xia's soldier, being soldiers under the fierce Instructor Xia. The female soldiers suddenly felt that their Instructor Yi had been so outstanding all this time must have something to do with Instructor Xia. Such a fierce person, male and female soldiers were treated equally by him, in front of a captain who treated them indifferently, who dared to be lazy. No one dared. They were afraid of losing their lives. The discussion changed from Xia Jinyuan's fierceness to Yi Qian's fierceness in an instant. Yi Qian, who really wanted to be invisible, rubbed his forehead helplessly. Everyone thought so of Captain Xia. There was only one possible explanation. Captain Xia deliberately used this method to keep a distance from the female soldiers. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, You guys are thinking too much. I feel that I and the Instructor Xia, are two completely different people. A strict teacher produces excellent students. Captain Xia is the captain of a special force. If he doesn't strictly carry out his orders, how can the soldiers under him take on such a heavy responsibility? He's a little fierce, but he won't be fierce for no reason, and he won't get angry at the soldiers for no reason. I know this better than anyone, Usually it's because the soldiers don't meet his requirements. As for getting angry, I haven't seen it so far. You guys are thinking too much. Yi Qian, who had guessed that Xia Jinyuan was interested in her, could not bear for her man to be misunderstood, so she had to explain herself. The female soldier was horrified when she heard this. Gao Xiao trembled and said, "Instructor Yi, we just feel that the Captain Xia you know is not the same as the Captain Xia we know. Captain Xia can't be twins, right?" It was too scary. Instructor Yi actually thought that Instructor Xia wasn't fierce at all. Wasn't that fierce? He couldn't be any fiercer. Last time, when she waved her knife at Qiu Tong, Instructor Xia, who was standing next to her, didn't say a word, but the look in his eyes made her almost kneel down in front of Instructor Xia. She only dared to speak after Instructor Xia left. If he was fierce enough to make people kneel when he didn't speak, then what about when he spoke? Wouldn't he kill people? Chapter 49:50. The Captain Xia we know is definitely not the same. We must be mistaken. Gao Xiao rubbed her arms. She did not listen to Yi Qian's explanation at all. She was like that, and so were the other female soldiers. They all nodded and agreed. It's not the same. It's definitely not the same person. He's fierce and ruthless. He's not as reasonable as Instructor Yi. No, the male soldiers all say that Instructor Xia is scary. That's why they say Instructor Yi is the best. They actually think that Instructor Xia is normal, just a little strict. The female soldiers did not listen to Yi Qian's explanation at all. What else could Yi Qian say? She nodded and said seriously, "Maybe it's because I'm already used to Instructor Xia's military style. That's why I didn't have such a fierce reaction." This explanation was reasonable, and the female soldiers nodded in agreement. "So, you're already a qualified Special Forces soldier at a younger age than us, while we're still fighting for our goals. Instructor Yi, we still have 2 months left. Why don't you be more strict? Work hard to be like Instructor Xia." Yi Qian said that she would definitely work hard to be like Instructor Xia and train them strictly. Gao Xiao, who was walking beside them, heard this and went back and forth. She really wanted to tell Instructor Yi, "If you really want to be like Instructor Xia, you won't be able to get married in the future. No matter how beautiful you are, no man will dare to marry you. Just like Instructor Xia now. So what if he's handsome? He's definitely still single." Yi Qian did not hear Gao Zhao's thoughts and quickly ended the conversation. When they talked about Captain Xia, all of them looked like they would lose sleep tonight. She felt tired for them. She also felt that Xia Jinyuan's actions were funny. In order to keep a distance from the female soldiers, her Captain Xia had put in a lot of effort. If she met him tomorrow, she must talk to him nicely. On the afternoon of the 26th, Yi Qian met Xia Jinyuan during lunch break. She smiled and told him about the female soldiers' comments. Xia Jinyuan heard it and almost applauded. "It's right that they're afraid of me. This is the effect I want. From time to time, I'll visit your class. If they think I'm easy to get along with their intelligence, they'll definitely suspect me within a week. I have to make them afraid. So afraid that they will avoid me when they see me, so afraid that they won't dare to doubt our relationship because of me." Hearing this, Yi Qian remained silent for a long time. After a long while, her voice was as soft as a feather in water. "You did this because of me. It's all because of me." In order to let her lead the team and train in peace without hearing any rumors, he used such a self-destructive method to silently protect her, but she did not notice it at all. If she hadn't heard the female soldiers' unanimous evaluation of him last night, she would have never discovered it. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved slightly. "I didn't interfere with your training, but I can't let you be questioned because of me. If you hear some unpleasant words, it might even affect your future. I can't let you go in the army and spoil you in my heart, but in life, I want to protect you and be your escort. Otherwise, my existence will be meaningless, and you don't need a man who will always drag you down. I don't need others to see how good I am. I don't care if they misunderstand me or slander me. I don't care. The only person I care about has always been you. Xia Jinyuan's gentleness and kindness had always been only for Yi Qian, and only Yi Qian knew about it. All of his gentleness and all of his feelings existed only for Yi Qian alone. As for other women, he would never get them.